So having said that, what would be the key focus for us to reach this objective? So I would say the importance of AI, automation, and the digital transformation, which is going to take us towards the vision of meeting the 2047 and Logistics 3.0. So we're already in the era of AI and analytics. AI and analytics are enabling the companies with predicting the demand patterns, optimizing the routes, and even prevent disruptions, which we never foreseen, right? The tariff changes that is coming in, the energy lockdown which is coming in. So we need to use these tools, which is going to give us the required analysis in even to anticipate and even respond in real time. And the second is respect to the automation. The way the automation is transforming the warehouses, the distribution chains with robotics and with smart sorting systems and inventory management systems are helping us to reduce the costs and as well as bring the speed and efficiency to the logistics operations, right? As the fellow speaker said, right, even we reduce 1% cost, it is going to contribute drastically to our economy, right? And thirdly, at the same time, we need the digital platforms to bring the real-time visibility across the value chain, right from warehouses to transportations to delivery, end-to-end delivery. We need to bring this digital platform where it can do solving of complex billing processes, revenue processes, and settlement across the value chain in real time, right? Having said this, the future of us to move from manual or semi-automated to intelligent supply chain hub globally. I mean, as I could foresee, the opportunity in front of us is extraordinary. I mean, in order to meet the vision of being a superpower, India being a superpower in logistics industry, we need to get the infrastructure, the technology, and the data to be worked seamlessly across the industry, both across the country as well as the globally, right? So I would like to say that we as a company, also Ultima India, who is a digital transformation partner more than a decade now, we are transforming the logistics companies in the areas of AI, data, and transformation. We would like to join hands with all the like-minded companies in order to collaborate, innovate, and achieve this vision of 2047 and the Vikasit Bharat. I would like to conclude my address saying that thanking the Logistics Shakti team, the founders, the organizers for providing us an opportunity to address this event. And I'm sure this event is going to be truly transformative and impactful for all of us. Wishing all the best for the day ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Naidu, for highlighting here that we need to power digital technology-enabled logistic Shakti for a future-ready logistics sector. Thank you. I now request and invite Mr. Sanjay Bhutani, the Managing Director of Bausch & Lomb, one of the world's largest suppliers of contact lenses, lens care products, and prescription pharmaceuticals, intraocular lenses, and other vision care solutions.
So distinguished guests on the dais, industry colleagues and partners of Logistics Shakti team, good morning. And I'm really honored that to Amit ji and Bedi ji and the team Logistics Shakti to invite me here to address this August gathering. So what do? I lead Bausch & Lomb, which is a medical device and a healthcare company, and we have been into the country for over 35 years now. And we sell like contact lenses, lens care solution. Then we have equipment, medical devices for cataract surgeries, laser for vision correction. So while I was hearing to Anshumanji when he talked about that this is like, we are like at a logistics 3.0 right now, and 2047 we would be 4.0. But I think we are already 3.5. And I'll tell you why while listening and I'm thinking about it. So when I talk to my colleagues, maybe in China or US, in Europe, Korea, Thailand. So when I tell them that in India you order and you get delivery in 10 minutes, no? So they are amazed really. How can like you get that? I said you order and you keep your phone down and the bell is ringing and the guy is there with the delivery. I think this is all because of the effort from the logistic companies and the partners there. So this is actually also changing the consumer, what do I say, like the usage or maybe the brand they want to use. So I'll give you my example. I was trying to order something and in between, I think because of the government regulations, Blinkit was asked to deliver after 30 minutes. So I opened the app, मैंने order करोगे तो 30 मिनट बाद आएगा. मैंने इसको cancel करो, let me order from where you can get in 15 minutes. And I was not getting the brand which I wanted from Blinkit. So I switched the brand because of the delivery time. So that's the power of logistics today. So if you can deliver faster, you can maybe get more consumers and more sales. So for us also, what we're doing, like if a patient, right, new patient goes to optical store and he wants a contact lens, so what the retailer would do, 3-4 कंपनियां सबको फ़ोन करके ऑर्डर लिखवा देता है. So whosoever delivers faster, they would give that brand. And once you give a brand and contact lens, generally you get a consumer for life. So that's the power of logistics. If you can deliver faster, quality-wise, more or less, like everybody is kind of equal, no? So coming to my role as a managing director, my day does not start with the balance sheets. No, it starts with patient. So every shipment that we are delivering is actually like about delivering sight to the patient. So any patient who's there in the surgery, it's like about how faster we can deliver on time. No? So while we're discussing logistics 3.0 here, but that's not a buzzword in the healthcare industry. You know? So it's the difference between a successful medical outcome and a critical failure. So that's the logistics for us. In India today, we still import like 70 to 80% of our medical technology. Still like not being too many products getting manufactured in India. And at Bosch and Norm, like many other companies, our supply chain does not start, or it starts like thousands of kilometers away. It's not about like navigating roads. It's about like navigating air corridors. It's about like shipping routes, and we're seeing like what's happening with the war now, and also like the complex custom clearances, which Vipinji was talking about for medical devices specifically, like CDSCO Form 15, and a high pressure environment in the global cargo hubs. So our products are unique. A contact lens is a biological marvel, and not all products are like you can get it as it is. So some also require like climate control. And a medical device is a very, very precision equipment, and it cannot like sustain a bumpy last mile ride. So we need to be very careful with the delivery. And in an import heavy model, specifically for medical devices, so every touch point is very important, right from the cargo belly of the aircraft to the last mile delivery through the vans. It's every point is like a potential risk for us. So under Logistics 3.0, the CEOs or the supply chain directors are not looking for where my shipment is. They really need to know what's the situation of my shipment. So it has to be, we need to have like a real-time data on what's happening with the shipment. And we need to move from reactive tracking to predictive logistics. With India's push towards Viksit Bharat 2047, I think we need to streamline our ports and airports. The size you were talking about, I think 10 million square feet that we need, I think airport and ports also need to kind of be revamp. So we need to get into cargo first thinking. For a company, cost of logistics is not just the freight bill. It's about where my equipment is sitting while the patient is waiting. So that's the total cost we need to look at. While we currently lead with the imports, like importing most of the medical technology into the country, but the time is changing, specifically with the national medical device policy, which is kind of promoting that we start manufacture in India. So sooner we would need our partners who are helping us with the import of the components today to maybe change to when we start manufacturing in India, sending those devices out. So as we scale, we also need to do that responsibly, specifically like the eco-packaging or green mobility, because sustainability is really a buzzword in the, or a boardroom priority for all the medical device leaders. To the logistic providers in this room, we don't just need a vendor, we need a partner, a healthcare partner specifically. We need your technology to be precise as our surgical lasers. We need all your workforce automation to ensure that human error never comes or stands in the way of patient care. So let us use this second edition of Logistics Shakti Summit to build a supply chain that's resilient, that's more digital. I think Abhinav talked about digital, and above all should be compassionate. So let us fuel the growth of an India where world-class healthcare is never a day's delivery away for a patient. So thank you very much, and I wish you best for the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for being the customer's voice. And as you mentioned, that our logistics system needs to be moving from being reactive to predictive, responsive, sustainable, error-free, efficient, and more compassionate. Thank you very much. Inviting now Dr. Jitendra Singh, the Deputy Secretary General of the PHE Chamber of Commerce and Industry, who's a very seasoned management professional, bringing over more than 2 decades of experience in organizational capacity building, training, academia. He's actively contributed also to the research publications and policy dialogues. I request Dr. Jitendra Singh. So he's not been able to join. Okay. Okay, I believe he's going to be joining us shortly. I invite Mr. Sarvam Shukla, the National Head of Apollo Innovation. As mentioned, they have been into steel tubes, and now they stand as leaders in the prefab material manufacturing. They've started their prefab Infra Unite to build the warehouse and
Hi everyone, very good morning to you. We have been talking about logistics, we have been talking about supply chain, as said by Anshuman sir and Mr. Naidu very well for this app and everything, so digital platforms and all. So you must be thinking that how Apollo Innovation is here. So Apollo Innovation, you must see that there is an E in the innovation. So that E stands for emphasizing on sustainability and the growth. And we as a company have done some innovative products to serve the logistics industry, serve the infrastructure industry. So we provide solar roof system, and we provide pre-engineered buildings, and we do many innovative products in the industry. So hi, this is Sarvam Shukla. I am from Apollo Innovation. I welcome you all for this Logistics Shakti 3.0. So good morning to all. So we stand today at a defining moment in India economy as we embrace the era of Logistics 3.0. We are moving away from the fragmented manual process of past towards future-defined AI, automation, and global integration. At APL Apollo, we believe that for India to reach its vision to 2047, our logistics framework must be resilient and robust like steel that supports it. So the objective of this summit is to position India as a central logistics hub, as a title partner and leader in the construction and industrial solutions. APL Apollo Innovation recognizes the Logistics 3.0 is not just being a digital platform, but it's about physical infrastructure that houses them. From the dedicated freight corridors plus 15 multimodal logistics parks currently reshaping our landscapes. The demand of speed and scale in construction has never been higher right now. So our commitment at APL Apollo is to provide industrial backbone which in the form of the steel infrastructure. So we give grade A warehouses. We are into the pre-engineered buildings. We provide grade A warehouses. And we, as a pillar to the green supply chain, we recognize that the road to net zero begins with how we manufacture and how we build. So in that case, we have SG Green Logistics, which we have in which we provide EV vehicles as a logistics partner for transportation and all. At Apollo Innovation, our focus is on manufacturing construction. It means creating sustainable, efficient, and long-lasting industrial solutions to reduce the carbon footprint of the logistics sector from the ground up. So now moving forward together, the journey towards Viksit Bharat is shared one. It requires the seamless integration of the policy reforms like national logistics policy and innovative execution of industry. As we open this summit, let us look beyond the individual sectors and focus on integrated ecosystem. APL Apollo is proud to drive this dialogue, ensuring that India takes its global logistics leap. It does so on the foundation of innovation, strength, unwavering reliability. So I thank you so very much to invite us for the part of this Logistics Shakti 3.0. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next and the last keynote speaker of the session, Mr. Sanjeev Sharma, Vice President Mobility Solutions of JK Tyres and Industries, who's a seasoned leader driving innovation at the intersection of mobility. He, ladies and gentlemen, shaping the future-ready and performance-driven sector.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me, Amit and Kamal. They have been wonderful people. I've been, working with them for quite a long time now, and this is my third event. I've been invited to speak or participate, and we are happy to be together. And this event is driven by JK Tyre. So thank you. You have given me some more time at 3 o'clock to speak, so I'll not extend my discussions on this podium for more than 2-3 minutes. We have been now quite updated on what is future, where we want to go, right, and what is needed for the country. And the good news is that Anshumanji said about 10x, so that everybody is excited and everything is now 10 times bigger. So one is what is visible, the other is what is not invisible. And there are, this is a huge country in terms of the population, geography, and the needs. So each player, like all the leaders sitting here, I'm happy, I know many of you, and you are now shaping the logistic industry. I mean, this is so complicated that there are not many new entrants. This is my lens looking, through JK Tyre lens, because we have been making tires for the last 50 years, selling in 100 countries. So we see how the globally things are moving, how it is happening in India. So you are reshaping it. You have adopted new technologies. I'll be talking about what a tire company, which is behind which we are supposed to drive. 10 times means average speed of a truck will go up. if it is average speed is 70, 80, it will go to 100, 120, 110 kilometer per an hour. And then when we have to grow 10 times, you know, the way we work today will not take us there. Next time, what will happen if we talk about efficiency? The pressure on people on the highway is to reduce breakdown time. So I'll be talking on in my session later on about what we as a tire company do. And then for any entrepreneur who is into logistic industry, having a large fleet of 1,000 trucks, 2,000 or 5,000 trucks, should he spend same time in doing the traditional things of buying and using it, buying tires or using it? So we are going to move into era of collaborations where we are talking about, as a tire manufacturer, I say don't buy tires. Now it will be available to you and you can pay us per mile like you pay for Uber. The entire ecosystem we have invested in, and today more than 25,000 trucks in the first phase itself are running their trucks without buying tires. And we are able to, as a leader in the industry, as an innovator in the industry, having brought in the first radial tire to the country, first tubeless tire to the country, first smart tire to the country, now investing in sensors within the tires, investing on the entire ecosystem, including infrastructure on the highway. And then we heard talk about AI. So we are the first company to bring in AI in the life of a truck driver, who is you can say the most. I didn't think I had a word with Amit and Kamalji few days back, what they are doing for the driver. So we are talking about, if the vehicles are going to be 10 times, you need 10 times more drivers. If not 10 times, 8 times. So what we are doing there. So as a responsible brand in the country, so we are doing a lot. Now the driver can use AI through the chat box with the voice bot, the way he speaks, the accent he has, the language he has, or any part of the country, he can reach out to any pit stop in case of a breakdown. And the pit stop on the highway, the poor puncture walas are repairing your tires or truck tires on the highway, he will be doing some work which bring ease and efficiency and safety on the highway. And he also is connected to that ecosystem and getting paid automatically. It will be, this is what we feel we should have, that responsibility, and we are able to do it, where already 500 pit stops are working on this platform, and we look forward to having 5,000 as the industry moves. And that is the reason why I look forward to such a platform, to be with you, to learn from you that what better we can do and collaborate with the like-minded people. And I'm happy that for the last 3 years, including your, you can say, your event in Dubai, in the Middle East conclave, the kind of, you can say, people who are who comes under this event roof, right? They are amazing. I'm happy that we are together, and I'll be looking forward to more discussion on this subject going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. So that's JK Tires adding more wheels and safety to the logistics sector. So thank you to all our keynote speakers, the leaders, the stalwarts of the industry. And as we express our gratitude and our appreciation to them, I would like to request and invite here on the stage Mr. Kamal Narayan Omar, the co-founder of Logistics Shakti movement, to be kindly presenting the mementos. I request Mr. Amit also to be joining, thanking Mr. Anshuman Singh. And you can also join us in thanking with your applause, putting your hands together as we express our gratitude, appreciation to our speakers, to our leaders here. Mr. Anshuman Singh, the Managing Director of Indospace. Thanking Mr. Vipin Vora, the Chairman, Continental Carriers Group. Appreciation in regards to Mr. Naveen Naidu. Thanking Mr. Sanjay Bhutani. Thanking our title partners, thanking Mr. Sarvam Shukla. And the drivers of our movement, JK Tires, thanking Mr. Sanjeev Sharma. So as we conclude the session, may I request the gentleman to kindly step forward. We'll close with a group photograph. So thank you to all our keynote speakers who've actually set the tone and the context of our day-long discussions, views coming from the leaders of the industry, the customer's point of view being presented, and then we have our title partners and the key partners spelling out also their vision, joining hands with the logistics sector. So we move to the next session, wherein we are going to be recognizing our advisory board members and other special guests with us. And to do the honors, may I request our co-founders to be kindly joining us here on the stage, Mr. Prem Prakash, Mr. Amit Shankadar, and Mr. Kamal Narayan Omar, to be please extending this regards and thank you to our advisory board members. This is a special thanks to our advisory board members. उनका विशेष रूप से आभार व्यक्त करते हुए presenting them a special token of our regards and appreciation. Shri B.L. Bajaj, may I request you to please join us here on the stage. Shri Abhishek Chakrabarti. Shri Anshuman Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see the names of the advisory board members here. और एक बार आप सभी की तालियों के बीच उनका हम आभार व्यक्त करते हैं. We thank them for advising us, for guiding us, for their strategic vision and guidance to the platform. Shri Raghav Singhal, Shri Vipul Nanda. Thanking Shri Suresh Bansal. Shri Suresh Bansal. Shri Aditya Shah. Shri Aditya Shah, if he's here. Shri Naresh Sharma. Shri Dushyant Arya. They've not been able to join, so may I once again request Shri Anshuman Singh, Shri Vipul Nanda and Shri Suresh Bansal to join us. We'll have a group photograph of all of you with our co-founders. Kamalji, if you can also join for the group photograph. We would also like to express our thanks to our special guests who are present in this August gathering. Shri Sunil Jain, the Chairman and Managing Director of NECC Limited. Shri Srinivasu Alappan, the Director Sales and Marketing of JK Tires and Industries. Dr. Shivashakti Nath Bakshi, the editor, Kamal Sandesh and Secretary, BJP Parliamentary Party Office. Shri Rakesh Gupta, the Chairman of Sadhana TV Channel Group. Thanking Shri Abhijit Sinha, the National Program Director, Ease of Doing Business. Shri Rajiv Bhardwaj, Member Personnel of Prasar Bharati. Major General Retired Inder Mohan Lamba, the Chief Nodal Officer, UP Defence Industrial Corridor. He was there. Major Lamba's, I saw, he came that time. That's it. So I think Major Lamba has just moved out. We'll extend him the memento as he joins us. Thank you. So we move to the session that's, we start with our panel discussion. And the topic, Global Geopolitics and Trade Architecture. We've already discussed, Major Lamba is here. So may I request Amitji to please join us once again. Major Lamba is here as we express it. Thanks. Major General Retired Inder Mohan Lamba, the Chief Nodal Officer of the UP Defence Industrial Corridor. You can please get the memento of Major Lamba. So ladies and gentlemen, so we've been thanking and expressing our deep-felt regards to our very special guests who are and invitees who are present in this August gathering, and that's thank you in regards to Major General Retired Inder Mohan Lamba, the Chief Nodal Officer of the UP Defence Industrial Corridor. So we begin with the panel discussion on the topic of global geopolitics and trade architecture, discussing with our speakers here how India, with its leadership role within BRICS, can actually help shape the future trade pathways, especially in this war-torn scenario which we are seeing, and making our supply chains more resilient, inclusive, and future-ready. I invite the moderator, Mr. Dhruvaksh Saha, the Principal Correspondent, Business Standard. Our moderator, he covers the policy, economy, and industry developments with a focus on infrastructure and logistics. Our panelist, Mr. Sagar Kadu, the Director Logistics, DPIIT from the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, a key policy maker driving India's logistic transformation and who's been contributing to the national initiatives aimed at improving the ease of logistics and reducing supply chain cost. We're just setting the stage also, but in the interest of time, requesting our panelists to be joining us. Mr. Anuj Gupta, he's the Managing Director, India, of Bauer Group Asia, the former Chief of Staff to the Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Textiles, Government of India. He's been a seasoned policy and strategy expert with deep government experiences, now advising global businesses on navigating India's regulatory and trade landscape. Mr. Rudra Sriram joins us here in this panel, Director, DCM Containers, part of the DCM Sriram Group, with involvement in industrial packaging solutions and manufacturing operations. And then we have Ms. Zalata Antusheva, the lead for government relations and the finance sector at the Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Russian Federation. We're also talking about here global partnerships, and we thank Ms. Zalata for having joined us. She works on policy coordination, international cooperation, industry-government interface in key economic sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, we also encourage you to pay a visit in the Logistic 3.0 zone. That is where we are showcasing the innovations, the transformation of the logistics sector. That's a specially created zone. And also we have running tea. In case you wish to have tea and coffee, you can be moving into the logistics zone, having and getting your tea and cups and back with us to be part of this discussions taking place. So it's going to be running tea throughout. Thanking all our panelists, and I hand over to our moderator, Mr. Saha, as we take the session forward. Just a request to all the panelists, we need to be just catching up with time, so just keeping your thoughts and expressions within the time frame. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I welcome you all to this session. This is a time where perhaps as stakeholders in logistics, there's always been importance of the logistics systems in global trade, but I feel this is the one time where it has perhaps now become more important than ever, and it has become the focal point of not just trade, but also maritime security, global geopolitics, and to the point where we are not just seeing logistics as a system of trade itself, but also as a method of weaponization of supply chains and whatever is happening in the global geopolitical system right now. We are in, as I would very slyly try to insert my favorite band here, we are in dire straits when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. And without further ado, I think I'll just start with the primary issues that we have in front of us right now. Global geopolitics right now is at a very critical juncture, and India's leadership at the BRICS is coming at this critical juncture where a lot of the major players who are involved in this situation right now will be involved in high stakes discussions. So I just wanted to start with Mr. Kadu. I just wanted to understand how, just a broad view of how the government sees this situation as far as the geopolitical situation is going, and what are the learnings that India's logistics space is taking. And this is a question that will come to to all of you. But what are the key learnings that have been there in the last few months, where we have seen a complete upheaval of whatever systems were known to us so far?
Yeah, right. Good morning, everyone. So we know about the situation. I'll not get into that. As far as when we consider logistics, there are 2-3 things. One is the geopolitical situation, the challenges we know, the conflicts between the countries. But when as far as it is the logistics or the trade, we particularly in the logistics or Ministry of Commerce and Industry, we look at it's more a operational challenge. And we have to manage the instability. So when, because we know the situation at the other end of the sea are not in our control. So what is the focus of the government currently is now how to manage the instability, how to reduce the compliances, how to facilitate the trade, be it the raw material, be it logistical challenges, be it export-import part of it. As you must be aware, there is daily a press conference, press briefing is done. We are issuing the latest update on the energy security and all these things. But definitely there are multiple interministerial group has been constituted. The major focus is basically doing a coordination with the industry, understand their problem and take the corrective action wherever possible. We have a special interministerial group again focusing on the logistics and the EXIM challenges, where our exporters are facing the problem at the port since there are no vessels going to the Gulf. There are back to town cargoes, there are customs compliances, there are storage and detention waivers. That's what the job of the government to help and come into a picture into the policy making and help the trade to reduce, burden, give more visibility, have a more coordination. I think that's the key policy where we're learning every going day. Yeah.
Just a small follow-up on that. Wanted to understand a bit on whether this, the crisis itself, there have been forward-looking plans when it comes to the Gati Shakti program, or when it comes to the larger programs that the government has been aiming to do. Has fundamentally, have your fundamental insights about the supply chains changed? Have those plans also, are those plans also being rejigged in terms of multimodal connectivity? Because these plans were based on a world order that seemed to no longer be existing in the shape that it was. So is that something you're thinking about right now?
So developments or plans are always for the growth. We have a Vikasit Bharat 47 vision, we have a Vision 2030. This is the crisis situations and this is the policy making to manage the instability. Having said that, when the government's long-term decisions, it's more how to manage the instability now. That's the second question. Okay, we manage the instability. We have to reduce the impact of the conflict to both the domestic trade as well as both the citizen as well as the trade. So how do we manage that? Then if we have to make the supply chain resilient, I think we have to have that robust infrastructure in the place which can help us to manage, be it warehousing sector growth, ample availability, port sector availability, because many containers are stuck in the port, but we were able to manage even that congestion. We have the CFS networks, we have the ICD network. So all this infrastructure is helping us to manage this instability to a large extent. Second important point is the more coordination with the trade. That is what one of the policy makers. And again, I would like to give a, congratulate our industry stakeholders basically. We have developed our service industry so resilient, everybody is so interconnected. We have seen in last 1 month when we are coordinating, even though it is a crisis situation, our industry was definitely holding the ground at a very strongly. They were prepared to manage the situation. Definitely, we have been learning from the COVID. We have been learning from the Red Sea crisis. So I think our logistics stakeholders is, learning. They're adapting very fast. We have the digital infrastructure which is giving the visibility. I think all this together is helping us to manage the situation.
Mr. Gupta, let me come to you. You are currently working with companies who are looking to tap into the Indian potential. You have also worked with the government very closely. First, I would love to pick your thoughts on how you feel that the global trade scenario has changed. Large economies seem to be looking inwards. The idea of global trade that existed. Is there a problem with the mic? Need a mic here. Yeah. So the idea of global trade that existed does not exist anymore, and there's another school of thought in that it is still very firm. There seems just to be a 4-year aberration in the current supply chains. So first, I want to know from you, and this is also a question that I'm going to get to all of you, is that how has global trade changed? How have the supply chains changed because of that? And where do you see global trade going from here? And we'll move on to the larger question of BRICS then.
I think global trade has to be looked at in terms of 3 big disruptions which have happened over the last 5 years, and how it has fundamentally rewired how we do logistics. Number one, of course, was the COVID disruption in 2020. And then you had the European theater opening up in 2022. And then now we have the Middle East crisis. And there are potential crises we see, for example, in East Asia going forward. And this has led to search for countries which are largely self-sufficient, which have a large domestic base, which have capability to withstand international disturbances. You spoke about Strait of Hormuz. There is actually another strait in the world which has even more oil transportation than the Strait of Hormuz. Does anybody know the name of which strait? Bigger than Hormuz, more volume of goods. 80% of China's trade moves through that strait. Anybody knows? Anybody wants to make a guess? Malacca, absolutely. So, Strait of Malacca is probably more important than Strait of Hormuz. But you would be fascinated to know that there was a blockade of Strait of Malacca way back in 1025, in the 11th century. And who broke that blockade? It was the Indian kingdom of Chola, Rajendra Chola I, who broke that blockade to gain the freedom of navigation from India to China and vice versa. So India has a history of free trade, a very, very robust history. Whether you look at Dholera back in Gujarat, which was the first dock in the world, then you have the Silk Route passing through India. So India has a lot of capability and potential to shine in the world of logistics. And over the last decade, if you look at area by area, India has actually overtaken even the large developed countries. I will just give a few examples. Ship turnaround time. How many people in India over here know that India's ship turnaround time is now 0.9 days. Australia is 1.7 days. US is 1.4 days. Even an efficient economy like Singapore is 1 day. So we're actually much more efficient than any other economy, comparable economy in the world. Look at roads, for example. We have increased the speed of road construction by 3 times over 2014, increased the network by 61%. Our inland waterways, navigable waterways have grown by nearly 10 times. Our railways have opened up DFCs, which have changed the freight transportation scenario in India. So India is able to leverage its domestic strength to reshape the logistics going forward. I would like to just talk about the international trade scenario and talk about 3 pointers over there. Number one, artificial intelligence is of course changing the way we look at data, how we change efficiency. But AI-related trade itself is becoming a very large component of global trade. AI trade, which is basically semiconductors, servers, etc., grew by 40% last year. So the supply chain has changed dramatically. It's no longer conventional goods which are flowing. And that you can see sector after sector. And I think that's where India can play a dominating role.
I have many follow-up questions on that actually, but I'll come to you, Ms. Andrushev. So there has been a lot of conversations between India and Russia over increasing trade, and supply chain resilience has seems to be a big topic of conversation these days between the two countries. And this also comes during a slightly challenging time when it comes to, when we look at the INSTC and the Chabahar port being a very key point there, and that seems to be in trouble right now. So if you could just give us an understanding of how Russia views India's role in BRICS, India's role in supply chain resilience, and the areas of where you feel that there is scope for mutual benefits or increase in effectiveness of these systems.
First of all, thank you so much for inviting and being a part of this event. Of course, logistics is one of the main topics that usually arise when the question is come to the business. Of course, 2 main questions that usually business has, it's logistics and it's payments. So right now we are witnessing that it's not a temporary disruption of routes and supply chains. It's a long-term shift from efficiency-driven globalization towards the resistance-oriented economic cooperation. So if we speak about the Russian and Indian economic cooperation and its prospects and how we cope with all this situation, what mechanism that we are using and what business can do right now, I can see a lot of potential here. That's right now we have several routes that can be used by the government bodies, that can be used by the private business. So of course, as you mentioned, rightly mentioned, it's north-south transport corridor, and it has 3 waves. So we continue working on that, and we are working together with the government of India, with the government of Eurasian Union countries on that. So it's a multimodal corridor that include the waterways part, that include the railway part, and it's coming from India, from Port Mudra directly to Russia, to Novorossiysk port, and can go till St. Petersburg. So it covers the most part of the European side of the Russian Federation. Also, we have an alternative route to Vladivostok. It's also commonly used by the business. So if you have, if you understand that the route is mostly directed to the Siberia part of the Russian Federation, it will be easier to use this type of route. But it's not the only options that we have. We are actively using transport containers, logistics. We are actively using airplane logistics. We have daily flights of air floats from Delhi to Moscow and vice versa. We have direct flights of the Russian container company, the Russian airplane company that is called Volga-Dnieper. It's a direct flight from Mumbai to Moscow. So right now the Russian logistic services part is growing, and we see a lot of interest from both sides. And we have solutions that can be used by both sides. So this is the most important part. We have solutions that can truly work. That's why our main idea is to create a good awareness of how we can do that together. If we will speak about transcontainer logistics, according to the statistics of 2025, we transport via the containers only 42,000 TEU of goods. And it's only 2% of Russian container logistic part. So you can see how much we can grow together in this part. We see a lot of potential there. So our main idea is to make our trade more balanced. Right now, if we will see to the figures that we are having, that the bilateral turnover between our countries is approximately, according to the Indian statistics, it's approximately $68.8 billion, and we are moving to the target that was announced by our leaders in Moscow in 2024 to $100 billion till 2030. But if we will see what is the balance between the export and import, you will understand that we need to create a good balance between these two parts, because the export from India is not so high to Russia. So if we will create this balance between export and import, it will give a good push to the logistic part as well, because right now some of the containers which are coming to Russia, they can be empty because of this amount of figures that we are having. And to do this huge part, we are working together with the Ministry of Commerce and Industry of the Government of India. We are creating a lot of events devoted especially to the export from India to Russia. And I would like to announce to you one of the events that will happen for the first time in New Delhi in September, in Naprom. In Naprom, it's the biggest manufacturing exhibition that we are annually holding in Russian Federation, but this time it will first happen in India, in New Delhi, in the mid of September, and this event will be focused on inter-regional cooperation and will be focused on export from India. So let's try to make this journey fruitful for both sides.
Right.
So let's work more on trade, and it will also affect on logistics very positively.
Right. So I think one aspect that has come to fore within this discussion is how certain sectors of the supply chains have been, dare I say, weaponized or used or leveraged when it comes to trade. And I think that was also the larger idea within India-Russia trade is not the lack of opportunities, but a lot of strategic hurdles that also seem to come in the way. So on the next round, I will come back to that. Mr. Sriram, I wanted to get to you coming to the idea of strategic assets in the supply chain and how BRICS can really go forward about it. You work in a business that has now increasingly emerging as, again, dare I say, a strategic asset, which is container manufacturing. The government has realized that, and there seem to have been a lot of epiphanies in terms of how these can also be leveraged in the global supply chains by nations that are manufacturing them, by nations that, and how nations that are not manufacturing them at scale, such as ours, seem to be getting the short end of the stick every time a global crisis happens. So, what has your, how do you see this emergence of containers as strategic assets, and where do you see the way forward with India when it comes to this part of the supply chain?
See, firstly, good morning, everyone. Dhruvaksh, you made the cardinal error which everyone makes, is that the container manufacturer comes right at the end. And frankly, without, again, I mean, it's a joke. you know, you've got policy, you've got global trade, you've got the government, and then you've got the guy who makes the boxes, right? But anyways, you know.
Just tell us more. We're ready to be involved.
And jokes apart. So, you know, I think time and again we're being, you know, and it's a huge credit to the government where we are on the logistics policies, whether it's Gati Shakti or all the other policies that have been, the digitalization which Mr. Kadu talked about, and you know, we all know what's going on. I think everyone over here is a part of it as well. It becomes more and more evident that, you know, trade policy, our logistics policy and our trade policy is actually becoming an issue of, it's defining your national security policy. It's securing us in a time of, let's say, imbalance and what is happening on a geopolitical level. And it's great that we're looking inwards at this problem. And I think we've learned very strongly from the pandemic, not to take us back like, you know, 5 years, but I think without the box, as whether it was the beginning of the recent, let's say, geopolitical issue or where we are right now, trade routes are increasing in length. It's simple, just increasing in length. With that, it artificially increases the requirement of boxes. And when that happens, the pressure comes onto the manufacturers to, you know, deliver and, you know, let's say fill that gap that's there of not having enough containers. And you know how we were talking off stage about how a certain, let's say, hypothetical MSME sector company that's, you know, moving 1 box per month out of India, and suddenly that, you know, it crumbles that company if they have to hold on to inventory for more than, you know, let's say 2 months and till they can, you know, fix that cash flow. I think the policies set in place will, we're seeing them. We're actually not facing that at this point. But obviously, if this geopolitical situation keeps continuing over a slightly more prolonged period, that's when the pressure comes in, and that's when, you know, the government support is required to everyone. It's a public-private partnership to, you know, handhold that going forward, because there will be, you know, nascent inflation. We're all facing it in raw materials. You can only press that to a certain issue, to a certain level. But we have to continue to work in, let's say, in tandem, and, you know, push through this period. And we have to ensure that our country comes out, you know, somewhat of a winner without having direct involvement.
In my defense, I did call it a strategic asset. But so has this situation, very interestingly, you said that certain shortages are real, certain shortages are artificial when it comes to containers. What has your experience been with the West Asia crisis? Where do you see, because while it seems to be an issue of, while it seems to be a problem of the strait being closed and geopolitical tensions and war, but one of the issues that the DG shipping also recently had flagged is that this could very quickly spiral into a container crisis as well.
Absolutely. We already had a container crisis in the country even without this, let's say, any of the, we're already
since
short
the
of
Red Sea crisis
we're
itself.
already short. We're already short of container. We were short in January. We were short in February. Now we'll just be a little bit more short till it becomes and spirals into, you know, a crisis. And that was my, you know, the joke that I made earlier, that containers are thought about at the end. And it actually, that's what happens every time. So, but this time, I think you're all aware that there's a scheme that's being proposed for, you know, boosting container manufacturing in India, and, you know, making it a world beat, or at least get it to a competitive level at a global level. And I think definitely working alongside the government, it's been a great journey till now, and I definitely see some good progress in the next couple of months in this. And this situation will push this scheme even harder and faster, because Atmanirbharta is the goal, right? Why should we get into a crisis when it can be solved by, you know, certain policies that are not very far-fetched?
Mr. Karu, I would want to come back to the idea of logistical inefficiencies, and as you know, Mr. Sriram also talked about. With India's leadership at BRICS, there seems to be a sort of consolidation of powers where BRICS is now seen as a parallel. I remember a session by Niti Aayog Vice Chairman Mr. Suman Berry where he did draw that parallel, and he noted the expansion potential that happens. So with the first round of these conversations that we've had, and we've spoken about several problems and opportunities that exist, in a very BRICS context, how does the government look at these opportunities? Both, I would ask you to first talk about crises that may be pertinent to this West Asia situation, but also independent of that is where do you see BRICS collaboration happening under India's presidency in the supply chain resilience space, as from the government's perspective?
Yeah, right. In fact, all these forums where the like-minded countries sit together in spite of these global conflicts, and the ultimate goal for all these forums is for the growth of the trade. There are geopolitical situations, but trade is there. In fact, now we have started factoring the conflict as one of the trade variable. So as the industry, so as the governments, all governments. So even though the conflicts are going on, trade is happening. So ultimately the conflicts are temporary, the trade will be permanent, the growth will be permanent, conflict is temporary. That's what we assume, and we hope it should end as early as possible. Having said that, when we talk about the importance of the logistics and supply chain, global trade now, supply chain and logistics has been so much integrated in everything. Like, raw material, finished product, everything out of 100 components, the 50 components are coming from the different parts of the countries. There are the food security, there is a pharma security, health security. So in this context, I think without sitting together and without working a common plan, I think for every country that is very important thing. So be it a BRICS forum or other FTA for that matter, that is very important priority for us, both for the growth of the trade, for the domestic economy, and as a global, as a growth for the whole, for everybody's benefit. That's the common goal.
Right. And now I'll come back to something that I had previously just briefly touched upon. India's approach at the BRICS, at the BRICS summit. There seem to be two schools of thought when it comes to the metamorphosis of global trade that has happened so far. One is that it has permanently changed how we see supply chains and how we see global trade and how we see trade partnerships. The second is that you bide your time because it's a 4-year aberration. What is India's approach with BRICS?
I won't say there is any specific, it is all a member driven. Everybody has a common equal rights. So we see everybody equal, all the forums are same for us. So it is always a give and take and a mutual benefit what we see, be it a bilateral or a multilateral. Changes is as per the geopolitical, but it is more as a mutual benefit, and every member state in any forum I think has an equal say, and we work together any agenda for that matter. It's not a country specific agenda. As far as we see a common forums agenda, and we try to work it together.
I can understand the government.
There is no simple solution. I understand what you want, but definitely, please, I would like to assure is that it's definitely that is what the policy. When as far as we as a government or India, ultimately for every country, trade and security for the own domestic trade or domestic people is a primary, and that's for every member country. It's not like some hidden agenda, but even from that, country-specific benefit, we try to find a mutual benefit among the forum. It's always, it can't work on a, you just give or I just only. It's always a balanced approach for the, success of any kind of this forum.
Right. Mr. Gupta, same, I would like to invite you to extend the line of thought. Is how do you think India should see this situation? Because you've seen it from both sides. although I think your tenure was under a very different US administration. So I just wanted to understand your thoughts on, do you believe that the West Asia crisis, the US presidency, has it fundamentally shifted supply chains for the good or for the bad? Or is it an aberration, or we could look at sort of a restoration of a previous world order that existed?
Yeah. If you look at the global situation, and you spoke about BRICS and its place in and coming India's upcoming presidency, BRICS has a few important characteristics very relevant to the current Middle East crisis.
Iran is a member.
Iran is, of course, part of it. 72% of global critical minerals come from BRICS. 80% of world's coal is BRICS. Almost 40% of oil and gas of the world comes from BRICS. So BRICS is not just an economic bloc. It is a supply chain coalition. And that is where it has the potential to lead the world. And I would look at 3 areas where India's presidency can make a material difference in the way world evolves. Number 1 is, can we have frameworks for secure supply chains, wherein BRICS members collaborate and trade with each other and increase the security of supply in various minerals, in various commodities. Can we have, for example, the entire world is looking at, can we have trusted supply chain partners? I think BRICS can give that alternative, and India can lead and show the direction. Second is critical minerals has become a bottleneck, whether you look at within logistics for electric vehicles, for semiconductors, AI, etc. Can we develop a supply chain within BRICS? There have been efforts, for example, pack silica with US and elsewhere. But I think BRICS by itself has a lot of potential. The third thing which BRICS has to increasingly look at is the fact that free trade agreements are changing the nature of trade in the world. India has announced 9 FTAs over the last few years with 38 countries. It is going to rearrange the way trade happens from India as well as inside India. And can we, and we are negotiating with, for example, Russia also, a trade agreement. With many BRICS members we are negotiating. Can we look at realigning our trade supply chains in line with very low duties which come into play? Would just like to leave with a thought over here, and this is something I think a lot of people would have seen. As we are signing FTAs, as we go more and more global, the emphasis on quality is increasing because the kind of standards which are there in, say, Europe, Japan, America are much higher compared to what India manufactures today. So the supply chain also has to shift in line with those quality goods. You can no longer supply them or transport them the same way you do, say, the lower quality goods. Some of us would have seen, it's very common in India, you buy, say, a box of pencil or, some good, and it has a sticker on it which says export quality. Has anybody seen that sticker, export quality? I think a lot of people have seen. What does that mean? That basically is a statement that the Indian quality is inferior, the domestic quality is inferior, and the export quality is of a different standard. I believe the day when we are able to put a sticker of India quality rather than export quality, I think we would have fundamentally changed what is required in the world. And I think logistics has to be in step with that. Thank you.
Right. Ms. Amtrasheva, I would invite you to just your thoughts on, and I think the room is very interested on your thoughts on how the US presidency, the current global supply chain situation, is it being seen from the Russian perspective as well? Is it being seen as an aberration or a fundamental shift in supply chains? And where do you, is it fundamentally changing global trade? And of course, Mr. Gupta talked about, I would go and extend that to say a formal trade bloc within the BRICS framework. Is that something that that should be on the BRICS agenda in the Indian presidency? But again, comments on how the supply chain has worked.
Of course, we are focusing on work with our friends, with our partners. So in this regard, we are trying to form a platform with BRICS countries that will include not only logistic part, but we will speak about the industrial cooperation, investment cooperation, creating an energy safe ecosystem. Critical minerals are also on the top right now. So first of all, we need to create a base, a platform that can be used by all our partners, by all our friends. So in general, we started this work many years ago, and we are right now continuing it and developing it in a more scale. So in general, this hasn't somehow influenced on our plans that we had. We are working, we are developing our relations in a multi-sectoral way, in a bilateral way, and we are focusing on the economy and trade, because these parts, it's always, economy is always a boost. That's moving all the other processes. So in order to create a stable economy, we are continually building the roots that we already have, and we are developing a new one. Because of course, this situation that we are seeing right now, that we are witnessing right now, it shows to us that all the supply chains, all the routes should be changed, and they should be improved, and they should be transparent. So first of all, we need to create a stable system. So of course, we are continuing our work that we are already doing, and so we are looking forward to improve it in a more scale.
Right. Mr. Sriram, do you have any comments on how, of course, your business and the largest sector relies on a lot of long-term stability. Of course, it's agile, it's dynamic, but for its business planning, it requires a long-term vision. So do you see the current situation, do you see it as a permanent situation? Do you see it as transient and a return to normal? And in that scenario, how do you think that BRICS can be leveraged in terms of strategic areas in the logistics sector?
See, I don't know what you mean by normal. Normal changes, the goalpost changes on a weekly basis. But you know, again, I see that unpredictability is the long term, in the sense that you are going to have multiple disruptions like we've had for the past half decade, and we are learning to be and deal with that as a part of which used to be a variable, but now it's a fixed component, you know. So it's not a part of ceteris paribus anymore.
Right.
It comes in as a normal fixed issue, and manufacturing sector particularly and the service sector is learning to deal with it as, you know, one more department in their own organization. It's called the unpredictability department,
Right.
which it weighs into, you know, geopolitical issues, BRICS as it is. But, you know, BRICS, the policy that BRICS holds is not, you know, it's not an ideology anymore, it's a paralyzation. And it's not about creating another block, but it's about distribution, the distribution of logistics into sectors over the world. And that's what you'll see going on long term as the strength of BRICS keeps picking up year on year. And with our presidency, definitely this will be a point of, this will be on the agenda, that how do you put us up as a logistics superpower to control and support our friends.
It's also very interesting because with containers becoming more and more important, there is the BRICS presidency also comes in a sense of there being internal sensitivities between member nations as well. For example, we are talking about a sort of formalization of a BRICS unity, but containers, for example, China corners that market. So, and part of the reason why the government is pushing for a container scheme is to insulate India from any kind of risks that can happen from that kind of a monopoly. So, where do you see within the BRICS framework, it would also be sort of a zigzag conversation to have in terms of how you build that sort of solidarity, but also look to insulate yourself from the dominance of one of their member
I
nations.
think it's extremely clear that when you're doing something like this and these kind of schemes and policies that are coming into play, it's very simple that you're protecting your nation. You're protecting the interests of your, let's say, MSME sector, your manufacturers over here, and that everyone should understand that's absolutely fair to do. So, we can't keep always, bound down to, okay, no, we're not going to touch this because someone will get disturbed. But those countries go on and do the same thing. So I think now the call being taken is an extremely bold move, but it's extremely justified and it should go through like that.
Right.
So as we push towards Atmanirbharta, this is a motto that we've stuck throughout, and every country has the right to do this.
Right.
We're not really, there's no faux pas being done by having a scheme to promote the most important infrastructure in this kind of movement.
Right, right. Just final thoughts from everybody. Mr. Karu, I know you're in a hurry. How do you see resilience being built within the BRICS framework? What is one thing that India needs to ensure under this BRICS presidency to ensure that we have a resilient framework in what now seems to be the consensus in this room? There is no return to normal because there is no normal.
See, I'll again say we don't see this as a conflict. As far as trade and logistics, we should see as an operational challenge and be prepared for so coming it and make our system, be it the infrastructure, be it the service sector, everything, be prepared more resilience. That will build, be it a container manufacturing or ship manufacturing, that will definitely, the conflicts is also helping us to take that decisions, make it more resilient system and prepared for the next phase of the growth as well.
Right. Mr. Gupta, is there, Iran is a part of this, Iran is a part of BRICS as you mentioned, and just wanted to understand your final thoughts because I also asked Mr. Sriram this, there seem to be a lot of internal sensitivities within the BRICS as well. How difficult do you think it will be for India to navigate these challenges to build resilient supply chains, because between diplomatic efforts and everything, the supply chains are the physical manifestations, and that is the one that requires the most coordination and trust among member nations. How difficult do you think it's going to be for India?
I think the way to really do it is to keep the human angle of logistics and trade in mind. I remember I used to work in the power ministry, and we were doing village electrification, household electrification. There were 25 crore people who were not connected to electricity in 2014, and we connected every single one of them. I used to get a lot of letters that my house doesn't have electricity, please do something. And one day I got a letter from a father saying that my daughter cannot get married because the in-laws will not come to a dark house. And I had never thought of that facet of the lack of electrification. And of course I did what I could, and I ended up being the chief guest at that wedding later. But I would like all of you and the government to think about how better logistics will help that farmer get his produce to the market. How will a small business be able to benefit by exporting their goods through an efficient logistics chain? I think if India portrays that picture, I think it can go far in BRICS.
Right. Just final thoughts from everybody. Please keep it brief. I think I have already received word that we need to cut it out. All right, sure. I think we are, thank you for attending the discussion. We have reached a hard stop. There seemed to be some issue with the timer. At one point it was showing 30 minutes to us. So I kind of started navigating it that way. So I apologize for the sort of zigzag conversation that was happening towards the end. But it was wonderful having all of you here. Thank you for your very valuable insights. And I hope that we all here have understood a bit understood a bit more from their very expert insights on how India should navigate as supply chain resilience and logistics as far as its BRICS leadership is concerned. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our panelists, and may I request Mr. V.D. Murthy and Mr. Vikas Shekhar to please join us here on the stage in presenting the mementos. Apologies to our speakers and moderator to rushing up, because we have the session with the Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, who's going to be virtually joining us, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. So that's the reason of rushing up for the session. May I request Mr. Murthy and Mr. Vikas Shekhar to be kindly presenting the mementos. Thanking Mr. Sagar Kadu. Okay, I had the name of. Thanking Mr. Anuj Gupta. Appreciation to Mr. Rudra Shriram. Let's thank Ms. Zalata Antusheva. Thanking our moderator, Mr. Dhruv Vaksh Saha. Thanking now Mr. Rudra Shriram. We'll close with a group photograph of all the panelists and the moderator and the presenters. We close the session. And thank you to you. And may I request Mr. Kamal Narayan to please join us here on the stage as we express our deep regards to our special guest, Mr. Abhijit Sinha. May I request Mr. Abhijit Sinha to please join us. Mr. Abhijit Sinha. And also expression of thanks to our advisory board member, Mr. Aditya Shah.
Yes, yes. Please, go ahead, go ahead. Kamalji, you stay, please stay on the stage. You should be here. I just steal this 2 minutes opportunity to, exactly 2 minute opportunity to thank you for bringing all stakeholders of logistics together this year. This is the second edition. And trust me, it's not easy to get endorsement from Sri Nitin Gadkari in second year. We have been working from last 8 and 9 years. We have seen, because of projects, him getting involved with the projects and their inaugurations, but for a forum, for a public forum like you, it's a big round of applause what you have achieved into last 2 years. It's a wonderful, wonderful achievement. Yesterday we were speaking about Logistics Shakti, and I also assure each one of you that the time in which India has entered right now, it is very important to recalibrate, recharge, and redesign the way logistics perform in India. The time which you have seen in this previous session is very, very critical. And this summit is not ending here. I think we are again going to come back very soon in next 2 months at Net Zero Summit to talk about decarbonization in detail. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha, for pumping in that energy in the audience, and thank you for that encouragement. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to this very special session. As already said, we are going to be joined by Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, our Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways. और लॉजिस्टिक और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में एक क्रांतिकारी परिवर्तन के लिए यदि किसी एक नाम को श्रेय देना हो भारत में, तो वो श्री नितिन गडकरी जी का ही है. एक बहुत ही दूरदर्शी सोच वाले, तेज़ क्रियान्वयन वाले, and he personally ensures that work is done. So he has been a very smooth, but at the same time a little tough taskmaster also, ensuring that work is done on time. In fact, there have been projects which have finished and completed before time. So that's the kind of proactiveness he ensures. और उनके नेतृत्व में भारत का राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग नेटवर्क अब विश्व का सबसे बड़े नेटवर्क में शामिल हो चुका है. तो उनको he is going to be joining us shortly, but before that we would like to play a short video highlighting his work and his contribution towards nation building. If you can play the video, please.
There are followers, there are leaders, and then there are visionaries, taking people and society to where they ought to be, rather where they want to be, is what separates a visionary from a mere leader. This rare quality is what sets apart Nitin Gadkari, Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways. Born in 1957 into a free-thinking agricultural family, Nitin Gadkari, at heart, has always been a social worker inspired by the RSS founder KB Hedgewar's ideals of humanity and nation building. Taking off as a minister in the Public Works Department in 1995, Nitin Gadkari made groundbreaking changes in the Mumbai transportation system. 55 flyovers dotting the city have made commuting in Mumbai much easier than ever before. The foundation for the magnificent Bandra-Worli Sea Link was also readied during this time. The jewel in the crown of Maharashtra's first expressway, the world-class Pune-Mumbai Expressway, is also a futuristic project imagined and brought to fruition by Nitin Gadkari. His outstanding efforts, contributions, and leadership in the construction of highways and infrastructure in Maharashtra earned him a distinct reputation. He is fondly called the Flyover Man for his avid contribution to road connectivity. The then Prime Minister Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji was highly impressed by Gadkari ji's work. He offered him the responsibility of weaving a road network in the whole of rural India. Shri Nitin Gadkari ji was also appointed the chairman of the acclaimed Swarnim Chaturbhuj Yojana, or the Golden Quadrilateral. As India's current Minister of Road Transport and Highways, he has re-energized the whole sector with his clear vision. more than 51,000 kilometers of new national highways are notified and more than 76,500 kilometers of national highways are constructed in last 8 years. This is a mammoth achievement considering the requirement of huge funds and challenges around land acquisition. A 50% increase in the length of national highways in the last 8 years of the NDA government is a remarkable achievement. In the previous 8 years, the entire budgeted spending has increased 5.5 times, from INR 33,414 crore to INR 1.99 lakh crore. He has conceptualized the flagship Bharatmala program, under which 27 new greenfield access-controlled highways are being constructed with a capital outlay of 5 lakh crore rupees. Another 20 greenfield highways with total cost of 4 lakh crore rupees are being planned to be constructed in the next phase of Bharatmala. The road sector has served as a significant investment multiplier for the economy. The most noticeable examples of these endeavors have been signature projects like the new bridge over the mighty Brahmaputra or the east and west peripheral expressways, Narmada Bridge, 6 lanes expressway from Delhi to Meerut. For promoting religious tourism, Mr. Gadkari has started many projects running into lakhs of crores. These include Char Dham, Kailash Mansarovar, Palki Marg, Ramvan Gaman Marg, 84 Kosi Parikrama, and Buddha Circuit. As a sensitive and environment-conscious human, he made sure that the development projects in no way led to raising of trees and deforestation. He has proposed a tree bank policy and presented the same to Environment Ministry to bring accountability with regards to the cutting and planting of trees by infrastructure development authorities like NHAI, NHIDCL, Port Authority, Railways and Airport Authority. Introduction of fast tags proved to be a groundbreaking technology introduced by him that enabled faster movement of vehicles. The electronic toll collection program through fast tags helped save fuel and time and enabled seamless movement of traffic. Mr. Gadkari introduced the first ever vehicle scrapping policy, which proved to be a major boost to the fight against pollution. Unprecedented push for research and development in electric vehicles and usage of waste materials in highway construction resulted in cutting down costs and generating wealth out of waste materials. In addition, his department accomplished all of this while setting world records with regards to pace of construction. Some of the notable records are: the rate of highway construction is 37 kilometers per day. The greatest rate ever recorded in history. His ambition is to take it up to 60 kilometers per day. The Akola-Amravati highway, which broke the world record, and the majestic 3.4 kilometer long viaduct on Wardha Road, and constructing 75 kilometers single-lane bituminous concrete road in record time of 105 hours and 33 minutes are both the culmination of Shri Nitin Gadkari's innovative ideas. Laying of highest quantity of dense bitumen over road length of 50 km single lane in 100 hours at Delhi-Vadodara Expressway project in state of Gujarat. The initiatives were unprecedented in India and they justify a place in the Guinness Book. A recent world record was set by an Indian construction company when it built a 2.5 kilometer long 4-lane cement concrete road stretch of the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway in Vadodara in under 24 hours. At the Solapur-Bijapur portion of NH52, there is a record for constructing a 26 kilometer long single-lane bitumen road in under 21 hours. Similar to Bharatmala, the Shipping Ministry under Nitin Gadkari has launched Sagarmala Port and Coastal Zone Development Projects. As part of Sagarmala program, more than 800 projects costing over 6 lakh crore rupees have been identified for implementation during 2015-2035. The go-getter Nitin Gadkari took the initiative to build exclusive cruise terminals in 5 major ports: Mumbai, Mormugao, Mangalore, Cochin and Chennai. As a result of his endeavors, India now has its first domestic cruise service between Mumbai and Goa. With Nitin Gadkari taking charge, India's logistics sector is also going through a huge transformation. The inefficient point-to-point model is being shifted to hub-and-spoke model with multimodal connectivity. This multimodal transport system integrates railways, highways, inland waterways, and airports, conjuring a highly effective transportation grid, substantially reducing logistic costs and pollution. 35 multimodal logistic parks, 50 economic corridors, and 10 intermodal stations are being readied for the monumental effort. Logistics summits with international participants, including government organizations and the World Bank, have resulted in signing 34 MOUs worth 2 lakh crore rupees. The single point objective is to bring logistics cost to GDP at single digit from current 14%. Among his other endeavors, unprecedented progress is evident in port industrialization, national water highway traffic, jetties for coastal tourism, Ganga Yamuna cleaning, innovative fundraising models, asset monetization project, toll, operate, transfer. During his tenure as the Union Minister of Water Resources and Ganga Rejuvenation, the monumental Namami Gange project, which carried out activities like sewage management, biodiversity conservation, afforestation, Ganga Gram, industrial effluent management, water quality monitoring, and rural sanitation, led to adequate flow of water, improved efficiency of surface irrigation, and increased water use efficiency. Under the project, more than 200 schemes involving sewerage infrastructure, riverfront development, ghat cleaning, and biodiversity were undertaken, and few were completed before the timeline. In addition to the Transport and Shipping Ministry, Gadkari did a commendable job as an MSME minister. During his tenure, he took a historic decision of redefining MSME. Any enterprise with an investment of 1 crore rupees and turnover of 5 crore rupees is termed as micro enterprise. The inspirational leader has gone all the way to promote entrepreneurship, helping rural youth to adopt khadi as a means of self-employment. Another feather in his cap is the introduction of online, paperless and transparent MSME registration process. His brainchild, Jal Kranti Buldhana pattern of water conservation, has won a global award. Jal Kranti, now being implemented in 283 villages, is credited for changing the economy of these villages. Shri Narendra Modi, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, is changing India's water conservation and reservoirs landscape through Mission Amrit Sarovar. Under the mission, 75 Amrit Sarovars would be created in every district of India, taking the total number to about 90,000 as on date. Mr. Gadkari envisioned water conservation through the construction of highways. Gadkari believes that such innovative measures would bring down the project cost and help many others. Recently, the SOP issued in August 2022 from Environment Ministry on extraction of earth for linear projects like roads or pipelines has recommended the Amrit Sarovar model. Nitin Gadkari ji has received honorary degree of Doctor of Science from Dr. Savitribai Phule Krishi Vidyapeeth and Punjab Rao Deshmukh Krishi Vidyapeeth in recognition of his admirable contributions. Nitin Gadkari is also driving the initiative on alternative and sustainable construction materials. He has been encouraging the use of modified bitumen made by mixing waste rubber and waste plastic. He is also exploring new technologies like white topping for roads in urban high rainfall areas. Such technologies will reduce the operations and maintenance cost of the road, and commuters will be benefited with all-season good quality roads. Nitin Gadkari is on a mission to connect our mountains through ropeways. Ropeways have emerged as the preferred mode of transportation to provide first and last mile connectivity in hilly areas to help decongest the urban areas. The ropeway of Kedarnath would be one of its kind, which would be developed at 11,755 feet above the sea level. On national highways, 110 tunnels with length of 295 kilometers and total outlay of 2 lakh crore rupees are under different stages of execution. Zojila Tunnel is an engineering marvel and has a huge potential to become Davos of India. First Emergency Landing Facility ELF has been inaugurated on NH 925 at Barmer of Rajasthan. Gadkari ji is introducing flex engines which will run on 100% ethanol, directly providing additional income to farmers and the agricultural sector. To help reduce India's massive crude oil import bill, he is working to strengthen the ecosystem for alternative fuels such as ethanol, methanol, and others that can be made from domestically available resources. India's first of its kind CNG-run tractor was his brainchild. It has proved to be farmer-friendly, cost-effective, and helpful in reducing air pollution. Gadkari ji has introduced the green hydrogen car, which runs on energy created from hydrogen as part of the ambitious Atmanirbhar Yojana launched by the Government of India. Introduction of the first flex fuel strong hybrid electric vehicle was made possible by Nitin Gadkari's unwavering commitment. Flexible fuels such as gasoline and or ethanol can be used to power flex fuel vehicles. These cars can run on fuel that has more than 20% ethanol mix. Flex fuel strong hybrid electric cars are also electric vehicles, EVs, in addition to operating on a flexible fuel model. The city of Nagpur is the first city to explore alternative biofuels for transport. These include bio-CNG buses and bio-BLNG trucks. The minister has launched several development schemes in the city of his birth. Nagpur became the first city in India to have a multi-layered transportation system, world-class infrastructure, and world-class traffic management. The Union Transport Minister has several tourist attractions in mind for the Futala area of the city, such as a high-class floating musical fountain, flower garden. The musical fountain show was the first of its kind in the city. Legendary A.R. Rahman composed the music, while the commentary was by Gulzar. Megastar Amitabh Bachchan and Nana Patekar were also part of the event. These programs aim to develop tourism in the city and also provide higher paying job opportunities to Nagpur's youth. Another brainchild of this progressive and visionary leader is the Nagpur Broad Gauge Metro. The project, with a network of 4 suburban rail lines, is a regional rapid transit system that proposes to boost up the connectivity of Nagpur with nearby towns and offer a modern, comfortable railway system to commuters. He plans to digitize Panchgaon, a hamlet he adopted under the Sansad Adarsh Gram Yojana. In the Vidarbha area, Gadkari has also completed a number of social welfare initiatives. A prime example of women's empowerment among impoverished communities is the Rural Women Self-Help Initiative that was launched under his inspiring guidance. It enables women from the villages to weave carpets out of scrap fabric. To generate long-term local employment, the Union Minister introduced Khadi Prakritik Paint, a paint derived from cow excrement in 2021. The technique aims to increase the usage of cow excrement for making environmentally beneficial products. In addition, the product is supposed to help keep the environment clean and bring in more money for farmers. When all industries were shut during the pandemic, Mr. Gadkari was standing with his countrymen. He conducted webinars and 2,000 plus video conferences during this time. His quick decision-making in procuring oxygen PPE kits helped those affected by the deadly virus. He generously donated ambulances to NGOs, helped to set up oxygen plants, factory to make remdesivir injections and injections for mucormycosis. Thus, by showcasing strong leadership and taking quick decisions, he handled COVID situation effectively. Organizing over 1,500 successful heart surgeries is another stupendous achievement of this warm-hearted good doer. Under the Rashtriya Vayoshri Yojana and Assistant to Disabled Person ADIP, we had conducted screening camp for senior citizens and disabled persons respectively. After the screening, 36,000 beneficiaries were distributed 2,71,000 assistive devices, 29,000 beneficiaries from Nagpur city and 7,000 beneficiaries from Nagpur rural. His affable nature goes beyond everyday personal equations as he continues to transmit his radiance and ideas to every individual or organization with his unmatched zeal. Gifted with an ability to dream seemingly impossible dreams and get them to fruition also defines this visionary. Nitin Gadkari shines as one of modern India's pioneering leaders, and his work is a template for the coming generations. Nitin Jairam Gadkari would always be known as the infrastructure man of India.
तो देवी सजनों, भारत के लॉजिस्टिक और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को एक नई उड़ान और पहचान देने वाले और भारत के लिए रोड्स टू प्रॉस्पेरिटी, शिप वेज एंड रोप वेज टू प्रॉस्पेरिटी को डिफाइन करने वाले, वेस्ट टू वेल्थ को कन्वर्ट करने वाले और अन्नदाता को एक ऊर्जा दाता बनाने वाले श्री नितिन गडकरी जी का हम हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं। उनका स्वागत करने के लिए मैं यहाँ पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ श्री कमल नारायण ओमर जी को, को फाउंडर लॉजिस्टिक्स शक्ति, उनके स्वागत उद्बोधन के लिए।
नमस्कार माननीय मंत्री जी, आपका लॉजिस्टिक्स शक्ति के इस परिवार में तहे दिल से स्वागत है। अब आपकी पहचान बताने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, आपका काम बोलता है। और जो अभी वीडियो हमने देखा उसने ये और भी हमारे दिल में इस थॉट को, इस कॉन्फिडेंस को मजबूत कर दिया है कि भारत का जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट और ग्रोथ है वो सबसे मजबूत हाथों में है। ये रोड जो आपने बनाए हैं पिछले एक दशक में, ये न सिर्फ ग्रोथ और प्रोग्रेस को तेज़ी दे रहे हैं, हमें विकसित भारत की ओर आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, बल्कि उन तमाम सेक्टर्स में भी इम्पैक्ट कर रहे हैं। वो पेशेंट्स को हॉस्पिटल में जल्दी पहुंचने, फूड को घरों तक पहुंचने, किसान की उपज को बाज़ारों तक पहुंचने और भारत की उत्पाद को पूरे वर्ल्ड में पहुंचने में हेल्प कर रहा है। आपको रोड हाईवे मैन ऑफ इंडिया, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ऑफ मैन ऑफ इंडिया, मैं कहूँगा एक्सप्रेस मोबिलिटी मैन ऑफ इंडिया भी हैं, जो ना सिर्फ हाईवेज, एक्सप्रेसवेज, बस पहाड़ों में, नदियों में, हर जगह मोबिलिटी को सहारा दे रहे हैं, आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। और यही नहीं, मैं ये भी कहूँगा कि आप न सिर्फ मोबिलिटी मैन हैं बल्कि मोस्ट इम्पैक्टफुल सस्टेनेबिलिटी लीडर ऑफ इंडिया है, जिसने जब प्रोग्रेस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को न सिर्फ एक गति दी है बल्कि अपनी नेट जीरो की जो मुहिम है, जो सस्टेनेबिलिटी की मुहिम है, उसको भी पूरी उतनी ही शिद्दत के साथ जो है वो किया है, मजबूत किया है और उसको आगे बढ़ाया है। अब आगे ज़्यादा समय न लेते हुए, आप हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, तो मैं चाहूँगा कि आप अपने विज़न को, जिस विज़न को आप पिछले दशक में इम्प्लीमेंट करते रहे हैं, कैसे लॉजिस्टिक शक्ति का ये परिवार, लॉजिस्टिक इंडस्ट्री आपके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला करके, आपके पीछे चल करके अपने इस देश को विकसित भारत की ओर आगे ले जा सकती है। माननीय मंत्री जी।
नमस्कार, co-founder of Logistics Shakti, उपस्थित सभी respectable dignitaries and dear friends. First of all, I am giving my special best You are the architect of this global story. भारत को अगर ग्लोबल पावर बनना है तो लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट को कम करना है। आप सबको पता होगा कि प्रेजेंटली द लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट इन यूरोपियन कंट्रीज एंड यूएसए इज 10%, in China it is 8 to 10%, and India it is 14 to 16%. just 4 महीने पहले IIM बेंगलोर, IIT कानपुर और IIT चेन्नई का रिपोर्ट आया है, उसमें से रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में जो विकास हुआ है उसके कारण हमारी लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट 5 से 6% कम हुई है, ऐसा उन्होंने इंडिकेट किया है। और मुझे विश्वास है कि रोड सेक्टर अच्छा बनेगा, रेलवे में काफ़ी सुधार हो गए हैं, वाटर ट्रांसपोर्ट का ज़्यादा उपयोग होगा और उसके साथ साथ फ्यूल, अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल और बायो फ्यूल का उपयोग होगा। तो निश्चित रूप से आने वाले समय में हम वर्ल्ड में सबसे सस्ती कम लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट का टारगेट पूरा कर सकेंगे। और मुझे विश्वास है कि आने वाले दिनों में हम सब जो प्रयास कर रहे हैं उसके कारण हम सिंगल डिजिट 9% पे आएंगे। और ये आज पर द रिसेंट रिपोर्ट पब्लिश बाय DPIIT उन्होंने भी कहा है। लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट अगर कम होगी तो हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, हमारी एग्रीकल्चर वायबल बनेगी, एक्सपोर्ट कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस आएगा, एमएसएमई जो है वो प्रॉफिटेबल होगी क्योंकि उसके लिए नया मार्केट खुलेगा, एम्प्लॉयमेंट पोटेंशियल बढ़ेगा और परचेसिंग पावर जो लोगों की है उसमें लगातार बढ़ोतरी होगी, हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था मजबूत होगी और पर कैपिटा इनकम और जीवन स्तर भी बढ़ाने के लिए इसका उपयोग होगा। मैं ये मानता हूँ कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इज द बैकबोन ऑफ आवर इकोनॉमी और मैं मानता हूँ कि भारत की इकोनॉमी का फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मानते हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि जो IIM बेंगलोर, IIT कानपुर, IIT मद्रास की स्टडीज कहती है कि एनएच में 100 रुपए का इन्वेस्टमेंट अगर करते हैं नेशनल हाईवे में तो 321 रुपीस का GDP का इम्पैक्ट होता है और उसके कारण दूरी भी कम होती है। कच्चा माल खरीदने के लिए लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट में 3% की कमी होती है और कारखाने से ग्राहक लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट में 1.33% की कमी होती है और माल वहन का समय भी 5.2% और दूरी से 3.2% की कमी आई है। मैं आपको पता होगा, मालूम नहीं होगा, मैंने दिल्ली से देहरादून रोड का शुभारंभ किया है, जहाँ उस समय 9 घंटे लगते थे, आप आसानी से 2-2.5 घंटे में जा सकते हैं। उसके कारण टूरिज्म बढ़ा है। जैसे टूरिज्म ऐसा सेक्टर है कि जहाँ 49% कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट एम्प्लॉयमेंट पोटेंशियल पर खर्चा होती है और इससे हमारी इंडस्ट्रियल ग्रोथ में, एग्रीकल्चर ग्रोथ में, सर्विस सेक्टर की ग्रोथ में हमारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की भूमिका बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इन्वेस्टमेंट बड़े प्रमाण पर लोग निश्चित रूप से कर रहे हैं। हमारे यहाँ NHI में मैं अक्सर कहता हूँ कि हमारे पास पैसे की कोई कमी नहीं है। अभी हम इनविट मॉल में गए थे तो जो लड़ाई चल रही थी ईरान और इसराइल में, ये सब वॉर का माहौल था, तो मुझे लगा कि अब हमारे वॉर का क्या होगा। पर उस स्थिति में भी जब लड़ाई चरम सीमा पर थी तो हमारा बॉन्ड इशू 7 टाइम्स ओवर सब्सक्राइब हुआ। इसका मतलब इसके लिए बहुत बड़े प्रमाण पर हमारे लोगों का विश्वास हमारे साथ जुड़ा हुआ है और इसीलिए हमारा लक्ष्य है लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट को कम करना, ट्रैवल टाइम को कम करना और मेंटेन क्वालिटी रोड की, जीरो पॉटहोल्स, ताकि इसमें हमारी ट्रांसपोर्ट में भी और हमारी जो ट्रैवलर्स जाते हैं, पर्यटक जाते हैं, उनको सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट के साथ सुविधाएं मिले। सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट को प्रमोट करना हमारा उद्देश्य है और रोड को सेफर करना और इसीलिए हमने अपनी एक्सीडेंट अगर होते हैं तो राहत की योजना लाई है। ये एक्सीडेंट में अगर कोई भी अगर एक्सीडेंट होता है, कोई व्यक्ति उसकी मदद करके उसको हॉस्पिटल पहुंचाता है, तो उस व्यक्ति को हम लोग राहत घोषित करेंगे और 25,000 रुपये का अवार्ड देंगे। और जो एक्सीडेंट विक्टिम्स हैं उनको अगर हॉस्पिटल में पहुंचा है तो एम का रिपोर्ट है कि हमको 50,000 लोगों की मृत्यु होती है जो हमको रोड पर हो जाती है, तो उसमें से हम उनके बहुत से लोगों की जान बचा सकते हैं। और इसलिए टीम राहत में हमने एक नई स्कीम खोली है, 7 दिन का खर्चा मिनिमम 1.5 लाख रुपये हम देंगे। हम हाई स्पीड कॉरिडोर्स टनल्स बना रहे हैं, रोड वे, केबल कार, पोर्ट कनेक्टिविटी को प्राधान्य दे रहे हैं और लॉजिस्टिक को फ्यूचर के हिसाब से हम उसको दिशा देने की कोशिश भी कर रहे हैं, तो लगातार हमारी प्रोडक्टिविटी को बढ़ाएगा। तो टोल नाके पर आपको रुकना पड़ता था, हमने बैरियर फ्री टोलिंग सिस्टम हम लाई है। इस साल दिसंबर तक आप 70-80 के स्पीड से निकल जाओगे, आपको कोई टोल नाके पर रुकने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। उसका कैमरा में फोटो निकलेगा, ऑटोमेटिक जितना डिस्टेंस आपने ट्रैवल किया है उतना पैसा आपके बैंक अकाउंट से निकल कर हमारे अकाउंट में जमा होगा। तो इसके लिए ट्रांसपेरेंट, टाइम बाउंड, रिजल्ट ओरिएंटेड और टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करके ये बैरियर टोलिंग सिस्टम आपका समय बचेगी, फ्यूल बचेगी और लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट को भी कम करेगी। इंटेलिजेंट ट्रैफिक सिस्टम को भी हमने दिया था, उसको भी इम्प्लीमेंट हम कर रहे हैं। ईवी चार्जिंग के कैटलॉग्स बना रहे और इसके साथ साथ इकोलॉजी एंड एनवायरनमेंट को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए हम प्लास्टिक वेस्ट, बायो बिटुमेन, यूज रबर टायर की पाउडर, उसके साथ बायो बिटुमेन के साथ फ्लैश, इन सब का उपयोग हम रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन में कर रहे हैं। प्रीकास्ट की टेक्नोलॉजी को हमने मैंडेटरी किया है ताकि हम अच्छे क्वालिटी के रोड आप सबको दे सकें। हमारे ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री में हमने भारत इंडिया का रेटिंग शुरू किया, स्टार रेटिंग। हमारी ट्रक, हमारी बसेस का नया कोड लाया, ट्रक के लिए नया कोड लाया, कार के लिए लाया। हम इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड और पैरामीटर के बराबर रहेंगे, जिसके कारण फ्यूल इफिशिएंसी के साथ साथ हमने रोड सुरक्षा का भी विचार किया है। ये जो पहले प्लानिंग साइलोज में होता था, अब उसको इंटीग्रेटेड प्लानिंग में हम प्लानिंग भी कर रहे हैं। पीएम गति शक्ति योजना की योजना के साथ इंटीग्रेटेड, डिजिटल और साइंटिफिक हो चुकी है। और जो 3 इम्पोर्टेंट सीज है, कोऑर्डिनेशन, कोऑपरेशन एंड कोलैबोरेशन एंड कम्युनिकेशन बिटवीन द स्टेक होल्डर्स, ये हम लोग इसके तरफ विशेष ध्यान दे रहे हैं। साइलो में काम करने की पद्धति हटाएगी, क्योंकि कोऑपरेशन, कोऑर्डिनेशन के कारण हम इस कमी को दूर करेंगे, डुप्लीकेशन को खत्म करेंगे और सब प्रकार के क्लियरेंस तेजी से मिले ताकि वो भी टाइम बाउंड हो और उसमें टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग हो। ये भी हमारा प्रयास है। एमएमएलपी में केवल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट नहीं है, ये सप्लाई चेन को रिडिफाइन करने वाला ग्रुप इंजन है। भारत में हम 35 एमएमएलपी करीब 1 लाख करोड़ के डेवलप कर रहे हैं और जिससे सिंपलेस्ट कार्गो मूवमेंट, लॉजिस्टिक बॉटलनेक्स काफी हद तक कम हो जाएंगे, वेयरहाउसिंग प्लस कोल्ड चेन प्लस कनेक्टिविटी कॉस्ट में कमी और एफिशिएंसी ज़्यादा बढ़ेगी। मुझे विश्वास है कि निश्चित रूप से हमारी जो विजन है वो ग्लोबल लॉजिस्टिक हब बनाने की है। विशेष रूप से हमारी पोर्ट्स, हमारी वाटरवेज, हमारी रेलवे, हमारा एविएशन और नेशनल हाईवे, इसको इंडस्ट्रियल क्लस्टर से, टूरिज्म के क्लस्टर से, माइनिंग एरिया से जोड़कर हम कैसे इसमें सुविधाजनक परिस्थितियां निर्माण कर सकते हैं, ये हमारा प्रयास है और इसको एफिशिएंट बनाने की हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ऐसी जो लोकेशन है उसको लॉजिस्टिक हब के रूप में विकसित कर रहे हैं और ये जो मल्टीमोडल कनेक्टिविटी है, जिसमें हाईवे, रेलवे, पोर्ट्स, एयरपोर्ट्स, रोडवेज, टनल्स, इसका सबका समन्वय गति शक्ति में किया है। इसके साथ साथ मैं आपको एक बात कहना चाहूँगा कि फॉसिल फ्यूल हम 23 लाख करोड़ का हमारा हर साल का इम्पोर्ट है। अभी फिलहाल जो लड़ाई उसके कारण में कैसे तकलीफें आई, इसका अनुभव आप सब लोगों ने किया है और इसलिए आने वाले समय में हमें अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल और बायो फ्यूल का उपयोग करना होगा। अभी हम लोग कार में इलेक्ट्रिक, टू व्हीलर, थ्री व्हीलर में इलेक्ट्रिक पॉपुलर हो गई है, उसका काफ़ी मार्केट बढ़ चुका है, 50-60% बढ़ चुका है, हर साल बढ़ रहा है। लिथियम आयन बैटरी जो एक समय $150 पर किलोवाट थी, वो अब $55 पर किलोवाट पर आ रही है। पहले इलेक्ट्रिक के ट्रक है जिसमें फ्लैशिंग चार्जिंग सिस्टम है, स्वैपिंग बैटरी की सिस्टम है, वो भी सक्सेसफुली इम्प्लीमेंट हो रही है। और इसमें आने वाले समय में हमें अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल और बायो फ्यूल का विचार करना होगा। हाइड्रोजन इज द फ्यूल ऑफ फ्यूचर। हम 10 फ्रूट देश में ऐसे हैं कि जिसमें हम हाइड्रोजन का उपयोग कर रहे हैं और टाटा ने 3 ट्रक, इसमें से 2 हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल सेल पर एक और 2 ऐसी इंजन पर हाइड्रोजन डालकर चला है। बाकी भी कंपनियों ने ये ट्रक बना दिए, बसेस भी बनी हुई हैं और आने वाले समय हाइड्रोजन हमारा भविष्य का फ्यूल है। आज हम ऊर्जा को आयात करने वाला देश है और हाइड्रोजन के विकसित होने के बाद हम ऊर्जा को निर्यात करने वाला देश बनने की क्षमता हमारे देश में है। और इसलिए मेरा विश्वास है कि फ्यूल के बारे में भी सोचना गंभीरता से, ये लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट को बचाने के लिए बहुत आवश्यक है। नए नए टेक्नोलॉजी को हमको स्वीकार करना है, पीपीपी और प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट को इंकरेज करना है। और मुझे विश्वास है कि मैं आपको ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि अगर हमने लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट को इम्प्रूवमेंट किया तो हमारी ग्रोथ और बढ़ेगी, जीडीपी ग्रोथ बढ़ेगी, एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, इंडस्ट्रियल क्लस्टर्स अच्छे तरह विकसित होंगे, एमएसएमई और एग्रीकल्चर को फायदा होगा, टूरिज्म को बूस्ट किया जाएगा और उसके कारण देश का भविष्य बदलेगा। और प्रधानमंत्री जी का और सबका जो सपना है कि हमें विश्वगुरु बनना है, हम निश्चित रूप से इसमें कामयाब होंगे। और इसलिए मैं आपको कहूँगा कि इनोवेशन को प्राथमिकता दीजिए, इन्वेस्ट करिए इस क्षेत्र में और उसको इंटीग्रेट करिए। ये सब तीनों बातों का उपयोग करके इस सेक्टर में क्वालिटेटिव रिफॉर्म करना, इस सेक्टर को कॉस्ट इकोनॉमिक्स के साथ कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव बनाना और इसमें टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करके इफिशिएंसी को बढ़ाना, यही विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य में हम सब का प्रमुख लक्ष्य है। मुझे विश्वास है कि इस क्षेत्र में आपकी कॉन्फ्रेंस आपको नई विजन देगी, नई दिशा देगी। मैं अक्सर एक बात दोहराता हूँ कि यू कैन डोनेट आज बट यू कैन नॉट डोनेट विजन। फ्यूचरिस्टिक विजन, फ्यूचरिस्टिक अप्रोप्रिएट विजन फॉर द फ्यूचर इज द नीड ऑफ आवर कंट्री। और आपका इस प्रकार का ये कन्वेंशन, आप सबका विचारों का मंथन हम सबको एक उद्दिष्ट की ओर, एक दिशा की ओर ले जाने के लिए प्रेरित करेगा, ये मेरा विश्वास है। मैं फिर से एक बार कॉन्फ्रेंस में आए हुए सभी लोगों को हृदय से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और शुभेच्छाएं देता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
माननीय मंत्री जी, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। लॉजिस्टिक्स शक्ति का ध्येय है कोलैबोरेशन, सेलिब्रेशन फॉर ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन ऑफ लॉजिस्टिक्स इंडस्ट्री। आपने ये हमें समय दिया, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा आप सभी लोगों से एक बार स्टैंडिंग ओवेशन के साथ सर का स्वागत करें। और आपका इसी तरीके से हमें सहयोग मिलता रहेगा और हम आगे बढ़ते रहेंगे। और ये पूरी लॉजिस्टिक इंडस्ट्री आपको एक राजनेता के अलावा एक बहुत बड़े इनोवेटिव एंटरप्रेन्योर के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से भी आपकी बहुत बड़ी फैन है। थैंक यू सर। थैंक यू।
माननीय मंत्री जी का पुनः बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत के सतत सुरक्षित, समावेशी, ग्लोबली कॉम्पिटिटिव और एक फ्यूचर रेडी विकास की तरफ उन्होंने अपनी जो सोच और दूरदृष्टि हमारे साथ साझा की, उसके लिए विशेष आभार, धन्यवाद। Ladies and gentlemen, we have amidst us Mr. N. Ganapati Subramaniam, the chairman and the board member of Tata Elxsi Tata Group, who is a veteran leader having decades of experience in engineering design and digital innovation. He has been instrumental in shaping the next generation technical solutions across industries. As we thank him for his presence here, I would like to first invite here the co-founders, Mr. Amit Shankar, Mr. Prem Prakash, and also Mr. Kamal Narayan to please join us here on the stage. And then I invite Mr. N. Ganapati Subramaniam ji to please join us, and we extend our deep felt regards, gratitude, appreciation, thanking him for his presence here. His presence itself stands extremely motivating and inspiring. We would also like to hear from him a few words of wisdom and encouragement and inspiration and futuristic vision for the logistics sector. But right now, thanking him by extending him a floral welcome, according him a floral welcome. और अब मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर एन सुब्रमण्यम जी को इस सभा को संबोधित करने के लिए.
Good afternoon, everyone, and this is completely out of syllabus for me, and it's a pleasure to be here. And after listening to Honorable Minister, I don't think that there is anything to add, and I'll be carrying coal to Newcastle if I have to add anything to what Honorable Minister has said. So at the outset, having said that, I think I've been asked to say a few words. I'll be very brief. So let me at the outset compliment all of you for deliberating the future in the logistics segment. I think, as the Honorable Minister said, I think the logistics sector is the backbone of the Indian economy, or I would say global economy. And what has been accomplished by all of you through Logistics 1.0 and 2.0 and now 3.0 has been stupendous. And again, congratulations to all of you to have come together to create a shared vision for the future. The Logistics 3.0 is largely, or why largely, I think it will be predominantly driven by technology, and you have all been already embracing good amount of technology, be it IoT enabled solutions, and be it a shared infrastructure or digital platforms, digitization of many of the processes and interactions that you have with the various stakeholders, tracking of shipments. Many of these things are already in place. I'll just share one or two aspects related to artificial intelligence, which you may consider. Artificial intelligence is probably the most often, most used phrase, and it's come to a stage where everyone thinks that AI is the solution for anything and everything, right? And rightly so, because it seems to be creating the impact that it is creating. But my own impression when I look at the industry, I mean, I'm not just the logistics sector, but across many verticals, everyone looks at it from a perspective of creating automation or efficiency, and how do I really reduce my costs using artificial intelligence. I think that's probably the easiest low-hanging fruits, and I'm not blaming anyone for going after that particular dimension of it. But I just want to share one or two examples of how it can create exponential value for the industry. A couple of years ago, I had the opportunity of talking to one of the largest shipping firms. And we were discussing about artificial intelligence. I just broached this idea, saying that, look, let's not look at creating efficiencies, but can we create an exponential value? If we have to create an exponential value, what is it that we can do? Then I asked them that, look, tell me one parameter, if I am able to predict it correctly using artificial intelligence, that will create exponential value for you in your business. So he thought about it for a few minutes, and then he said that if you can predict the price of the container, let's say 6 months now or 1 year from now, what would be the price of the container in Canada or in China or in this place? If you can predict that, then I think I can make a killing. I can really make a lot of money. So then we delved some more information on that, and then collected a whole lot of data. I think their organization was extremely supportive to us. We built a model by which, we were able to predict that value, right? And when the industry went through a downturn, he called me and he said that, look, thanks to your technology, I am the only shipping company now which is in profit. Right. So I would urge you to look at, what is that business parameter in your respective business, which, if predicted correctly, which will create exponential value for you and for your customers. If that can be thought through, then artificial intelligence can definitely help in predicting that. Likewise, for one of the Malaysian refineries, see, they are into wholesale, retail, everything. So they wanted to know, I asked them the same question, and then they said that, look, if you can predict me the price of the crude and the logistics cost that it will take for me to bring that crude to Malaysia, then I can price my retail product appropriately. Similar exercise was carried out, and I think artificial intelligence has a power to improve just not the efficiency, but can create exponential value. So on that thought, I thought that, I will once again compliment all of you in deliberating the future of logistics, and wish you all the best for the future. And there's no doubt that logistics is the backbone of the economic growth that we are seeing, and you will continue to be a pillar for the country's journey towards Viksit Bharat, right? So thank you for inviting me and giving me this opportunity. It's an absolute pleasure. Namaskar.
Thank you, Mr. Subramaniam, for those words of wisdom and guidance. From efficiencies to exponential values, that is where AI can be leveraged for predictive analysis. Thank you very much, sir, for guiding us. And ladies and gentlemen, before we break for lunch, we have a partner presentation. And I invite Mr. Makran Nikam, the Delivery Head, Strategy and Operation of Verso Altima, who are emerging players in the logistic and the supply chain space, focused on delivering integrated technology-driven solutions for modern business needs.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. I know everybody is waiting for the lunch, so let me make it a bit quick. So yeah, myself, Makaranda Nikam, I am acting as a Chief Strategy Officer at Verso Altima India. Verso Altima India, if we talk about Yeah, so Verso Ultima India is a leading digital transformation company which is doing the innovations across more than 10 plus verticals, and logistics and supply chain management is one of them. So what I'm going to discuss here today is how Verso Ultima India is utilizing the digital transformation using SAP solutions. Okay, and what value adds we are doing into the logistic industries. So let me try to cover it up quickly. So before getting into the solutions, let us talk about what are the issues or the challenges that logistics is facing right now. I know since morning we are dealing with the same kind of context, but let me take you through immediately through that. So the key parameters that holding back the logistics as of today is revenue leakage and complex billing. So nowadays, as we getting into the situations where customer expectations is going high, the pricing models are also
What if your existing security cameras could do more than just watch? What if they could think, analyze, and alert you to potential threats in real time? Managing multiple security cameras across we make what you have smarter. Monitor crowd density and receive instant alerts during unexpected gatherings. Detect falls, fire, and smoke instantly, enabling rapid emergency response. From perimeter intrusion to facial recognition and license plate tracking, IntelliSense keeps you one step ahead. Identify traffic congestion and unusual behavior patterns automatically. With our flexible cloud-based subscription, start small and scale as needed. Pay only for the features you use, when you use them. Transform your surveillance into intelligence. Contact IntelliSense today. What if your existing security cameras could do more than just watch? What if they could think, analyze, and alert you to potential threats in real time? Managing multiple security cameras across locations is challenging. Important events are missed, threats go unnoticed, and your investment in existing infrastructure feels underutilized. Introducing IntelliSense, the intelligent video monitoring system that transforms your cameras into smart AI sensors. No need to replace your current setup. We make what you have smarter. Monitor crowd density and receive instant alerts during unexpected gatherings. Detect falls, fire, and smoke instantly. Watch. What if they could think, analyze, and alert you to potential threats in real time? Managing multiple security cameras across locations is challenging. Important events are missed, threats go unnoticed, and your investment in existing infrastructure feels underutilized. Introducing IntelliSense, the intelligent video monitoring system that transforms your cameras into smart AI sensors. No need to replace your current setup. We make what you have smarter. Monitor crowd density and receive instant alerts during unexpected gatherings. Detect falls, fire, and smoke instantly, enabling rapid emergency response. From perimeter intrusion to facial recognition and license plate tracking, IntelliSense keeps you one step ahead. Identify traffic congestion and unusual behavior patterns automatically. With our flexible cloud-based subscription, start small and scale as needed. Pay only for the features you use when you use them. Transform your surveillance into intelligence. Contact IntelliSense today. What if your existing security cameras could do more than just watch? What if they could think, analyze, and alert you to potential threats in real time? Managing multiple security cameras across locations is challenging. Important events are missed, threats go unnoticed, and your investment in existing infrastructure feels underutilized. Introducing IntelliSense, the intelligent video monitoring system that transforms your cameras into smart AI sensors. No need to replace your current setup. We make what you have smarter. Monitor crowd density and receive instant alerts during unexpected gatherings. Detect falls, fire, and smoke instantly, enabling rapid emergency response. From perimeter intrusion to facial recognition and license plate tracking, IntelliSense keeps you one step ahead. Identify traffic congestion and unusual behavior patterns automatically. With our flexible cloud-based subscription, start small and scale as needed. Pay only for the features you use when you use them. Transform your surveillance into intelligence. Contact IntelliSense today.
ऐ भारत हम चल पड़े किस जुनून किस शान से ऐ भारत हम चल पड़े किस जुनून किस शान से जन्नत नुमा कश्मीर से आसाम के बागान से दिल्ली का लहड़पन लिए यूपी के खलिहान से महाराष्ट्र से गुजरात से कर्नाटक से राजस्थान से तब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से जय हो राम हो प्रवाह हो नभ हो नवीन हो देश हो विदेश हो जगे हो जब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से जय हो जब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से
जेके टायर देश का टायर
Managing contract workforce shouldn't feel like chaos, but disconnected teams, manual processes, compliance risks make things complicated.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start with the post-lunch session. May I request people who've had their lunch to be taking their seats. People still having their lunch, आप लोग पीछे की तरफ खड़े होके या अपने टेबल्स पर बैठ के खाना खा सकते हैं. We are going to be starting with this session. And this is the session on greening the supply chain, the road to net zero, logistic, green, clean and future-ready logistics. We all know, and we have been talking since morning, that as we are talking about building this vibrant logistic ecosystem, one of the major element in it is sustainability. As Honorable Prime Minister also has reflected number of times, and we had heard Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, जब हम प्रगति की बात कर रहे हैं साथ साथ प्रकृति के संरक्षण की भी बात कर रहे हैं. We're talking about growth along with sustainability. And that is where, as Shri Nitin Gadkari ji had also pointed out and had mentioned, that we need to focus on innovations, technology, and alternate fuels. If we are talking about not only efficiency, but at the same time, the greening of our logistics sector. So this is a session which is going to be speaking about responsible growth of the logistics sector, environmentally responsible growth of the sector, building a sustainable logistic ecosystem through EV fleets, alternative fuels like hydrogen, and Shri Nitin Gadkari ji had mentioned about hydrogen is going to be the fuel of the future, which is of course going to be reducing the cost also, and at the same time it's going to be greening the entire transportation system and the logistics system. We are going to be also discussing the renewable powered warehouses and the low carbon freight solutions. So we take these discussions forward. As the stage is being set, I'll just quickly introduce our moderator and the speakers and then request him to kindly be joining us as India moves on the energy transition and decarbonization pathway, standing committed towards its net zero target of 2070. We take these discussions with our speaker, the session being moderated by Ms. Shweta Goyla, the Associate Vice President Strategy at Safe Express Private Limited, wherein she drives the strategic planning, business transformation, and growth initiatives across the organization through data-driven and policy-aligned strategies. May I request Shweta, because the stage stands, if you can be seated that side, you're going to be able to face everyone. Inviting panelists, Mr. Jay Scheller, the CMO Blue Energy. He's a marketing leader shaping brand and growth strategies in the evolving energy and sustainability space. Mr. Mubarak Khan, the Chief Commercial Officer, Hindustan Zinc, a seasoned commercial strategist with deep expertise in driving business growth and market expansion. Mr. Manish Rawat, the Senior Vice President, Business Development at Indospace. He leads the growth strategy, client partnership, and expansion of logistics and warehousing assets across India. Mr. D.K. Gupta, the mentor, Decibel India, a veteran mentor and industry advisor, guiding businesses on strategy, communication, and growth. We have Mr. Suresh Bansal, the CEO and co-founder of DCG Pack, a dynamic entrepreneur, industry leader who's driving innovation in sustainable packaging and supply chain solutions. Mr. Anirban Sanyal, the head supply chain and national logistics, Century Ply Boats, a supply chain leader who's driving operational excellence and logistics efficiency in the manufacturing sector. So I believe he's yet to join, Mr. Anirban Sanyal. In case we start the session, he's not coming. Okay. So over to Shweta for moderating the session. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your introduction, and a very warm good afternoon to everyone. I know just after the lunch, this session demands a lot of energy to keep you listening and attentive. Yeah, so welcome to this session. This session is on greening supply chain, our road to net zero logistics. And in fact, we are discussing this at a very strategic point in time where we can see the global supply chain getting reshaped because of geopolitical shifts, because of economic corridor evolution, and also the pace at which the changes are happening in the business environment. It has become so dynamic. And so the importance here in this context will be how we can build resilience and sustainability all together, because this is no more an option for us. This has become core to our competitiveness, right? And as India, positions itself very strongly in the global framework like BRICS, and also moves towards Logistics 3.0 And our Honorable Minister Nitin Gadkari ji mentioned about 4S, which will take us to the next level, which is all about speed, scale, smart technology, and sustainability. So it's no more a question about growth. Of course, we are going to be growing, but it's also a question about how responsibly and resiliently we transform our supply chains. And sustainability in logistics and we were having this discussion early today, that, sustainability in logistics is now moving from mere intent to now execution, right? But the journey to net zero definitely comes with real trade-offs. And these trade-offs will be between the cost and sustainability, the scale and the speed, the ambition versus the operational execution on the ground. And I'm very happy as, today's panel has such diverse, we'll be discussing such diverse perspectives, right from, clean mobility to manufacturing, infrastructure, packaging, and supply chain operations. And through this discussion, what we will be exploring in today's session would be what is really driving sustainability today. Where is the biggest execution challenge lie, and what it will take to build resilient and sustainable supply chains that can power India to the next level growth. Now, let me start with the foundation of this, which is into transportation and energy. So, Mr. Jayesh, from your vantage point, what do you think are the biggest barriers in scaling clean fuels for logistics? Is it cost? Is it infrastructure, or is it the adoption readiness in the industry?
Thank you, Shweta. Good afternoon to all. As she said, our post-lunch session, so definitely challenging to keep up. You had to
as an Indian we bring on the table. We were industrial driven, as an Indian we bring on the table. We were industrial driven, we're entrepreneur driven Indians at long time back. We moved to industrialization. We are now moving towards entrepreneurship, coming in a very different thing. What my co-panelists talked about, disruptions, where it is removing a car battery, just one thought can change the whole thing. So disruption is today what is happening. One disruption happens and everybody follows that. I'm sure when many people hear this idea, they will start doing the same logic of remove the battery is the first solution, right? So that's good because that's the disruption has happened. Now everybody else is supporting. So first and foremost, we have to understand is that intent has to be changed from cost-driven to an investment first. We all talk about sustainability as a cost-driven. It is not a cost anymore. It is giving results. So give you facts and figures in terms of warehousing that we are doing. We are having roughly around 60 million square feet of land already bought in India, with infusion upon $3 billion. We have already constructed 35 million square feet of A-grade facilities in India. It's already running across India. And the idea is somebody has to start investing and thinking. How EV did, manufacturing is also going the same level. Similarly, in warehousing, we are continuously investing. Our target was, just to give you a basic understanding, 20 megawatt of generations of only solar power to help our warehousing industries and all. We have covered around 5%. Already covered. Yes, a few years back we were 0. Now we are already covered 5%, and we are very fast growing. And at the end, it is not just about just energy or some kind of lighting arrangement. It has to be looked at a very holistic view. We talked about manpower. We talked about the areas around the parks. So the local villagers, we are working with them as an NGO level, infusing 3 or 4 crores per year for their waste management, for the water management. So we are impacting more than 800 families who are now been given, because we remember only the park and the development, but we forget about the people in the ecosystem. So summarizing the whole thing, we have to move that intent. We are growing very fast, and at the end of the day, we have to understand everything was small before.
So do you think, you talked about the customer readiness, do you think it impacts the cost at which they are availing the warehouses?
So let's understand warehousing. In our park perspective, 60 to 70% consumer is a 3PL person. He gets a contract for manufacturing only for 2 or 3 years. Now in 2 or 3 years, he has to perform efficiency, a lot of other areas, not just energy at one part something. So somebody like a developer as a player, we have to first invest. We have to get the infrastructure ready, and then we can pass on the benefits.
I was talking about warehousing versus sustainable warehousing. Yeah. Do you think the cost is up for greener warehousing, or how is it?
Cost initially would be up, but as I'm saying is, we as a developer has to come back and invest that first. We have to get the solar panel ready. We have to get the waste management ready. Then I can go to LHP and we'll pass on that benefits. If we wait for them, that they will give the money. So it's a disruption in our own way.
Okay. And at the ground level, are you going for some certifications that you...
Yes, so we are being 5-star rated across certifications from British safety bodies to other European bodies. So we are continuously 5-star rated in our properties. So it is not difficult to not get those rating high. We have already proved it in many years now in our systems.
Shweta, just one point. I brought up an interesting point on investments and cost. Hence, I just wanted to take, with the recent geopolitical things that have happened in the Middle East, right? I think the entire conversation and debates have now shifted from cost to certainty of availability. If you look at India as a country, we are a tropical country. We have almost 300 days of sun, right? So this is something that is readily available to us, and we need to harness it. And it is cheap energy which is available. So rightfully, as said by Manish, we have to make investments. We have to come together as an ecosystem and then see that we deliver. Then the cost of logistics automatically will come down over a long-term period.
No, but I think I want to add one point here. See, whatever you do, as an Indian industry, we look at what is the cost. You have to find some other innovative solution to reduce the cost, else it will not be sustainable. It has to be sustainable, cost effective, only then people will adopt easily. Like they have thought a new idea of putting the battery on swapping. So that is saving the money. Like you go fill the petrol and you fill the battery. The same thing. Some innovation has to come in each and every aspect to make it cost economic.
Just very quickly with you, Mr. Mubarak Khan, as you spoke about transitioning to sustainable logistics, but what does it mean on the ground? I mean, across your supply chain, are there any challenges? One biggest challenge that you're facing while implementing it across your supply chain?
See, one big was the investment. It is still there. But the cost of each item of the sustainable logistic truck, for example, zero emission truck is very high. So that need to be focused. Government should provide some kind of incentive to this. Government should come up with some kind of rebate on some of the toll tax, everything they have to support it.
So it's all drills down to cost, right?
Yes.
So very quickly, my question to you is, Mr. Manish, you talked about green warehousing, but on the ground, how much of it has been transformed, the indoor space warehouses, how much of it has transformed to green warehouses?
So as I said, out of our total portfolio, around 5 to 6% we have already finished. So, and then because it cannot be cumulated, because there are various factors. Somewhere solar is very strong, somewhere the waste management is very strong. So overall, if I add up that way, around 50 to 60% of properties are already gone to that green stages. Okay, and we pass on this benefits. Even a 1 or 2 rupees saved on electricity is now helping people.
Okay, so clearly infrastructure is evolving at that pace, but it of course requires the whole ecosystem to transition towards that. But efficiency also comes from smart designing, and Sureshji, packaging is often underestimated, but it directly impacts the logistics footprint. So my question to you is, how can packaging act as a strategic lever for both sustainability and cost efficiency?
Shwetaji, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. This is the third time I'm participating in Logistic conference. Actually, until 2024, till the Logistics Shakti started, packaging was never discussed, never considered as part of the logistic problem. It's the first time that I spoke in the Summit 1, then in Dubai, and then today over here. I think we spoke about 3 dimensions so far: the energy, infrastructure, and transportation. I think there is a 4th dimension, which is packaging. Because I don't understand why we don't talk about packaging in logistics. Actually, the life revolves around packaging and parcels all our day in, day out. Day and night we deal with parcels. And it is the quality of the parcel, means what? Quality of the packaging in which the product is packed will make our life happy or make our life very, very sad. Will make us profitable or will kill our profits. I gave example in the last summit also that logistic industry has no control over the packaging. It's the brand which gives you a parcel, and in the hub, you don't know what is the BS of this box in front of you. You don't know whether to put this at the bottom of the truck or on the top of the truck. If it's a poor box, it will crush, the product will get damaged, and who is responsible for this? You, not the brand. They will say, you have damaged my parcel, so you will end up paying the claim for it. You will have to pay out of your profits. And we did an estimate that roughly all the LTL and express companies, they have damages and claims because of the poor packaging up to 1%. Now 1% means if you are having 10% margin, which is very high margin, then 10% of your profit goes into this problem alone. Okay? So packaging is a very critical dimension to the sustainability. So we at DCG Pack believe that packaging impacts the sustainability for material, for movement, and money, all 3. Okay? Let me explain quickly each one of them. See, material of the packaging depends on whether you use plastic, you use recycled material, you use compostable material, you use paper, you use biodegradable, various kinds of things goes on in the market. And the brands chooses one over other. based on costs, based on their ESG commitments. And when the product is selected, the packaging is selected, it has a direct impact on the sustainability. If they choose a sustainable packaging, you have very little impact on the sustainability, on the environment. On the other hand, if they like that my courier package must be very shiny, and I must use the virgin plastic material, that shine takes away the environment completely. It will damage the environment. At the same time, a small, shift which Europe has done. They have said for the last 3 years, every year they introduce 10% recycled material compulsorily in the plastics. Then they moved it to 20%. This year it is 30%. Next year it is 40%. On the plastic which comes into Europe, and if it does not have the recycled material as per the norm, you will end up paying a plastic tax. So they charge you tax on that. That means they have made it compulsory that you are forced to use recycled material. Now, the moment you change to recycled material, your cost comes down. The same plastic, the same courier bag will cost you 20%, 10% cheaper moment you force your supplier that I want the recycled material. Now, problem with the brand is they don't insist on this. The brand look is more important than the environment many a time. So that's one thing which we see in the material choice. When it comes to movement of the parcel, it all depends how the packaging was designed at the first place. If the packaging was designed as an excess size, or there's a lot of void in the parcel, then not only you are paying higher cost of the packaging, you're also paying higher cost for the logistic. And you're also making logistic companies to run 5 or 10% more trucks because it's a volumetric product, and you will end up spending more money on transporting the same number of products because it's a highly volumetric, and you can't do more than that. So there is a huge impact when the packaging design is badly done. And because it's a parcel which has a void, it will get damaged. It will get crushed, and your product will also get damaged. Then you end up paying the claims once again. There's a reverse logistic cost.
Very valid point, and if I may build on that and bring in another perspective to it. DKG, you've seen operations at scale and being a mentor to Decibel India. What do you think, how much of this is translating into execution? Is the industry truly moving from intent to execution in sustainability?
If you are saying, industry is moving, definitely yes. But the scale which is happening, it is not there, number one. Number two, no systemic approach is there. It is happening in silos, right? Lot of big companies are doing, but if we'll talk about any small companies, they are not at all doing. Because for them, it is a cost, right? They will think cost first, then they will think for sustainability. So there are a lot of mindset has to be changed. So we were discussing earlier. So there are a lot of things which, as a big players, top leaders has to do. So they have to showcase in their companies. If we will do this, there are a lot of benefit, which already Mr. Khan and Jayesh told earlier. This is not only for us. That is for our future generations, right? So this is going to be much required for future as well. Otherwise, if people will not live, as Mr. Jayesh was saying, in Delhi there are a lot of pollution and all, grab one, grab two. If you will not run the vehicle, then what is going to happen to buy the vehicle? So your vehicle has to run. So a lot of things has to be there. But I will say there are still gaps. There are companies who are measuring what is carbon. There are companies who are still doing, I will say 70% of the companies, manual way, old way, whatever people are saying, they are just writing and assuming this data is right. I will say that is anticipation, not correct data. So first we have to start measuring what is carbon loss, carbon generation is going on. So as someone told, if we will not measure, we will not improve, or we will not reduce carbon. So if we will measure in a proper way, then only we will start reducing. Because when we measure, then we will make, okay, how to reduce, what are the plans, other things, then later on, all these things will come.
Definitely. I think it's now more than an eye wash that we have to just show that we are doing. Actually, what is happening on the ground is something that we are looking at to bring in that change. And for that, it is very important that we have uniform and standard ways of measuring carbon footprint, like what you are saying, and everyone is following the same norm, the same certification, the same methodology to actually evaluate where we stand, not just an eye wash, but the real change on the ground. And definitely our discussion from the, from whatever.
So I want to add one more thing, because there are around 22% fleet owners are very small. They have 2 truck, 3 truck, 4 trucks. So how to integrate those into this activity? Definitely. So I will suggest there are, big companies are here all. So if we will create some kind of a platform where those guys can come and participate, right? Or maybe we can request, Mr. Gadkari and all. So if they can do some kind of incentive to those small players, say big incentive to the small players, and that, big players definitely give the incentive, but maybe incentive should be small. So that unless until we will involve the bottom person of the fleet owner, so things are not going to change.
I agree with you, and especially with the fact that logistics industry is 90% unorganized, right? Which is comprising of these local small transporters who are owning 2 or 3 trucks, and they're running lane-specific logistics. And for them, it is going to be a big cost, because right now we haven't come up with the right strategy to actually transition those from a cost perspective. Definitely, our conversation here now, mean that, we have to drive the sustainability journey towards net zero by combining the regulatory push. Of course, this needs to be there, customer expectations, their awareness, they adapting and wanting to have that across the system, and also the business economics has to work out. Now, in the interest of the time, since we're hardly left with any time, just very quickly for 30 seconds each, if I can throw this one question to each one of you, and you can answer as in, where we want to start with. Keeping in mind that we are moving towards net zero, towards being a developed nation by 2047, as the leaders in your own industries, what one thing do you feel needs to change in the next 3 to 5 years, according to you?
So we'll, definitely, I love to create a platform where small, fleet owners can come and they will get benefit of this. I don't know what is going to be the formula, how is going to be, but if some platform where all these, we can bring all the small players into the system, and they will also participate, start thinking about this, carbon reducing.
See, for packaging, basically it is the acceptance and calculation of the total cost of the sustainability rather than just the cost of the packaging. Once you know that what kind of brand damage you will have or brand appreciation you will have for use of sustainability, and what kind of customer satisfaction you can create, then you will make a larger decision, and that will drive the sustainability in the packaging side at least. Thank you.
I feel from one point, if I have to tell from an OEM point of view, then I feel the roles have to change, right? If the ecosystem needs to adopt more and more sustainable, then the OEMs need to come forward, be more transparent with respect to the data. Digitization has to take over. Digitization drives trust, drives transparency. I think we are doing that so that the larger human impact that sustainable revolution is happening is actually curtailed, because until unless the drivers adopt to it, until unless the larger unorganized players adopt to it, we are not going to see scale. If I have to give you a statistic, today with this whole transformation, we are at about 5% of change in heavy duty trucking. China last year was at 22%. This year they're going to be at 50% of sustainable trucks. And China's total industry is about 4 times that of India. So you can imagine the scale that they're at. So I think when we are going to have a collective effort, with transparency and digitization, I think that is going to aid more adoption.
Mr. Mubarak, if I can ask you to share.
I think the last comment from my side, currently in every aspect of the life or all business, we think win-win situation. So we have to move away from win-win now. We should think for 3 wins for everybody, all industry, all people. I win, you win, and environment win. Sustainability wins. Only then we can achieve our goals. Thank you.
Very valid point. Very valid point.
We were discussing this point sometime before, and the whole idea was we have to have a very positive outlook. We are doing great. We have to start believing that we are doing great. Yes, we'll face challenges. India, I think, will always catch up because we are such a big diversified people. We are such a diversified geography. It will never happen that we will everything ready and then things will come, right? EVs, people still talk that batteries stations are not there. But when we started, the car manufacturing never stopped. That, okay, one day the infrastructure will develop and then we will. It happened parallel. People face challenges and we slowly are improving. And India will continue this way. So we should have a positive outlook. There were factors that we were discussing. We were talking about not getting online. COVID came, we all became online. You know, now the war is happening. So from cost, it has become to availability. So there were some chip challenges and everything. I think we keep on talking till we keep on discussing and we have a positive outlook. We will keep on facing problems, but I am very sure we will also keep on finding solutions.
Great. I think very good perspectives and insights, and there is no one thing that we have to do to actually go that way. And all the things rightly said have to go together to actually go from where we stand today to the net zero road that we are aiming towards. And, and very importantly, sustainability and profitability are no longer competing with each other, rather, right? They are now increasingly converging together. So we have to see sustainability as in it's a way of doing business rather than it being a cost factor. Right, and to conclude, what we are really seeing is that resilient and sustainable supply chains are not just an environmental necessity, they are becoming the backbone of India's growth story. And the journey to net zero will definitely be complex, but with the kind of innovation and collaboration that we were talking about, we have discussed today, and it is clearly achievable, right? And thank you for all the panelists for sharing your insights, and thank you for the lovely audience for patiently listening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shweta, and thank you to the panelists for defining this green road to net zero logistics. And as we express our thanks, may I request Shri D.K. Singh and Dr. Paniraj Murthy to please join us in presenting the mementos. Mr. D.K. Singh, Mr. Paniraj Murthy is here, requesting him to kindly present the mementos. Thanking first our panelists, Mr. Jayesh. Mr. Jayesh. Mr. Jayesh from Blue Energy. Thanking Mr. Mubarak Khan. Mr. Manish Rawat. Our moderator is indicating that there can be a round of applause for, and yes, truly, each one of them sharing their insights and very experiential views also, and foresights into as we work towards the greening of the logistics sector. So thanking them for sharing their perspective. Thanking Mr. T.K. Gupta. Expression of thanks to Mr. Suresh Bansal. and to our excellent moderator, Ms. Shweta Goyla. And we'll close with a group photograph of all the panelists and the moderator and the presenter. And as we move to the next session, we are going to be presenting here the Logistics Shakti Rising Ecosystem Partners Award, and also the awards to our frontline workers, as we call them, as our frontline ambassadors. We'll just take a couple of minutes to set the stage towards the award presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, these are the Logistics Shakti Rising Ecosystem Partners Awards, which we are going to be presenting first. And to do the honors, may I request Shri Suresh Bansal, the founder and CEO of DCG PAC, and Shri BL Bajaj, the managing director of Dynamic Orbits, to please join us in doing the honors and presenting these awards. ये लॉजिस्टिक शक्ति राइजिंग इकोसिस्टम पार्टनर अवार्ड्स हम प्रदान करने जा रहे हैं, और मंच पर मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ श्री सुरेश बंसल जी को और श्री BL बजाज जी को कि वो इन पुरस्कारों को प्रदान करें. Across categories, we are going to be presenting these awards. Mr. BL Bajaj.
Now, what if I tell you right now that you don't need tires anymore?
Ladies and gentlemen, we just, a couple of our awardees are just outside. So I think we'll just move to the next part and then carry on later with the award ceremony. May I request our presenter from JK Tyres for the presentation? The representative from JK Tyres to make the presentation. If you can please join us. Yes, please. And can we have the presentation being, please.
Thank you very much. In fact, this is the first time I'm before time on the stage. Okay, you heard me a bit in the morning, and I was talking about something that we all have a lot of good things. All companies are doing a lot of good things in area of infrastructure, making better software, great platforms, use of AI, as well as making new products, and then looking forward to scale up, looking forward to collaborate and grow to meet the 10 times bigger requirement for this country. From JK Tyre side, we picked up few things which this industry was missing for many, many years. Though we were making tires and selling, buying rubber, making tires and selling across the world. But when it comes to doing something different for the logistic industry, for the truckers, including the, you can say, drivers who are the, you can say, force behind this all movement. So we have done a bit, and I'm sure many of you own commercial trucks, LCVs, even commercial cars. So the solutions we are investing in and making it possible for everyone to buy our solution, at the same time, not only create efficiency in their business, but at the same time, providing those solutions which reduce their cost, not only when they 100% collaborate with us, but at the first place itself, we are offering something many times better, as well as which reduce your costs, which you may be, spending today. So we'll be talking about, I have 10 minutes and 6 slides and 1 AV to show. So I'll be taking you to, we all are aware about this. Since morning we have been talking about all the new things coming, all the global trends picking up. Related to the truck and the trucking business, there are few things which are actually fast catching up in this country, whether it is EV. You have seen our friend from Blue Energy and the many in the bus as well as in truck segment now. LCV, EVs, these are common now on the road. And then even having ADAS in trucks, which we never thought it was available in the luxury cars earlier. And now even the TPMS, which we see in luxury cars, and now we see it in truck. And in fact, for this revolution, we are the force behind it, and we are the only company doing it in India and providing it at a commercial scale, because we have a, you can say, legacy of our group, where we are big, we are global, and we carry that responsibility of bringing all those global trends and you can say global best practices to the country. We have been doing this innovation work for many, many years now, right from introduction and bringing first radial tire in the country when the roads were not good, to the end stage where we are talking about making low rolling resistance tire for EV industry, EV buses and trucks of today, where we play a big role in extending the range of the bus or a truck, even more than range more than what it is designed. So we make those tires. So there is a long journey. I picked up only those things which are not only relevant to the truckers, but it is now commercially available and in the field through OEMs as well as in the replacement market. There is a huge scope for, you can say, creating efficiency by having total tire management. We have been talking, one is, tire is not a glamorous item, rather it is very painful to share those who don't buy truck tires. In any 10-wheeler, if you have to change the truck, you have to shell out around 3 lakh rupees. And depend on a driver who can extend its life or ruin the tire, and it depends on the road, if the road is good or not, and then depend on somebody on the highway who service those tires, and then depends on the infrastructure. So understanding that, okay, we can make tires, we can make better tires, you can buy it, it can, even if it is expensive. So whether you are able to take maximum out of it or not, whether it impacts your business or save some money for you, or bring down your, or improve your operational efficiency. Of late, we have been working on something that you actually don't need tires. You just need to take your truck or bus or car or LCV from point A to point B. And we as we call ourselves as experts, and it should be left to us. And we have been into buying and selling a relationship, but that relationship has changed over a period of time, where we are talking about having a partner who's dependable and why to keep searching for new tire partner every day, searching for new technology available in the market, and then training your team, creating infrastructure, spending on the software and AI solutions. You can't do it, in fact, because it is so expensive for you to do it for your 1,000 trucks. But here is a company who thought, let's do it and do it for the entire trucking industry in India. We heard how many trucks are in, how many trucks and buses will be there on road in times to come, and what changes are going. It's very difficult, in fact, for an individual logistic company to actually keep chasing the technologies around. So we did the work of picking up those best things, investing in those things, and then stitching together all and providing you the best total tire management. Just see this AV, then my friend join you to explain a bit on that.
Imagine, every day, how many opportunities show up? How many do we grab? How many of them actually become life-changing turning points that change our future? You must be thinking, what exactly am I talking about? I'm referring here to something that will surely be a turning point for your business. I'm talking about tires. Let me explain. 10 brands, 10 sales representatives, 10 offers, 30 different tire patterns, and one tire to be chosen. And then, how do you gauge which one to buy when there's no right performance benchmark? Tire performance is variable due to factors such as road, load, maintenance, weather, and even how good the driver is. This determines the destiny of the poor tire. After which, you would be wondering whether mileage can actually be predicted. Finally, the tire is fitted in your vehicle. Now, to get the desired performance from the tire, your role starts. You need to ensure right inflation, timely rotation, wheel alignment, NSD checks, mechanical fault checks, and be aware to act on deviations. To this, add repair, retreading, replacement, and sometimes removals due to accidental cuts. By this time, you are already micromanaging issues like how and from where do I get the tires serviced? How much should I spend on alignment, and where, at what cost, and when? Will it increase my savings from tires, fuel, and operating cost? Further, highway breakdowns, inventory control, and data management keep adding to the cost of trained manpower, which again is difficult to find, resulting in soaring cost, more pitfalls, and overall an increased CPKM. Here comes the shocker. By this time, you have already invested 30% of your valuable time here. Now, what if I tell you right now that you don't need tires anymore. Today, we're not offering you a product. We're not offering you a service. We are offering you a complete solution, coming from a team of tire and vehicle experts spread over multiple locations, equipped to professionally handle your entire tire management, bringing in better efficiency and value, while you focus on your core business. We bring to you JK Tire Mobility Solutions. And now I'd like to hand over the stage to Mr. Sanjeev Sharma, who is the man behind this innovative concept of mobility solutions.
Mobility solution is a complete customized value package to meet your emerging business needs and to fuel your business growth. We are proud to say that JK Tire is the first company to offer you an innovative solution at commercial scale. It's not a product, it's not a service, but it offers you peace of mind. So we offer you premium tires for safety on highways, lower breakdown for better turnaround time, fuel efficiency which gives you saving enough to pay back your tire costs, protection from tire price fluctuations which gives you complete peace of mind, zero inventory cost leading to better working capital and better profit, highly trained and skilled experts to ensure right practices, tracking of tires on wheels through IT integration, widest network of pit stops across the country, and more importantly, you pay as you use. This, my friend, is JK Mobility Solutions. So we tell our clients don't buy tires, buy miles, and pay us as you use. And there's a fair amount of technology behind it, and automation of global standards with huge transparency and huge network of, you can say, we even tell you not to even fill the tires. Our team across the highways, a large number of network on the highway, they will take care of it, and it is it's backed by the TPMS sensors inside the tire, and whole automation you will love to have. It brings down your not only today's cost which you are bearing for the tire, but for the future we work on the technologies in the product, as I told you about low rolling resistance fuel saver tires. And on few more things which 2 more slides to go, my colleague Jitendra will share with you.
Thank you, sir. So good afternoon, everyone. So this is actually the true revolution which JK Tire is trying to bring in the industry, and which is very first of its kind. So on the enabler side, because we say that, just a second.
So it's about, right?
Yeah. So it's about when we say that tire as a service is the concept which we are enabling in the industry. So there are some enablers which we want to just touch upon here. So first of the point is about the highway infrastructure, because we know that in the commercial vehicle segment, the vehicles are supposed to be on the highways for the maximum amount of time. And when we talk about the highway, okay. Yeah, so there it is. So when we talk about the highway, it is about that how effectively and how qualitatively we are able to serve the tires when vehicles are actually running on the highways. So this concept called JK Tire Pit Stop is actually enabling it in a way that we are creating a network of JK Tire master fitters, so that wherever and whenever, let's say, there is any sort of tire breakdown which is happening on the highways, we are providing them an ecosystem where the driver can simply place a call on the helpline number, and then AI will take place, and AI will directly coordinate with the driver that which specific vehicle he is driving on, what is the exact location. At a fraction of a second, the entire information will be phased out, and then the system will connect the driver with the nearby pit stop where he can go and avail the services, which is applicable not only, let's say, for the traditional tires like bias tires and the radial tires, even for the tubeless tires, which is the new age technology. So all these pit stops are equipped to serve and qualitatively service the tubeless tires. And this entire service package which is going to happen on the highway is going to be cashless, because we know in the industry, handling the cash on the highway is a big challenge for the entire industry. And when it comes to the driver management side of it, this entire experience which he is going to go through is actually going to make a lot of difference in terms of the downtime reduction, and also the quality which is going to impact the overall fleet management efficiency. So as we can see, these are all the enablers. We already have more than 500 pit stops which are operational across the country, and very soon we are going to have this number maybe more than 2,000 within a year or so. Then, because we know that driver is one of the most important stakeholder in the entire ecosystem, so we have to get very well connected with him. So for the driver's point of view, we are running certain very specific scoring criteria so that we can actually reward and recognize them effectively in terms of that how efficient he is in terms of using his vehicle. Also on the basis of that, how timely he is reporting the vehicle for the preventive maintenance side of it. We know when it comes to the tires, so inflation pressure management is one of the very key aspect. And using the TPMS technology, we know that we are able to real-time fetch the data about the inflation pressure and the temperature of the tire. So once, if there is any deviation, how attentive he is to get that corrected proactively, so that entire scoring is happening to make sure that we can clearly identify the drivers, those who are very proactive in their nature, so that we can reward and recognize them. At the same time, we can also identify the bottom layer of the drivers where we can actually pitch in, make them aware, we can educate them, we can craft some specific customized training programs for them to bring them up to the level where they can also contribute better to the fleet management. And these enablers are actually going to make sure that the Tire as a Service program, which is very well available for the industry right now from JK Tire, is actually making some sense. And these are our key partners, those who have already started experiencing it. And I'm very sure that with the support from this entire logistic industry, this program is going to add a lot of value in terms of the overall efficiency creation. So that's it from our side. Thank you so much.
So thank you. Me and my team is available to share more about in depth with you. Thank you so much for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjeev ji. And to express our thanks, Sanjeev ji, may I request you to be on the stage for a few more minutes, in fact. And may I request Mr. Kamal Narayan ji to kindly join us on the stage in presenting the memento. Sanjeev ji, because of your mobility solutions, you have been ensuring the Surakshit Safar. So I would like to request you if you can also honor our frontline workers, the frontline ambassadors as we call them. They are the first mile, the last mile, and every mile in between. The true ambassadors of logistic excellence whom we would like to recognize. And these awards, ladies and gentlemen, are part of our People Shakti initiative. I would also like to request Shri Vipul Nanda ji to please join us, the Chairman and Managing Director of Palia Transport. और जिन्हें अब हम सम्मानित करने जा रहे हैं, ये केवल डिलीवरी नहीं करते हैं, ये भरोसे को मंजिलों तक पहुंचाते हैं. और आज हम उन असली नायकों को यहाँ पर सम्मानित करने जा रहे हैं, जो मे बी हर दिन, हर मौसम में, हर चुनौती के बीच अपने कर्तव्य को पूरी निष्ठा से निभाते हैं. हमारे फ्रंटलाइन एम्बेसडर्स. और आप सभी की, इन सभी की अप्रिसिएशन भरी तालियों के बीच सबसे पहले यशवंत सिंह, इज़ अ फ्लीट ड्राइवर पालिया ट्रांस लॉजिस्टिक्स के. यशवंत सिंह. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, in this world of logistics, it is very easy to applaud logistics and applaud scale. But today, we are just pausing to recognize the strength which is behind the scale, the hands that carry, the feet that travel miles, and the spirit, in fact, that never gives up. Our true frontline heroes are being recognized here. Sita from Even Cargo. From Even Cargo, I believe Sita has not been able to join, but anyone from Even Cargo can join us here. Acha, Sita is here. So Sita from Even Cargo. So as a part of our Logistics Shakti initiative, these are the frontline ambassadors who are being appreciated, recognized here, and this is our part of our People Shakti initiative, valuing work of our people. Rahul Verma, Field Executive from Million Minds. राहुल वर्मा, ये फील्ड एग्जीक्यूटिव है मिलियन माइंड से. सना मलिक, द सीनियर असिस्टेंट फ्लिपकार्ट. And it's good to see the women power even in the logistics sector. एक ऐसा सेक्टर जो अभी स्पेशली जहाँ तक विमेन का है सवाल, गर्ल्स का है, बहुत कम है, पर इनमें से कुछ यहाँ पर मंच पर महिला सशक्तिकरण का प्रतीक. अनु फ्रॉम लास्ट माइल ऑपरेशन अमेज़ॉन. अनु, लास्ट माइल ऑपरेशन अमेज़ॉन. आइए अनूप, आप ही को बुलाया जा रहा है, किसी के सहारे न रहिए. This award goes to you, Anoop from Last Mile Operation Amazon. Pooja from Picopic milk basket. That's Pooja from Picopic milk basket. And our next frontline ambassador, Chavez. Chavez. Gautam Tripathi from Sigma Supply Chain. He's a fleet driver, Gautam Tripathi. Thank Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Logistics Shakti Rising Ecosystem Partners Award. To present the awards, may I request Shri Suresh Bansal, the founder and CEO of DCG PAC, and if Mr. Bajaj, Shri B.L. Bajaj, the Managing Director, Dynamic Orbits, is also present with us, requesting him to please join. So in the category of Rising Shakti of Logistics, recognition to SME Cargo Private Limited. SME Cargo Private Limited. Can we have the representatives, yes, joining? These are the Rising Ecosystem Partners Award being presented. SME Cargo Private Limited. Our next appreciation and the rising, under the Rising Shakti of Logistics, the Rising Ecosystem Partner Award being presented to Shri Cargo Carriers. And the next award to Tech Up Consulting Private Limited. The next Logistics Shakti Rising Ecosystem Partner Award in the category of Associate Ecosystem being presented to Picopic Private Limited. Picopic Private Limited. And ladies and gentlemen, one of our Frontline ambassador has just now joined us, Sachin Kaushik. He's supervisor at Indo-Arya Logistics. हमारे Frontline ambassador, Sachin Kaushik, supervisor at the Indo-Arya Logistics. Thank you for doing the honors, and many congratulations to all the award winners of the Logistics Shakti Rising Ecosystem Partner Awards and the Frontline Ambassador Awards. With that, we move to the next panel discussion. We'll just set the stage towards the next panel discussion. The next session, ladies and gentlemen, is on the rise of cargo first airlines, why India needs its own freight carrier. This is a session which is sponsored by Air India and Index Global Supply Chain. And as we are all aware, we actually depend on transferring our goods more on the passenger aircrafts and in the belly space in the passenger aircrafts. But as India exports, as we aim for Make in India, for India and for the world, and export rises, the future definitely demands a shift towards a more dedicated cargo-led aviation strategy. So with our esteemed panelists, the leaders of the air cargo space, we discuss with them how we build this next phase of logistics sector, the air cargo, and moving more into having our own dedicated cargo-led aviation strategy. The moderator, we'll just take a couple of minutes to just set the stage, having the tables in front. If I can request someone from the hotel to be helping us so that we can have the stage ready. Let me meanwhile take the opportunity of just introducing our moderators and panelists, and then requesting them to be kindly gracing the dais and starting the conversations. The session is going to be moderated by Mr. Ramesh Mamidala from Air India Cargo. He's a seasoned aviation cargo leader driving strategic growth and innovation in India's air freight ecosystem. The panel is joining us, Mr. Sati Raju, the Associate Director at the DHL Supply Chain. He has a very strong expertise in end-to-end logistic management. He contributes to optimizing processes and delivering integrated customer-centric supply chain strategies. Mr. Vikas Patil, the head of North India Blue Dart Express, is going to be our next panelist. May I request our panelists to start joining us here on the stage, and if they can be on the stage so that people can also recognize you as you join us here. Mr. Vikas Patil, the head of North India Blue Dart Express, who's leading one of India's premier cargo airlines. He plays a pivotal role in strengthening dedicated air freight capacity and express logistics. Mr. Prem Verma joins us as a panelist. He's a seasoned consultant and a former strategic advisor and project head at Tata Motors. Having extensive experience in the automotive sector, he has contributed to large-scale projects. He brings in deep expertise in operations planning and strategic advisory solutions. Mr. Rajiv Bhattacharya, the CBO of Sagun Group, a business leader who's spearheading commercial strategy and growth initiatives across integrated logistics and infrastructure. So as I mentioned, the session being moderated by Mr. Ramesh Mamidala from Air India Cargo, panelist Mr. Sati Raju, the Associate Director at DHL Supply Chain, Mr. Vikas Patil, the head of North India Blue Dart Express. May I request the panelists to be please joining us here on the stage. Mr. Prem Verma, the consultant and a former strategic advisor and project head at Tata Motors, and Mr. Rajiv Bhattacharya, CBO, Sagun Group. inviting also Dr. Paniraj Murthy, the CEO of RKV Cargo Movers.
Hello, hello.
All right, good afternoon. Yeah, this is working. All right, I think we can go ahead and start. I'm sure it will be a very interesting session. I don't know, I wasn't here when she was introducing me, so just in case you missed my introduction, my name is Ramesh Mamidala. I'm head of Global Cargo for Air India. And I'm also happy that we, as Air India, as an organization, we are sponsoring this session along with Index, if I remember correctly. So it's a great privilege to be here in your presence and also in the presence of the other very competent, very experienced panel members. Some of them I met for the first time today, but it's very exciting to meet some of you with so much of experience. So the topic that you can read here is about air cargo broadly, but the topic also said that whether if we should have freighters for the country. So I'll give you a brief background to the topic, and especially those that are not from the air freight industry may get some insights as to why this topic is important for the entire logistics in India. At this point in time, the size of the industry, air cargo industry in India, is about 3.7 million tons. This includes both international and domestic. Includes express as well, because we have some express colleagues on the panel. And so international contributes is about 2/3 of this, and 1/3 of the volume comes from the domestic market. And the domestic volumes predominantly come from e-commerce, as all of you expect, which is what is growing in the country. And the rest of the cargo is personal effects and other express cargo from small to medium-sized agents in the country. And a lot of international cargo is both imports and exports, which is roughly 40% imports and 60% exports. And that ratio used to be 50-50 and very recently and it is now changing. It is tilting more towards export. You know the reason, because that is because of the manufacturing for export that is improving in the country. But we would like the imports to come down further, and we would like, as a country, we would like to see more exports from the country. The export is growing in the country, which is what is good for the economy. Okay, so over the last 10 years, air cargo in the country, again, our colleagues will actually give you more insights from the panel, but we have seen a lot of changes. The changes included privatization of the airports, infrastructure development at the airport, especially cargo terminals. All of you have seen, at least in the metro airports. We have seen a lot of regulatory policy changes happening. We have seen processes becoming more efficient, technology adoption and technology becoming more efficient across the country. So one example that I gave to a colleague in the morning when I started managing one of the cargo terminals at Delhi airport, the import dwell time used to be almost 300 hours. From the aircraft arrival to delivery used to be 250 to 300 hours. There used to be some airports that used to take 500 hours as well for air cargo at an airport. So now, if I look back at these numbers very recently, when we check these numbers, so from that high level, the numbers have come down to 24, 25, 27 hours. See the improvement. It is now 1/10 of what it used to be. That is a result of so many changes that have happened in the country at the airports, with the airlines, with the regulatories, with the technology and processes. So similar changes, similar benefits we have seen over the last 10 years across every aspect of air cargo in the country. Now, going forward, setting the tone for the discussion, going forward, we are looking at this industry becoming 10 plus million tons, from 3.5 million tons to 10 plus million tons by 2031, 32. That is the size of the industry we're looking at. So some of my questions will include prospects are good, potential is very good. I wanted to understand from some of you as to where this growth will come from. Will it be less than 10 million? Will it be more than 10 million? And which segments will contribute to that growth? That's one thing we will debate in this panel. And by 2047, we are looking at this size to become 25 million tons. So there is a huge opportunity. So some of the gaps, which is where freighter is important, is when the industry becomes 10 million tons, the airlines that are operating, both national airlines as well as foreign airlines, will they have so much of capacity to serve the industry? So broad guess is that we may not have enough capacity to serve 10 million tons, is the reason why we need freighters, right? We have very less number of freighters. So one estimate, if you look at the size of US economy, their GDP and the number of freighters they have in US versus our size of the economy and the number of freighters that we should have, the size is about at least 90 freighters for the size of our economy. They have hundreds of freighters. We only have 6 freighters in this country. Most of them are the blue dot, that's why he's smiling. So, but then we should have had 90 freighters, but we only have maybe 6, 7 freighters operating in the country, owned by the Indian carriers. So much is the gap. Whichever direction you look at it, the demand gap, supply gap, and the freighter capacity gap, we definitely need to have freighters in the country. That's a broad answer. But then there are challenges. We will examine some of the challenges in this meeting. So with that background, everything is looking very positive, very exciting, but there are some headwinds and challenges that we see in the growth of air cargo. With that, let me open the panel with the panel members. What I suggest is, before I start asking some pointed questions, I would like each one of you to give some quick opening remarks, and then let me start asking some questions. So I can start with Prem. Prem, your remarks, opening remarks for the topic.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. No response. I'll keep on saying, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to give an outsider's perspective to the whole thing, as I requested Ramesh also, because I don't know much about air cargo operations per se, but I am as a customer, I can give. And what I was also thinking when we said, because first of all, I think what you are saying is a business moving at 11 to 12% CAGR is simply fantastic. We can say that, but at the same time, when we talk of opportunity, we said by 2047 some 30 million. But as a customer, as an outsider perspective, I would like to challenge that, because the opportunity is anything which moves. So it's not the opportunity which we say, because going by the arithmetic, that okay, we have been growing by 8%, 9% and 10%, so we might go by 11 or 12 or 14, and that's the opportunity. So for a customer, the opportunity exists, which means anything which is moving, yes, there will be some, we can start eliminating the ones which cannot be the hazardous or all those kind of things, you people know better. And that's where what I feel the customer and the people who want to use air cargo as looking at it. Because, today, what is the situation? I was just hearing you out. If I'm allowed to draw, what is the time limit? Okay, great. Then I think we have ample time. I do understand, because by air, if anybody uses it today, is more by default, not by design. If I'm allowed to make a very blunt comment, And my boss taught me one thing in life. He says, anything you achieve by default will disappear. It's only anything which you achieve by design is going to stay with you. So it's all because COVID, yes, we need to use air cargo. There's a medical emergency, we need to use air cargo. There's something which is happening, calamity or those things, you're going to use air cargos. Is air cargo my preferred choice or not? Answer I don't have to give. We all know the answer. And believe me, once we are through with this thing, I can also draw a parallel which, because of my previous background, I was the chairman of the SAM Logistics Group, which is an automobile association. And there was a time the railways had a share of 0.5% of automotive transportation. And we had exactly the similar problems. And from there, it moved in 8 years to 23%. So anyway, that's for the separate thing. But this thing would be that if we are going to only look at 11, 12% CAGR, then the things which move, we will be missing them completely. Thank you.
Yeah, because you
okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the response. And I also wanted to start with that. I think this is a very, very important topic, and I want a participation also later on when the Q&A will be there. Because just wanted to start with the few data which definitely you said. And definitely the data which 3.7 million tons cargo is being handled, right? So I think in 2025 it deserves a big round of applause. The kind of our Indian air, I think the applaud is less. I think I want a participation. Because this is very, very important topic, and I think when we are into the discussion, I think we should discuss it out today. So when we talk about the markets, out of this market, last year, Y&Y growth was 10% as a whole. International, we grew by, overall, if I talk about the industry, we grew by 14%, and domestic, which is again, I think we all, the August gathering which are here, and very happy to be here today. Thank you, Logistics Shakti, for calling us for the event. Special thanks to Amit, I think, who pushed us a lot to being a part of this. So domestic, which is 6%. Now, if you talk about the contribution, and one data, again, I just wanted to add that we are working with 8 freighters. We have 6 757, and we have 2 737. So India has dedicated 8 air freighters. So in initial remark, definitely I just wanted to say that there is enough at the top. And I think there are certain challenges. The opportunity is immense, and I think I will go the question what you raised with that, whether we can achieve 3.7 to 10. I think definitely we can achieve, and I think we must achieve. And I can only say it's not we alone. I think together we can achieve, right? Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening, everyone. At least some response to me also. Phil Vermaji and Patel ji ko bahut response mila. Once again, good evening, everyone. This is Dr. Paniraj Murthy. So I agree with Mr. Vikas and Ramesh ji also what he said. So India is coming up in a bigger way that way. The air cargo industry is going to be contribute more in terms of to our industry. Currently, what we are having around 3.5 million tons, it's going to be in a 10x. So now here I look at as a businessman, I look at that, how do I capitalize this opportunity? That's right, no? We're all sitting here to do some business, right? So how do we are going to capitalize this? What are the systems we need to do that? How should we gear up to handle this, to take up this industry to the next levels? So that's what exactly is my opening note on this. Over to Ramesh ji. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your, I think these comments are great. So as the Prem rightly said, the opportunity is much more. I think if you say 10 billion is the potential, you may stop there. You may not look at opportunities that beyond 10 billion. So I think that's a very good perspective, and that is my view as well. So just taking the discussion forward, especially because I wanted to understand from you, since you are kind of heading all the segments of Blue Dart, in the North India, obviously you have a very good view as to how each vertical within air cargo is behaving. So either it is 10 million or 12 million or 35 million that would happen eventually. Where do you think in the next 5 years the growth for air cargo will happen from? Which vertical, which products, which commodities, and what do you expect as the challenges for those opportunities, and what should we do as the industry and the trade to surmount the challenges?
So I think thank you very much. Very, very good question, and I think we all should have few questions on this, and I think few answers. So first of all, we need to understand that the why a customer or a manufacturer or a supply chain person want to use the air freight. So basically, if you see the air network is being used first of all for speed. As I say, safety, security, reliability is one part. Speed is one. Secondly, the critical supply chain. If you talk about auto parts, assembly lines, there are spare parts, there are small parts, there are larger parts. Then there is a critical cargo wherein there are temperature sensitive things which need a time-bound movement. Apart from that, two important industry I just wanted to tell, and again we need to discuss more onto it. Is one is pharmaceuticals, the kind of pharmaceuticals manufacturing units which are moving as per the economic corridors which being made, and what kind of a infrastructure and what kind of a connectivity we have. And last but most important is the e-commerce. And again, e-commerce market, the market which is B2C, D2C, and the quick commerce. I think this speed, we have seen, humongous speed into it. And again, there are a lot of demand which is there. And accordingly, we need to work. The business are more moving into tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Now here the question comes. We are working with the 8 freighters. And, amount of capacity we are utilizing. So our freighter, very interesting, and I will take some time because I have an opportunity and very few people knows it. So our freighter run almost in a time zone of 9 hours. So in 9 hours, we are connecting the complete India. 22 hours in the late evening to early 7:30 in the morning. Everywhere the material reach. So again, I am telling you, it is not only the air connectivity. It is not only the air connectivity. It is the infrastructure which supports the road. And the most important part which everybody face into the major cities and towns where, again, people may have a difference in opinion, but again, where the dedicated air freighter and the belly space which is available in the market. The second point, which is the movement of the material from the airport into the cities. And again, that timing something which is more important, right? So moving the freighter into the timing wherein 7:30 every city, major cities are having the road barrier entries because no entry starts at morning 7:30. So practically the delivery time which is available is 6 to 7 hours. So 11 to 5 is the time which is available. And I think that need to be understood. So that is a thing which we are talking about, the major cities, 8 lane which we connect. But now comes the major, and which is the most important part, is how we connect to the Bharat. We talk about the Bharat, but again the connectivity which is important. So government of India, I think they're working fabulously. We are having the infrastructure. So I never see that, these are the major highways which are coming is somewhere which is contradicting. I feel it is complementing. So again, the second wave is coming like that. So there are a lot of airport which is coming. What needs, and I think now coming to the second point which is said, is the infrastructure. It is not only point A to point B aircraft movement. It is the movement of the aircraft from the aircraft to the ground and the turnaround town. I just wanted to tell everybody that our aircraft landing and takeoff, it takes 45 minutes only. The material get offloaded and then reloaded, the material get transferred and the movement from the airport. So that is what kind of a precision which is required, and because of that we can achieve. So yes, definitely infrastructure is required, and I think there are so many airports across the country, I think, and manufacturing units which are being set up, but I think this is something which is required. Yeah, thank you.
No, I think you made some very, very important points. So a couple of points and my perspective on that before I go to Pranik, which is the turnaround times that you mentioned, both packs as well as cargo. Some of the turnaround times that we achieve, especially for narrow body in our Indian airports, those turnaround times are the best in the world. For example, I have seen aircrafts being turned around in 30 minutes in some of the tier 2, tier 3 airports. So that kind of the turnaround standards that you don't really see anywhere in the world is absolutely right. The other opportunities is D2C that you talked about. I agree that e-commerce, cross-border, which we sometimes call D2C, some of you are already into that business. So we have seen that segment growing substantially over the last 4 to 5 years. And I agree with him that the size of the industry, according to some report, is only some $250 million, which is big, but it's small from what it will be in future. The estimates are that in about 5 years' time, the size of that industry will be about $2 or $3 billion. And that itself should generate about 500,000 tons of cargo, which should contribute to the 10 million tons that we have talked about. But the fact is, where the D2C, Surat is an example, where it is currently originating from, some of those airports need to improve a lot. They don't have the capacity. So they heavily depend on trucking. So I'll come to trucking because Fani wanted to discuss about trucking. The other thing that he has mentioned about e-commerce, so e-commerce is currently limited to tier 1 predominantly, but it is gradually penetrating into tier 2, tier 3. So growth to air cargo will also happen substantially from the tier 2, tier 3, from e-commerce, which is mostly domestic. But we are also seeing a lot of manufacturing for export happening in tier 2, tier 3, which I personally believe that will be the moderator or the accelerator for growth in the years to come. So some of these factors I just wanted to mention. Now let me turn to Pranik. So Pranik, surface transportation, which is improving across the country, which is good for the country. But many people, even during the break, some of you have asked me that surface transport is competing with air cargo. So are you losing business to surface transport? Answer is yes from my point of view. But I wanted to understand from you, how do you see this kind of evolving in the country? Surface transport will continue to improve, especially tier 2, tier 3, non-metro to metro, non-metro to non-metro. This is one. Second, how do you see these two products, air as well as, country needs both of them, right? Country cannot survive without one. It needs both. And I personally believe they need to complement each other. And technology can play a lot of role. You told me today morning about AI, application of AI, how AI can actually make both the products work together and make both products very efficient. So I'll leave that with you. We would like to understand your views.
Thank you, Ramesh ji. It's a good question. Aviation industry or an air cargo industry, we can talk about that, So without a road transportations, it's incomplete actually. So last mile can be done with us only. If you look at it on an AI part of it, so AI cannot be, replaced in road transportations. To an extent, if you ask me, in aviation or the air cargo, so in the process, monitoring, flight dispatches, load management and all, it can be done. But when you come to the LMD part of it, so it's a totally human-driven activities. The human interventions are very much required. Here, the AI can contribute in terms of a process, forecasting, and monitoring the SL level. It will be the important here. In the logistics industry, so basically, if you ask me, there are only two segments of the people works. So one is in a segment of a driver, another one is called a laborer. So if you say that in the air cargo, we can call it a pilot. But unfortunate is that, so whole industry, the friends are sitting here may definitely vouch me my statement of this. We don't respect the drivers and we don't respect the laborers. The two segments which is driving our industry and the two segments have been totally disrespected. in that condition, so what AI can contribute over here? AI can contribute for us, sitting in a cabin and who can make up the planning, who can try to execute that. But end of the day, the executors are somewhere else, so how this AI can be done? The second point is that as an LSP, business partners, so we look for an AI who can able to generate, indicate that kind of the load factors, who can indicate the kind of the arrivals and the dispatches kind of it, where we can improve the last mile service efficiency part of it. So other than this, I'm not looking any other contribution of an AI here. Road transportation and the air cargo. So both together need to be work together to satisfy the end customers. So the flight can land on time, but if the road connectivity is not there, so then end of the day, the shipment will get delivered in the delay. So where it leads to an unhappiness of the customers. So that way, we need to be join hands together to work on to then bring into the excellence in operations. That's what I can say.
Well, that's a view. So with this, let me move to the next topic. We talked about surveys, we talked about air, and also a topic that was discussed heavily since morning is about the cost of transportation, right? As percentage of the value of trade. So air cargo, I'm sure many of you know, the broad level numbers are, air cargo globally manages only 3% of the trade, but 35% in terms of trade value. I believe the numbers are roughly the same even for air cargo in India, should be in the same range. And when one talks about the benchmark for the transportation cost as percentage of trade, we had multiple numbers in the meeting. We even heard the honorary minister saying it is for the whole trade, not just for air cargo, it is 14 to 16%. And there is a European benchmark, there is a US benchmark, which are very competitive markets. It should actually come down to 8 to 9%. And some institutes have published reports in the recent past saying we are actually moving in the direction, which is very positive. Surface is improving, cost is coming down. So transaction cost is coming down. So all of them are helping us to move to that level. But my view, especially for air cargo, is air cargo globally and also in India moves shipments that are high value, right? So obviously the transportation cost as a percentage, when you say percentage of trade value, is related to the value of the goods that you're moving as well, right? So in air cargo, you tend to move high value cargo. So the transportation cost of air cargo value chain as percentage of the trade value should be a lot lesser. Should be, I wouldn't be surprised if it is 5 to 6%. So we are possibly even below the benchmark. Maybe there are opportunities to further reduce it. We need to examine. With that introduction, let me move to Prem, because Prem is now helping many companies, across multi-modes. So he has a good view as to what companies look at this as the transportation cost as percentage of the trade value, and where does he see the opportunities for general trade, but very importantly air cargo, to reduce and bring that number to the benchmark level. So with that, Prem, let me understand what you have in mind.
Okay, thanks. So my take on this is slightly different. What you say is right. At the end of the day, it's the cost, which is the most significant element. But the cost is, if I'm able to create a value proposition, then cost doesn't come into the picture. So that is why, I don't know why we should have this notion at all that anything which is expensive, only that can be transported by air. Anything can be transported by air. Let me give an example. From Delhi to Dehradun, you expect me to send it by air? I'll never do it. And that is the reason why I insisted on giving the example of trains, because they were also the same. They were in the same situation. So what we suggested to them was, we said, please don't get involved into small distances, because small distances, railways have a freight up to 1200 kilometers, the freight remains the same. It's only beyond that it makes economic sense. And along with them, we started concentrating on Northeast. You will not believe the kind of facilities which they gave for Northeast for the trains. They had never done it before. Like example, you can't load material of 2 OEMs. They said, okay, Northeast, you do it. Unloading can be done only at one place. They agreed for 3 unloadings. So what we are happening is I'm catering to a very large sphere, and that helped us in reducing the cost. And because I know it for sure, road transportation, you know, it has to go on in tandem with the rail or with the train. Because what he said is right. You know, at the end of the day, you need multimodals. What will you do with the stock which has reached in a certain destination? Let's say it has reached Agartala airport and it has not been able to reach the end customer. It's absolutely of no use. So this thing is, if you can create a value proposition, then I don't think cost will be an issue at all. The other thing which I would say is that you know, when I moved into logistics some 20 years back, that was the first time I heard the word called belly space. I was never used to the word called belly space. I said belly space means when I'm hungry, yes, there's a space in the belly. And when we were having a meeting and we were confronted, they said, sorry, we can't take anything. And those were the days, I'm talking 18 years ago. So the belly space means you just go back, nothing can be done. So my question is, unless there is a hunger inside, how am I going to improve on the business? So whether I create additional bellies, whatever I do, I have no idea. You people know better, but at the end of the day, opportunities are galore. We need to create a value proposition for a customer, and as I repeat again, I should be a choice by design, not by default. Today I'm more by default. I have no choice. Baad aa gayi hai, train nahi ja rahi hai, kuch nahi ja raha hai. Yeah, what else do we do here? Let's fly it. There's a customer who's bothering you unnecessarily. His part has to be sent. Please fly it. Medicines, please fly it. Does anybody come to you and say that, listen, I had an option of sending it by road or by train or by air. Let's discuss business. What is your value proposition? Because please don't forget, which normally we don't do a calculation is, stock on wheels is a cost, right? Now, somebody getting the stock after 8 days is a cost. Who pays for it? Somebody pays. The system pays. Whereas he gets in 8 hours or 12 hours or whatever he was saying, see the cost and see the opportunity loss. So I would like to see it more as a cost on wheels to be considered and the opportunity loss also to be considered. So just taking, you know, standalone cost that we are 30% and we move only 3%, that's this thing. And I said, it's an outsider's perspective as a customer. I could be absolutely wrong, but I thought these are some food for thoughts which I would just raise it. Thank you.
No, I think these are very, very interesting thoughts. And let me just share a couple of things with you. There are, I can quote one, but there are definitely companies that by design, by choice, use only air cargo because of the advantages it gives. Right, speed, because obviously less inventory cost, and the speed to market, then you can actually get premium, right? And less damages. I was telling Pranik today morning, less packaging, less damages, less security problems, so on. So there are many advantages with air cargo. So there are definitely companies that not related to the value of the product they move, but by design as an organization, it's a global large organization. Some of you sitting here work with that company. I don't know if I can take the company Inditex. I think Karan works with that company on some sectors. So that company moves by design only on air cargo because they have seen this. And we from Air Cargo Forum India, the organization that I represent, over the last decade, we have done a lot of studies. And we have also proven to the stakeholders that the comparison between modes, general perception is air cargo is more expensive. But if you look at the total cost to the organization, taking all that Prem just mentioned, the total cost is actually more competitive if we use air cargo, right? So that's what we found, and I completely agree with him, not just because I am from air cargo, but I am also a logistician. So from the logistics industry point of view, it does make sense. Obviously, there are the other modes that you need to choose depending on other factors as well. So this brings us to a very interesting question that a lot depends on regulatory changes that Prem talked about, and infrastructure, policy changes. So the question that I have for you, Vikas, is that since you work across multiple divisions in Blue Dart, you interact with the airports as an airline operator, as a supply chain organization. When it comes to airports in India, right, and so that we can actually grow air cargo in India, what are the infrastructure changes that you think should happen, and what are the policy changes that you see should happen, and the entire air cargo related technology changes that you would like to see happen so that we grow air cargo in the country?
So, very good question, Mr. Ramesh, and I think when I started, my opening remark, I said, see again, a couple of things just I wanted to say. First of all, see again, when we talk about, the air cargo, majorly as very rightly said in India, I think we all think about the passenger. I think that thing is coming in the mind, and I think accordingly our infrastructure is being built, right? Again, I'll talk because a small portion of our business we are doing through the belly also, because something need to be there in the belly also. So, that side, the infrastructure again is a challenge. I think most of we all know. Reason being 10 hours prior to the flight departure, the material need to submit. The material will be handed over, 3 hours post the, so 3 plus 3, 6 hour delay, and further, the moment that reaches the destination, again, the local intro barrier comes. So again, the speed, again I'm talking about, and again, it's a supply and demand. What we are talking, it is coming out of that only. Supply and demand, and it is a manufacturing company whose assembly line, if required, just in time approach. And I think if something can be reached just in time, I think you very rightly said the cost can improve a lot. So as far as improvement is concerned, I think we need the cargo terminals which is pro air cargo business, which unfortunately presently not, because we see again, demand and supply come. So there are few months where the demand is not that much. You can see the month from July to December. Again, you will know the kind of the load piled up at the aircraft. Again, I'll tell you how the infrastructure work and how our aircraft work. As I said, we use only 9 hours. And in the peak, what Blue Dart does, I think those 9 hours, we increase the movement of the aircraft. So where on the lane, we were doing on the crescent lane, if we are operating 2, we are operating 3. Our timing increases from 9 to maybe 10 or maybe 11 or 12. That kind of things happen. So that helps us because of infrastructure. We have our dedicated team who is completely involved into the X-ray terminal. And by the way, just wanted to update also that recently we have opened a facility. Again, I'll tell you, first time in India, the facility at Bijwasan, which is a complete sustainable facility with a complete integrated. So very soon we are going to, that will be a offset facility, and the scanning will be done there only. So from there, it will be directly going into the aircraft belly. So this facility is already built up. Again, there are a lot of what I can say, the involvement of the agencies, and because safety is paramount, so that is being done. So we will be again, thanks to again the government has very rightly said that again we have the Dholka Expressway tunnel. So our distance to the airport would be 15 minutes. So that also we are going to save. So that's what I'm telling, the infrastructure play a very, very vital role. Again, I'm telling you, if you talk about international trade, again, what we can do, the paperwork facilitation, the faster turnaround, I think something can help. And I maybe differ to some of my panelists, but I think I am very amazed with the concept of AI. And AI can play a great role into it. It's not only, yesterday I was on an event launch and I saw the kind of speed you are getting in the work. It's not always, it's always a half glass full and half glass empty, but a kind of the you are getting out of. I think that is what something which is required. So I think these 3, 4, 5 things which I feel is important to promote this business. Thank you.
I accept that. I think I agree with you that AI, although unfortunately most of us don't understand the technology and also the capability as to how the technology can help. But even from air cargo industry point of view, last 2 or 3 years, we have seen many companies that have the AI platforms or frameworks started implementing small tools across the industry to solve problems that we've been facing for a very, very long time. So we've heard from the expert today morning about the ability to forecast pricing, right, in the shipping industry. So in the air cargo industry, like in the trucking as well, similar, you don't know what would happen to the trucking rates or the air freight rates 6 months later, 7 months later, 8 months later, which is an input cost to a lot of agents and shippers. We struggle with that as well, right? We try to manually do it. There are systems that forecast, but they're not very accurate. So AI definitely can play a lot of role there, like it helped many industries. And there are many other customer service, capacity management, capacity optimization, operations exceptions that we solve every single day to be able to forecast manpower accurately. There are many areas where AI can help, and I think fortunately, there's a lot of research that is going on across the industry. I think the last question for the panel from my side, before I move to the next phase of this discussion, is for you, Pranik. Since morning, many people have asked me about the geopolitical challenges and the impact of geopolitical challenges on the aviation industry in general and air cargo specifically. Obviously, the aviation industry has been impacted a lot over the last 1 year, but very importantly, the West Asia war that happened, which is still going on, impacted very badly all the airlines, but specifically Indian Airlines, because we're forced to pay more for the fuel, take very long routes, cut down a lot of capacity, ground the aircrafts. Many things have happened which are extremely poor, extremely bad for the aviation industry, especially those airlines which are operating out of India. But then I'm of the belief that it has not just impacted only the aviation industry. I think it has impacted all of us. It has impacted the surface industry, transportation industry as well. So, Pani, your comments as to how big is the impact and how it actually impacted the air cargo, if you have any views, and also tell us how it actually impacted the surface transportation industry.
Rameshji may not be able to answer this question because I'm in expertise in the domestics movement part of it actually. So in the current geopolitics, what's happening, so you can see that there's a kind of an exports, import, air import, exports, the issues are happening over here currently. But the questions what you asked me that currently geopolitics, economic impacts, definitely I'm not be able to comment anything on this. I request any other panelists to be comment on that.
So again, I think this is a very, very crucial situations for all of us, I think. It is unwanted and uncalled for. But again, if you talk about overall impact which is coming on us, one is definitely, and which is more, the sounds are coming, the prices of the crude oil. For us, I think, since I wanted to be specific on the topic which we are talking about is a Brent, the air turbine fuel. Government of India, I think, capped that. So again, the impact on us is almost 10% in domestic, but again, more into international. So that cost is impacting everywhere, and every facet that cost is impacted. That is one side of it. But again, something which we are not seeing is the impact on the supply chain. Yesterday, I was seeing one report where, people were talking about a crisis of palm oil, I think, which will be foreseen, wherein, there are certain countries who wanted to use that, like ethylene we are using, ethanol, they're talking about they will be putting the palm oil into. So again, that supply, so my point of mentioning is that, again this industry becoming very, very relevant, when the supply chains are impacting, because major trade is happening through the sea route. And again, we know what is volatility is there and vulnerability is there into the sea route, right? Again, this route is something which is critical and helpful. So again, my take, and as an organization, our take is, again, we always see in the crisis situation, like the COVID situation has come. I think those situations, we as a team, came forward, and again, I think that is far behind. Nobody even talk on the discussions. So it's an important, crucial time. But again, everybody need to support each other. And I think, the cost impact which is which is impacting, definitely it will impact the airline, and further the cascading will be going down. So again, this is a time where we need to support each other as an industry. And I think, I think tomorrow will be much, much better. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I agree with that. So I think before I move to the audience to ask questions, so I'll give you the last opportunity to very quickly summarize your points, maybe one or two statements each. From you, Prem, we start with you. Any closing remarks from you, quickly?
Well, I'm aware, and we keep on reading that infrastructure is a big issue. Airports, I don't know how many cargo terminals we have. If I compare with what they are available outside India, they might be at par with the passenger terminals or whatever is there. But that's where is a big issue. Without having any political affinity, I would just like to make a comment that in case we do not get this in the current dispensation, I don't know whether we'll get it. And I'm an example because we have a person who's sitting here, Mr. Vipul Nanda. He knows. I'm sure a lot of you people would have seen the size of the carriers in this country. There was no size. The length or breadth and anything, and people were just dying on the road. There was no safety, nothing. And it's the current dispensation which took a decision, no, we need to bring some method into the madness also. And they brought it. And today, all the truck, I don't call them that they have been cut. I see they have been right-sized. They have not been downsized. Similarly, if you come to railways, as I gave you the examples, the way the railways were so forthcoming in helping the people, helping the customers, because the businesses were made, they were questioned on the basis of the market share they have got. Not whatever best I can manage, we've been doing it. So I strongly feel that the time has come when even, I'm sure a lot of things must be happening. I am no one to make any comment whether it's happening or not, but just a comment that this is the right time in the current dispensation to go for it, because everybody is talking of infrastructure. And that could be a very big starting point. And what we were talking of, this geopolitical situation, and I was just seeing that the domestic is 1/3 and the international is 2/3. I would say it gives me an opportunity also to make this 1/3 to 1/2. Because it's as simple, you have to decide whether you park those aircrafts or you use them for the domestic. Whether you pay the cost of parking the aircraft and the EMIs or whatever is the word being used, or you still get something out of it. So that what I feel, and I think I have said whatever I had to say, but only thing is it has to be of preferred choice. I don't think the cost is an issue at all. Till the time it's a value proposition for me, I'll definitely take by air cargo. If it is not, I won't touch it.
Thank you, Prem. Vikas, your quick comments, closing remarks.
Okay, I think first of all, thank you very much, Logistics Shakti, for having us and bringing this topic. I feel this topic is very rarely discussed, and I think this is something I think we should have more and more discussion, maybe a smaller good discussion. To sum up, I can say yes. I think again demand and supply is there. Yes, definitely. The topic I can say, yeah, we more and more require more airports which facilitate the logistic. That is one. So definitely demand of infrastructure. Apart from that, the most important thing I just wanted to mention is again, because it's a multimodal. Something which is coming from the air, it cannot be airport to airport, right? Again, so from airport to door also something which is the last mile, which is required and which will be always required unless we come up with the drone deliveries, right? But I think it's far away. Yes, we are doing in certain limited space, but in general, it is far away. So again, that infrastructure and certain, when we talk about the government forums also, So definitely we tell them, you know, the no entry barrier or something, you know, electrification, all companies are unitedly doing. So I think we need some concession and more facility into it. And last but most important is use of the technology. I think that will benefit us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vikas. Prem, Pranik, any quick comments from you?
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you very much to everyone. The closing note is that, you know, delivery is precisely our product. So it can be done with an infrastructure, manpower, and the technology. So technology can be bring into systems, but unless until we have a skilled manpower to use that, it will going to be failure for us. So my suggestion is that, you know, so every organizations must have an L&D department, learning and, you know, so to sophisticate and support the employees to adopt the technology what it is coming to us actually. So that's what I'm closing note on this actually.
Thank you.
Being short of time.
I think we have a few minutes for the questions, if any of you have anything. So we can just take 2 or 3 questions. Anyone? No? All right. Thank you very much. So now let me hand over to the MC of the event. Thank you. You've been wonderful panel members, so thank you very much for all your comments and contributions. Thank you.
Wonderful panel with very insightful discussions and being on time. Thank you very much. May I request Mr. Indrajit Sherawat and Mr. Suman Jha to please join us in presenting the mementos. Mr. Indrajit Sherawat and Mr. Suman Jha. Thanking Mr. Vikas Patil. Thanking Mr. Prem Verma. Mr. Paniraj Murthy. Thanking our moderator, Mr. Ramesh Mamidala. We'll close with a group photograph of all the panelists and the presenters. So, a group photograph, आप सभी की. Thank you once again to the panelists and the moderator and the presenters. Next, we have the partner presentation by Staffingo. Would like to invite the presenter, Mr. Pritesh Patel, the co-founder of Staffingo, to be please joining us for the presentation. Staffingo, a workforce solutions company which is focused on bridging the gap between talent and industry. We're talking about skilling, we're having bridging the gap between the skills, talent and industry, and especially there in the logistics, supply chain and operations space.
But disconnected teams, manual processes, compliance risks make things complicated. One small miss can lead to penalties, delays, business disruption. Introducing Staffing Go, one platform that connects every stakeholder seamlessly. Staffing Go dashboard, from onboarding to approvals, communication to compliance. Managers, workers, IT admins, vendors, site managers, auditors. Vendor onboarding. Worker registration. Approval flow. Ensure 100% compliance with automated checklists, document validation, and statutory tracking. Get real-time visibility into workforce, attendance, and site operations. Managing contract workforce shouldn't feel like chaos, but disconnected teams, manual processes, compliance risks make things complicated. One small miss can lead to penalties, delays, business disruption. Introducing Staffing Go, one platform that connects every stakeholder seamlessly. Staffing Go dashboard, from onboarding to approvals, communication to compliance. Managers, workers, IT admins, vendors, site managers, auditors. Vendor onboarding. Worker registration. Approval flow. Ensure 100% compliance with automated checklists, document validation, and statutory tracking. Get real-time visibility into workforce, attendance, and site operations.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Today we are going to talk about more from the Staffing Go offering point of view. Basically, Staffing Go mainly going to talk about how the contract labor management system, or what are the workforce related challenges what you are facing, how the technology, how the AI can help you on the understanding what are the ground level the issues are there, and how as a top level, as an administrative level, as a CHRO level, what are the benefits you will get through the technology. That is what I am going to present you right now. As we see that today everybody is talking about the technology and AI, and we are going to present you that, okay, how the technology and AI is going to help you into the contract labor management system. So basically, as a top level, you see that, okay, your entire workforce is visible. Your vendors, right now, if you look at from the CLRA point of view, you are accountable. As we have seen the recent rights in the due to the labor compliances, and similar way, because of that, your brand is getting desktop, and all that you can monitor through the CLMS technology. Okay, so what are the hidden risks are there with your CLRMS? So one is contractor non-compliance risks. So every contractor is having the PF, ESI, PT, all those things they are supposed to fill on behalf of you, and at end, if they don't fill, it is a principal employer responsibility to monitor the vendor compliances. You can monitor the vendor compliances through the AI from our solution. Ghost employee in billing fraud, we generally do not monitor the attendance or don't verify the attendance very well. As at month end, every employee or every employer finds that, okay, it has to manually approve something. By namesake, they approve the attendance, and you find many ghost employees or the billing fraud in the system. Lack of real-time visibility. As a CHRO, as a central head, you don't get the complete visibility of the deployed workforce. Next point is about the license registration gap. Many CLRA licenses, many things get expired, but as a principal employer, you don't have a complete visibility of or your vendor licenses got expired. Wage or overtime violations, not every wage related or the overtime related complaints has been followed into the system. Next. Okay, poor contractor governance. When you renew your vendor contract, you don't rate them properly, or you don't take the feedback from everyone setting up, is your vendor was doing good, so that you are renewing the contract, or forcefully you are renewing your vendor contract. Audit inspection, and when the auditor comes, asks many documents and informations, you don't have inside, and entire the fragmented communication between the complete workforce management. So what this system does is, this system sets up the complete workforce management platform for you, starting from your organization structures, ensuring that all your workman information is available, your contractor workforce information is available, the contractor information is available in the system. You run the behalf of your contractor, the entire solution. Might be your contractor he don't have a technology, but you can offer them a technology, and entire technology can be used by your vendors here. You look at the entire ecosystem, starting with your system admins, your corporate HR, nothing but your CHRO, your your vendors, your employee managers, and the employees. Or you look at the entire system. What we are covering here is so entire system you are covering as with your compliance auditor. So look at everyone from whatever the workforce you are handling, and each and every stakeholder is covered through this particular system, which is nothing but the Staffing Go CLMS system. Next, we are talking about that, okay, what are the things vendors can do, what are the things site managers can do, what are the things system admin can do, the employees and the corporate HR, all that ecosystem is connected with each other through the technology, which addresses many things like attendance tracking. You implement the auditing on your attendance part, right? Then you can maintain entire shift management, your leave management, your wage registration, your complaints checklist. So whatever the complaints checklists are there, according to that, vendors can submit all those documents, and according to that, the systems can validate. Once again, entire system is designed in such a way that every org structures or every org nodes can get each and every visibilities as they require. Okay, so entire system is designed considering the AI into as a central solution. And next slide, we will be seeing that, okay, what are the AI solutions we can offer for this CLMS. The system is designed in such a way that wherever you want to integrate, so any third-party system you want to integrate, your internal systems you want to integrate, the entire life cycles can be managed through integrating with the various kind of platforms. So it becomes a very unified platform for you. So if you look at the entire solution, where we have said no direct control over your vendor appoint employees. But here you will see that, okay, whatever the vendor appoints employees are there, complete visibilities you have. Experience depends on the people you technically do not manage. Once again, you are controlling to them. The ghost employee implement overtime silent draining budgets. So you have a budget control over, depending upon your budget only the vendor is going to onboard the employees. So those kind of benefits you are going to get out of this particular system. If you look at the AI, what are the AI agents can do, and very interestingly, you can see that, okay, entire system is designed in such a way that each and every node, like starting with your Aadhaar card base hiring you want to do. So basically the Aadhaar card has to be checked. So today, if you look at that, many non-Indian citizens like Rohingya and all, the working into the factories and many places, they don't have a proper Aadhaar card also, and still they are working in your premises. So such kind of employees you can identify through the Aadhaar card registration. We have a QR code based registration, nothing but very quickly you can register the employees. You not need to the manually, you need to put across all the information. The bank, driving license, other verifications can be done through the AI agent. The letter drafting, emailing, any kind of non-attendance are there, and you want to send up the warning letters and all, you can send through the AI agent. The QR code-based offer and pay slip verification, whatever your offer or contracts you are issuing, have the QR code so that they can verify very easily. Duplicate agents, that eliminates the duplicate on the system. Pre-onboarding workflow agents, your pre-onboarding workflow agent is nothing but we'll give you the demo on the next slide, that how quickly you can get the documents from the employee's side. Quick onboarding workflow agent, UI, PAN verification, offer acceptance, e-signatures, okay, automated letter dispatch, all that agents can be deployed on the system. Next, we are going to talk about, we talk about the 20 minutes delivery. Here I'm going to talk about that, okay, how the 2 minutes onboarding can be done. This is the live demo where we can see that, okay, how the employees can fill up the Aadhaar, PAN, bank detail easily in the system. So you can see here that, okay, PAN detail is getting filled up, the bank detail is getting filled up, the pay slip information is getting updated quickly, education certificate he will update very quickly. So entire registration process or entire document collection process is less than 2 minutes, where the employee is able to submit the information. Once again, whatever the information he is submitting must be not necessary that at that moment or that minute he is going to update into the system. But once again, the automated AI agents comes into the picture, where the AI agents can send reminders to that employee. Once again, the agents runs and ensures that the onboarding is getting completed within the minute's time. So that is how AI can help you out in the collecting all the information. So this is how I'm demonstrating the 2 minutes digital onboarding, how it can be done. These are the few of the customers who is using our solution, and we are at the booth number 2. If anyone is interested more about knowing these solutions, we can visit during this particular session. And thank you, Logistics Shakti, for providing this opportunity to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I request Mr. Kamal Narayan to kindly join us here on the stage to present the memento. Thank you very much. And with that, we move to the next session. This is going to be the special fireside session. Just to apprise the August gathering, there's running tea, which is once again on. In case anyone interested in having tea or coffee, you can grab a cup and be back at your seat. So India as a global supply chain talent provider, and herein we have this conversation between a moderator and a panelist, positioning India as the world talent hub for logistics, ports, aviation, warehousing, and digital supply chain. I invite first the moderator to be kindly taking center stage, Shri Prahlad S. Chaudhary, the Senior HR Leader at Jindal Stainless, currently serving as Head and Vice President Human Resources, having extensive experience in corporate and manufacturing, HR, organizational development and transformation initiatives. Our panelist, Mr. Rajiv Bharadwaj, the member personnel at Prasar Bharati, bringing over 35 years of experience in the public sector enterprises with deep expertise in HR, in organizational development and strategic leadership. Mr. Jayant Krishna, the former ED and CEO, National Skill Development Corporation. A very respected skilling ecosystem leader who has played a pivotal role in shaping India's workforce development and industry-aligned training initiatives. And joining us is Wing Commander retired Kanak Mishra, AVP World People Solution, a disciplined leader with a defense background. Now she's driving talent solutions and workforce strategies in the corporate sector. So welcome to all the panelists, and I request our moderator and hand over to Mr. Chaudhary.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. So it's a very interesting topic for us to give our perspective to all of you. India as a global supply chain talent provider. So I am blessed to have a elite panel with me. Mr. Rajiv Bharadwaj, he is a well-known name in HR fraternity, and now he is a member of HR in Prasar Bharati. Mr. Jayant Krishna, former CEO, ED and CEO of National Skill Development Corporation, and Wing Commander Kanak Mishra. So I have experience and young, so it's a mixed panel, and we will try to give you the perspective how India can exploit this opportunity of being the global supply chain talent provider. So I will start with the, we decided to move into this discussion into three parts. One is the challenges ahead. When we say we are the global talent provider, so there would be a lot of challenges. So what are the challenges? So I will request my colleagues on the panel to start the discussion on the challenges ahead. So anyone can initiate the discussion, please.
Yeah, I think it's a very relevant question you have started the panel with. That what are the global challenges, what are the challenges in India when it comes to talent for the logistics industry? So, we have recently seen, the West Asia crisis, the Middle East crisis, how it has, and the Strait of Hormuz closure by Iran, how it has thrown the entire logistics out of gear, and, how vulnerable logistics industry is. The entire world's almost 33% of the crude oil, the entire world's supply used to happen through this strait, So I think the geopolitical tensions that you see before that, or maybe even now it's still not over, the Ukraine and Russia war, or various tensions that you've seen in Israel, Lebanon, they all contribute to a huge amount of geopolitical risks that you have. Other challenge which I see is, automation and robotics, 3D printing, these kind of technologies have been ushered in the logistics industry in a very, very big way. Especially in India, if you look at, you have a very fragmented industry. The economy of scale is there only with a very, very few players. And a larger part of the entire value chain, we talk about supply chain in logistics, but the supply chain of logistics industry itself is in the informal and unorganized sector, with small vendors having trucks, having small warehouses of suboptimal capacity and so on and so forth. So that's a big challenge. Also, globally, if you look at, a lot of protectionism that you see happening all across. in the sense, we have seen trade wars, with the US triggered more than a year ago. It is still not settled fully. And a lot of countries, which are raising their tariffs to protect the domestic industry. So these are forces which actually do not help logistics industry to go beyond where it is right now. Another thing, we all order food through Swiggies and Zomatos and a lot of instant supply that we believe in. I mean, there's nothing wrong, but there's very, very consumer-driven kind of a model that you see today. It adversely affects, economy of scale of warehouses, and it fragments the entire supply chain to a very, very large extent. So I think these are, to my mind, the major challenges. And of course, last I wanted to cover from a global perspective is the emergence of e-commerce in a very, very big way. So what is happening in e-commerce, where the national boundaries are ending and one nation's boundary ends and the other nation starts, tracking the entire transaction, looking at the taxation, levies, and so on and so forth, it is becoming very, very difficult in a global perspective. I just wanted to add a couple of more challenges from an Indian perspective. As I said, there's an absence of very large players. It's a very, very fragmented industry. Almost 95% of the industry is for, the players. If you look at India itself, close to almost 3 crore people are directly or indirectly deployed in logistics industry. It's not a small sector we are talking about. 3 crores out of a population of 140 crores. It's huge. But the irony is 95% of them are in the informal sector, unorganized sector. So these jobs are not aspirational, unless you are a part of the large thing. And also government has done its bit, National Skill Development Corporation, the organization that I used to work for, it created a logistics sector skill councils. They have rolled out 57 job roles. And, if you look at last 10 years, 10 years back, the total employment, direct and indirect in logistics industry was about 2 crore. Now it is 3 crore. Last 10 years, 1 crore people have been added. And next 10 years, about 1.5 crore new people will be added. But most of them come to the industry without any formal training, without any, backing of any qualifications, and so on and so forth. So I think it is important that we embrace, the frameworks which are available, and it is also important for industry.
Mr. Krishna, we will come to that point later on.
Just last line I wanted to say, industry has to embrace. See, you can, through a prism of timelessness, we can keep blaming the government for not doing this, not doing that, right? But industry has to take a far greater ownership, for skilling of people using their own funds or CSR funds. They are the best people who know what job roles are required, what kind of training is required. Industry is a very, very distant player today. So that's where I wanted to end.
Thank you. Thank you. I will request Rajiv sir to give his perspective on the challenges. Rajiv sir, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My colleague panelist has given a very wide perspective. And if we see during the last 5 years, within the span of last 5 years, there has been 2 major incidents. The first, the COVID, and now the geopolitical war. These 2 things has completely changed the manpower deployment aspect. As a globalization thing, I'm telling. See, COVID has created a new way of working in the Gen Z. That is work from home. Right now in the Western country or in the information sector, if you say a person that you are required to come 5 days in a week full time in the office, they are not going to accept your job, whatever you pay. So when the IQ is that level, the challenges are on the both sides. Now with this war, what has happened? The word globalization, which came in the mid-90s, it is going back to deglobalization in the present scenario. So many people have not been able to recognize it, but it is in the pipeline. From globalization to deglobalization, because what was the globalization? It was a horizontal integration. Earlier, whatever the company used to do, they used to go for vertical integration, maximization of their strength. So there were in-house manpower development. In the horizontal integration, what happened, they started getting the manpower from the different part of the world. So the manpower goes to that part of the world which they think it was secured and better paying. That myth has been blown off with the Middle East becoming insecure like anything. The whole thing which they were thinking that it is secured. So largest, India has a demographic dividend of manpower, and whatever the technology intervention may come, the technology can only replace the rule-based processes. It cannot replace the hard manual activity. So India's biggest demographic dividend was we were exporting hard skilled manpower. Say for example, plumber, plumbing, mason, this kind of work. So we were just thinking to have a multi-skilling in one person who can deliver more than one activity at one time. This increased the productivity of the man and the earning capacity also. So now the focus is, with this disturbance, geopolitical disturbance, and the Gen Z preferences, I think from exporting the manpower against the things are changing, we will have a large requirement within our country itself. This we will start perceiving in the next 6 to 7 months. And this is the time where we can go for scaling and all this thing, so that we can attract the other manufacturers to come and do their business in India. The shift has started, but we can be the first mover because we have got the benefit now as one of the safe country is of doing business and culturally accommodative. That's the thing, the present scenario I'm giving.
Very good, sir. Thank you. Madam.
Good evening, everyone.
So you can add how we can exploit how we can change these challenges, or we can convert these challenges into opportunities, and how we can start, exploiting the opportunities.
Sure. Thank you, Praladji. Good evening, everyone. It's indeed a great privilege to be part of this August gathering and express my views on the topic, which is India's role in global logistics as a talent provider. So the topic is very relevant and transformative. Given the most populous country in the world, we really have a demographic dividend. We have the youngest workforce available with us in India, and every year, millions of candidates are adding up to this labor pool who are looking for meaningful job opportunities in India as well as overseas. So while we talk about challenges, we also have the biggest opportunity that we are demographically youngest country. Secondly, given the strong governance and the disruption in neighboring countries also makes us a strong country with a good talent pool which can be utilized by various organizations, and that is why the entire world is looking at us as the capital of human resource for various job roles. And kudos to our predecessors who have not only established themselves as good professionals, but our work ethos and our credibility, our adaptability in the fields like IT, human resource, logistics has also opened our ways and opened a path for other Indian workers to explore different parts of the world. The biggest challenge over here, when we talk about overseas mobilization in the shipping and logistics industry, is lack of ethical practices and an unfragmented company approach wherein the demand aggregation from different parts of the globe is not happening in a systematic manner. We do have supplies and we do have demands as well. So the biggest challenge is how best the matchmaking of this demand and supply can happen in India. And this cannot happen by the industrialists or the corporates. We need to generate an ecosystem An ecosystem with the support of Government of India, an ecosystem wherein the industry partners, the academicians, as well as the industry partners, everybody is coming together in promoting ethical practices, skilling of Indian candidates so that this demographic pool can be trained in a more employable manner. We need to map the demands which are there and coming in from various overseas countries, and we have to provide, because training and education is not the byproduct. The byproduct of every upskilling is employment. Then only a candidate will actually come for skilling themselves. With this, I would like to...
Thank you. So the challenges, what the panel had given, the global or the global political, geopolitical issues at present is a major challenge as of now. Another challenge which is coming out through our discussion is the skill gap. What sort of the competencies or skills are required to be the global talent provider? Our people are, somewhere there are gaps in the skills. For example, a driver in supply chain, transport is the major, the backbone of the supply chain. So our drivers they may be skilled. They know how to drive a truck. So steering, the gearbox, gear, everything, they are knowing about the skill. The skill, there is a gap between skill and competency. There is a difference. So what we are doing through our hands, hand-eye coordination, this is known as a skill. The moment it is going into our head and we are making any decision, that is competency. So our drivers, they are damn good in, driving, the steering, this or that, but they are lacking somewhere in the competencies. They are not able to judge. ट्रक यहाँ से निकल जाएगी कि नहीं निकल जाएगी, इतना लोड लेके इस ब्रिज से जाएंगे कि नहीं जाएंगे, चढ़ सकता है कि नहीं, और उस वजह से बहुत सारे एक्सीडेंट्स होते हैं, बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम्स होते हैं. So we need to, that's only one example of drivers. Similarly, there are skills required for all the supply chain. So we will, I'll request my panel members, my fellow panelists to put some highlights on the skills, what sort of the skills are required or the competencies are required for being the global talent provider in India. Rajiv sir, we will start from you.
See, in logistics, it is a highly disintegrated sector. Means the more and more integration you bring, the efficiency increases. Who integrates the business? The large player, we say it. When you become a large player, you have a technological intervention. You have a big equipment, a specialized equipment. So whenever it comes to big equipment, specialized equipment, the talent comes from the OEM. So those talents, you get it from the OEM. The original equipment manufacturer, they give you the specialized this thing. But at the lower end, none of the logistic player is interested in getting a specialized, skilled manpower. So there is a multiplicity of manual labor. They don't realize by deploying 4 or 5 labor for an activity which could have been delivered by one person, you are incurring 3 costs. And if you get one person with all those skills and pay him double, you save the another 2 and get a better job delivery. So there is a mindset problem with the employer also. Because majority of the employer doesn't have that, they think I don't have that kind of time to spend on that. And our friend was just showing us skill how to engage a contract labor. So organizing a contract labor and becoming a principal employer is okay, fine. It may be good. But if you think that by just having a contract labor, my responsibility is over, just imagine if those contract laborers stop working, whose work is going to suffer? Because right now, the biggest thing is, even if it is, you're going to deploy through a contracting system or sourcing system, the skill set has to be defined by the employer. If you define the skill set and have a proper screening, then the skilling process will become viable. Right now, the whole skilling set, because he has the better experience, according to me, is more in quantitative in nature, less in qualitative. We are giving big numbers, but employability is becoming less. So it is the responsibility of the employer also. We should come together as an industry. We have a Logistics Skill Council, which being a key member in 2008, 2009, I was the pioneer in putting that thing that there should be a Logistics Skill Council. It went to CII and the headquarters is at Chennai. But I did not find after that it could not spread its wings. Means the industry partnership is less. So in order to fill up the skill gap, now I'm coming to your point, the first requirement, according to me, is onboarding of the industry on the skill forum. You come forward, give your pedagogy, what you want, and once that council provides you that skill, you should be prepared to employ them. So you give your projection for say 1 year, and after 1 year you should be ready to take at least 50% of them. That should be the proper way of filling up the skill gap in logistics sector.
Yes, Kristen sir.
So in the earlier section, I mentioned about 3 crore people directly or indirectly employed in India's logistics sector. Let's understand what's the value and what's the contribution, what's the component of GDP that it occupies, right? We are talking about $500 billion is the size of India's logistics industry, which is almost 14% of our GDP, right? Which is much higher than most countries, most developed countries, most of the G20 countries have 9 to 10% as the cost of logistics to the GDP ratio, right? In our case, it is 14%. So what it is doing, it is actually putting, one is it is jacking up the cost of production, and therefore our products and services are not becoming as much globally competitive as they should, and one reason, again, I come back to the same old thing is that, it's a very fragmented industry. There's a shortage of large players. It's very large component actually comes from, the labor force comes from unorganized and informal sector. So I think what is required to my mind, and unlike the global challenges in India, logistics industry is most certainly it's growing at about 8 to 8.5% per annum. That's the rate of growth which is happening because of multiple reasons. Government has PLI, the production linked incentives have been introduced. The government has Make in India program. It has Sagarmala program where ports are being developed. You have regional connectivity by airlines and not only for passenger traffic but also for freight traffic, right? So I think these developments are happening. Globalization has happened. GST has been a very, very key reform which is helping us. A lot of FDI norms have been reduced. In many sectors today, anywhere between 75% to 100% of FDI could belong to the foreign party. And they are incentivized to relocate their production bases to India, their supply chains to India. During COVID, we all saw how laying all eggs in the Chinese basket was a phenomenon the entire world was frightened of, right? And they wanted to relocate part of their investments, their supply chains to destinations other than China. And India has been a forerunner, in that area. And the 2 reasons to my mind that India could not tap that potential for co-location or relocation of supply chains to our country, 2 major reasons is that there's a huge shortage of skilled people in the country, and second is logistics also is a very, very big area because our cost of logistics is very, very high. So I think we have to do a serious soul searching. The Gati Shakti program also is a very, very good development. So while internationally there are a lot of challenges, I'm not saying India is not prone to those challenges, but within India, as the economy boosts up, we are the fastest growing major economy in the world, right? If the economy grows, everything improves, everything goes up. As they say, if you double the speed, you triple the economy, right? That is what is very, very important. So I think to my mind, the biggest thing is, as he rightly says, the Logistics Sector Skill Council could not ramp up as much as it wanted. The primary reason was because for each of those 37, 38 sector skill councils, industry players have come forward, not the government. But in logistics, since there was a shortage of big organized players, so not many were prepared to take the ownership. But despite that, these 57 qualification packs and national occupation standards that they have developed, those have all been done by the industry, not by the government. Those are the standards for training, for skilling have been set up by them. So I think this is very important that we understand, and I'll again repeat what I said earlier. It is very important for industry, through a prism of timelessness, keep blaming that this is not happening, that is not happening. They have to come forward and take a far greater ownership. Otherwise, we will assemble here 5 years from now with the same set of problems, with similar issues. So I think industry has to come forward, and not necessarily, the big daddies of the industry. Small people, mediums, if not very small, at least medium sector industry players in logistics and big players, they have to invest. And today government allows, 2% of your net profit you have to plow back into CSR, and training for the community is something that government allows that expenditure to be booked under CSR. Apprenticeship is a big opportunity where you soil your hands and learn the hard way. In Germany, 70% of the country's workforce goes through the apprenticeship route, what they call as the dual system, right? Why is it that in our case, it is less than just about 1.5% people who do apprenticeship? No matter how much you get trained in a classroom and a lab kind of environment, it can never be a substitute to actually going on the shop floor, soiling your hands and learning the big way. By the way, it is for industry people sitting here, it is mandatory under the Indian law to have at least 2.5% of your workforce, and workforce of formal, informal put together, outsourced and full-time put together, at least 2.5% of it. If you do not have it as apprentices at any point of time, you are on the wrong side of the law. And the beauty is, the people that you deploy as apprentice, government pays them the stipend, right? And your productivity, even while they are learning, they are productive because they are on the shop floor, right? And after that, if your recruitment requirements happen, who could be better placed than people who have been trained on your own shop floor based on your own business processes, right? So I think these are opportunities knocking your doors, right? But problem is, opportunities come and knock our doors, not as opportunities. They always come as a problem beyond solution. We think, skilling is a puzzle nobody has been able to solve. But it is the total, you can do wonderful things, through these government schemes, through your own CSR spend, and ensure that the remaining 1.5 crore people which will be required in the logistics industry in the next 15 years, more than half of them at least are formally trained and not somehow got into the industry and learned the hard way.
Thank you, sir. So before Kanak, I request you. I just wanted to share. I am from manufacturing. I am from steel, manufacturing. So as Mr. Krishna was just mentioning, 2.5%. So in our case, we are deploying 5% of our total population as apprenticeship trainees every year, and 50% of those 2.5%, we are acquiring them after post completion of their apprentices. Every year, JS Jindal Stainless is hiring about 600 engineers and diploma engineers as a trainee, the freshers from the schools, and they are being deployed. They are being, permanent employment from the day one. So this is the process. When a manufacturing setup can afford doing that, why not logistics? So this is very doable, and that's how we can build our skills. Kanak, your perspective, please.
This skilling is a very, very relevant topic, and there are three-pronged approaches with which we can actually address this issue. Number one, the industry people will have to come, and along with industry, especially if you're talking about logistics and supply chain, then the logistics companies, shipping lines, airlines, port, and warehouse operators, they need to come up and identify a curriculum which is aligned with today's, which is very, very relevant and aligned with today's logistics industry. This syllabus we have to devise and give it to the academia and the trainee partners, that you need to train and you need to impart this kind of syllabus because this is what it is relevant. Secondly, we need to generate a system wherein our certifications are globally recognized, because many times it happens, a candidate is being trained in India as a truck driver or as a warehouse operator or as a material handling equipment operator. But when the candidate goes to Europe, the candidate moves to Middle East, because it's right wheel driving in India and there it's left wheel driving. For them it's absolutely, it becomes difficult. So our skilling has to be in line with globally acceptable practices. Third, in logistics, one cannot upskill themselves in one day. It's a continuous process, even not only for the basic workforce. We're not just talking about the blue collar and the gray collar ones. Even for the white collar people, there is a continuous need to upskill ourselves, reskill ourselves, and keep on learning new things, because now we are entering into an era of logistics 3.0, where logistics 3.0, it's more systematic, more automated, more integrated, and more sustainability driven. So what we were doing 15 years or 18 years back, logistics now has absolutely evolved, and it is evolving and changing day by day. So these are the three approaches: industry aligned training, having a certification which has global recognition and global acceptance. Thirdly, continuous reskilling and upskilling is going to keep us afloat in this sector. Thank you.
Thank you. So, so we are coming into the end of our session. In the closing remarks, I would like to request my fellow panel members to focus on what sort of the skills, the niche skills are required for supply chain. If they can, add some value into that, which will be useful for all of us. So I will request Rajiv ji to start, then Mr. Krishna, then followed by Wing Commander, then.
The high-end skill is the continuous IT intervention. So the more and more digital framework is there, more and more efficient you are. So that one skill that every logistic company should have it and keep on upgrading. It should be a continuous development process. The second one is the hard skill at the lower end. So in that case, you should always try to have a multi-skill, one person for 3 or 4 activities minimum. This experience I have got in our larger terminal, wherever we have a container handling equipment, in layman language you call it crane. So whosoever is the crane operator, he is the maintenance staff also. When the same machine goes on maintenance, so he becomes one additional person in the maintenance team also. He should not idle. So that improves the manpower productivity. Thank you.
So I think fundamentally we have to look at, some people have a very narrow and sectarian view of logistics, that what kind of sectors should we include when it comes to skilling there. So it is all pervasive. It is all supply chain activities, transportation, customer interface, customer services, inventory management, information exchange, information flow, order processing, packaging, warehousing, material handling. All broadly these areas are to be included in skilling for the logistics sector. And whatever government or the Logistics Sector Skill Council has brought about, I think embrace that, because those are industry courses. And as I said, even if you are slightly reluctant to invest in a skilling infrastructure using your CSR funds, at least embrace apprenticeship, just wholeheartedly. This is a win-win game for all of you, right? I mean, I had the opportunity in the country before I joined the government on the behalf of the industry. I used to be with the Tata Group to architect the reforms in the Apprenticeship Act, which led to a new act of parliament in November or December 2014, right? It is a very industry-friendly act. All the provisions that the act has now have been were propagated by the industry themselves, industry players themselves, right? So embrace it shamefully, and you'll see lot of your manpower problems, workforce problem that you face will just disappear within a couple of cycles of apprenticeship itself.
So the points have mostly been covered by my fellow panelists. Yes, at this point in time, the logistics training needs to be focused in full automation, integration, sustainability driven, as well as how we can enhance, because we do not just want to be in the world or reflect in the world as a workforce provider for a blue collar. Why not we be the innovators, we be the global leaders, why not we be the industrialists who are leading various companies globally? So we just do not want to represent India as a manpower or a workforce provider for blue collar workforce. We want to be the leaders in the global workforce industry, and that can only be done while we are tapping all the facets of logistics and remain as a leading logistics player and leading talent provider for the entire globe.
A very quick one I wanted to add. So far our discussion has focused on Indian logistics industry's manpower requirements, right? Let's not forget it's a huge opportunity. Like in the IT-enabled services, IT services sector, software services sector, somebody in the Tata Group saw this as an opportunity by the formation of TCS. And the rest is history. Today, 50% of the entire world's IT services outsource revenue comes to India. 50% is our share, right? Similarly, you guys have to imagine that it's possible that our people become not only for our own country's requirement, but for global requirements. So we have to skill in a way not only to take care of these next 1.5 crore people will be required in next 10 years' time. You can spread your wings. India has this demographic, at the potential of demographic dividend, right? But this is not an endless window of opportunity. So I think, look at your own requirements, look at how we can improve the per capita income of our country and by them getting deployed all over the world. And, otherwise this entire dream of we become a developed nation by the year 2047 will remain a pipe dream. Unless these kind of interventions happen at a breathtaking speed in the country.
Thank you. So I would like to summarize the entire discussions what we did today. We discussed or talked about challenges ahead, being a global talent provider, India, what are the challenges to look into, and how we can convert those challenges into opportunities. And we are talking right now about the opportunities. Like Mr. Krishna just said, TCS, it was formed and today it is the largest, service provider for the global. So then we talked about the skills required. Digital and tech expertise is required, very much required. And एक चीज़ जो myth हमारा रहा है इंडस्ट्री का, मैं मैन्युफैक्चरिंग से हूँ, मुझे भी 30-35 साल हुआ, तो मैं बताता हूँ कि जो काम नहीं करते थे या कहीं फिट नहीं हो रहे हैं, ठीक है, उनको लॉजिस्टिक्स में रख दो, वहाँ पे तो गाड़ी ही भिजवानी है ना बाहर सामान लेके, तो कर देगा. So this was the thought process which is being changed. In manufacturing now, experts are heading logistics functions because it's not a cost. Logistics is providing a lot of value into, that's how the companies are saving a lot of money into their bottom line. So another skill is required is strategic sourcing and procurement, which is part of the SCM supply chain only. And a lot of advanced roles are there. When the technology is disrupting the entire logistics or supply chain, a lot of advanced roles are, available there. So you can send your people for higher education into Logistics Shakti University, which is in Vadodara, or there are n number of avenues are available where these people can go and do courses. Industry like, the steel manufacturing, they are sending to IITs for doing MTechs in metallurgy, and they are providing a lot of help into making their steel. Similarly, the Gati Shakti or other universities can add a lot of value. Problem solving, analytical, and sort of lot of skills are such skills which are very much required today. So this is our conclusion, like you can have that advantage to upgrade your people and can provide them opportunities to being global leaders. So I would like to thank all my fellow panel members for a wonderful discussion, and this is my honor to be part of this elite panel. Thank you. If we have time on 1 or 2 minutes, then we can have some questions. Otherwise,
so we are running late, so if we can have them off stage, any questions. So would like to invite Mr. Narendra Bedi and Mr. Vikas Chawla to kindly present the mementos. So thank you to our panelists for sharing with us how the industry and also from the government side we are trying to bridge this talent gap between the industry and the academia. We thank Shri Rajiv Bhardwaj. Thanking Shri Rajiv Bhardwaj. Okay, thank you to Mr. Prahlad Chaudhary. Thanking Mr. Rajiv Bhardwaj. Thanking Mr. Jayant Krishna. And thanking Wing Commander retired Ms. Kanak Mishra. Thank you. Next, we have the partner presentation inviting the CEO of Stalwart, Dr. Christopher Arvind.
Check, check. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank Mr. Amit and Team Logistics Shakti for this wonderful opportunity. This is the first time for Stalwart to be in a logistics forum. It's been a very exciting day, meeting some of the industry leaders in logistics and warehousing. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce Stalwart Group to this esteemed gathering and also to talk about what we can do what value we can add to the logistics, warehousing, and e-commerce industry. This is a bird's eye view of Stalwart as a group. We're a public limited company with our presence in security, facility management, and staffing solutions. We've been in this industry for more than 3 decades. We operate in 29 states across India and in 370 cities, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4. Across India, we have our presence in the Middle East, in UAE and Qatar as well. We work with over 2,000 clients, institutional clients, and our human resources are deployed across 3,400 sites. And as we speak, we've crossed a headcount of 40,000 professionals and employees. We also have a clearance from Bureau of Civil Aviation Security and Ministry of Home Affairs to operate inside any airport in India. It's not rolling. Thank you. Very quickly, these are our accreditation, but in the interest of time, I'll jump this. We're headquartered in Chennai with our presence across India, with our major hubs across all the Tier 1, Tier 2 cities of India, North, South, East, and West. Just taking a moment to share some of our clients in the logistics, e-commerce, and quick commerce industry specifically. We work with some of the who's who in the industry: Blue Dart, Maersk, Flyjack, Blinkit, Amazon, and quick commerce like Zepto, Flipkart Minutes, Instamart. We work with Air India, Indigo Airlines, BBC, Kunal Nagel, Reuters, Seabird, etc. These are our 4 baskets of solutions where we feel that we can add a lot of value to the logistics industry. I'll quickly take you through our capabilities in each of these baskets. Facility management typically is maintenance of, let's say, your warehouses, or whether it's your first mile or middle mile or last mile or dark stores. Managing the soft services, which is cleaning and upkeep. We provide the entire solution, men, material, machinery. Managing the facilities, critical areas that includes electrical, mechanical, plumbing, HVAC. So this is another area of expertise. So when it comes to integrated facility management, we manage a property entirely, whether it's to do with soft services or hard services. We bring in all the services under one roof. Stalwart has always believed that that we have to stay ahead of the curve in terms of innovation, and we've been embedding technology in every aspect of our service. So we've built in an AI-based autonomous platform which helps us and our clients effectively, efficiently manage their technical assets, be it the preventive maintenances or predictive maintenances. We have a single dashboard where all the assets of the clients, whether it's DGs, elevators, STP, HVAC systems, are all connected, and the preventive maintenance are carried out through those dashboards. And also the AI predicts possible breakdowns and gives a heads up to the technical lead and to an OEM partner to get that serviced. It also helps in energy management in terms of HVAC and lighting, and depending on the footfall in a premise, depending on the CO2 levels, it's moderated and depends on the weather conditions outside. Not only it gives you the optimum consumption, it also helps in about 10 to 15% annualized savings in your commercial electricity consumption. The same software engine also helps manage our cleaning services effectively, again, moving from a workforce-based solution to a need-based solution. So the AI is able to predict when cleaning is required, whether it's in your restroom or in your shop floor. It can pick stains, it can pick odor levels, it can pick CO2 levels, it monitors your soap solution levels in your restroom. So this is again a completely automated platform. Moving on, very interesting, there were some eminent panelists here talking about skilling. And that's one of the aspects that we focus in our staffing solutions. What we offer to the industry here is contract staffing, payroll management, and white-collar staffing. So when we talk of white-collar staffing, when your organizations are looking for key roles to be hired, whether it's a warehouse head or a commercial head or a technical head, our expertise is in finding the right talent. When it comes to contract staffing, there are different kinds. Today, the biggest challenge is actually manpower mobilization and retention, and that's our key strength with over 40,000 people and organic recruitment networks across the country. Whether it is people on your shop floor, your operators, pickers, packers, rackers, forklift operators, or drivers, heavy vehicle drivers. These are all areas where we can support the industry not only in mobilization, but also in skilling them specifically. And the value proposition here by outsourcing is, of course, enabling cost reduction, managing governance and compliance end-to-end, hiring support, achieving efficiency through technology implementation, and absolutely the background verification, whether it is a court record or criminal record or police verification. All this is carried out by Stalwart. These are the internal various layers of verification. We take responsibility not just for statutory compliance, but complete governance as well. And we have built a HRMS platform where everything from selection to onboarding to payrolls, attendance to payroll to exit, everything is managed in a digital platform where the employees don't have to physically meet anybody. Also interestingly, sir was talking about the program of apprentice. So we are also an affiliated partner with NAPS and NATS where we hire employees on the National Apprentice Promotion Scheme program, where clients benefit in multiple ways. One, you get a young workforce which can be trained and upskilled and retained. Number two, it also gives a temporary cost benefit, which is significant because during the tenure of the apprenticeship in 12 months, there is immunity from all statutory coverage except the stipend. Which just gives definitely a cost advantage in a short run. And of course, we are able to create skilling as a social responsibility as well. These are some of the roles, outsourced roles with various industries. As you can see, some of them pertains to pickers, packers, rackers, delivery agents, pertain to logistics industry. This is our third basket of specialization where we provide end-to-end security solutions to our clients. We work with, again, Zepto, Blinkit, Flipkart Minutes, all these companies with over 4,000 plus security professionals spread across hundreds of warehouses and thousands of pods and dark stores. Our focus is on guarding services, providing the entire ecosystem that's required for security, that is quick response teams, canine squads, and for large perimeter like, let's say, a big warehouse complex where aerial drone services also come in. There's one of the participants who's manufacturing. We don't manufacture, but we integrate it along with our security solution depending on what is the nature of application. I will come to the AI-based video surveillance subsequently as my last segment. These are our strengths in hiring, training, operations, compliance, and keeping the employees motivated. Like facility management, in the security portfolio also, we have our tech-enabled solutions. All employees use a face recognition-based GPS-enabled attendance app to log in, log out, which gives a real-time reflection of right now across your hundreds of sites, if everyone is reported for duty, or is there overtime, or is there a post vacant. You only need to focus on where you have a challenge. And this transparency is available with the client's POC as well. Wherever they are in the world, they know across the sites what is the attendance situation, and there's a lot of integrity that's brought in here. My last segment, and a very interesting segment where I'd like to take a few minutes, and this has been a game changer, and we brought this solution, one of the pioneers to bring this to India. This is a solution developed by our subsidiary, where we bring in AI in video surveillance and solve a lot of problems. What are the problems that we are solving, especially in the scenario of a warehouse or a logistics industry? The first problem is when you have an organization that has a very distributed setup in across 500 locations, 400 locations, governance and compliance from a surveillance point of view becomes more challenging, because typically every warehouse or every store or every location works in silos when it comes to surveillance. Clients are investing crores of rupees in their surveillance equipments, but they're all working in isolation. So the first problem that our solution, our technology solves is consolidation and bringing everything to a unified platform. So if you have a central command center, you will be able to have a real-time live view of your cameras across thousands of locations, across hundreds of cities, irrespective of the location, the make of the camera, type of the camera. We take the secondary feed into a central point, our software integrates it and just gives you a video wall. If you didn't have this technology, typically you'll need to set up your own data center, have servers, storage devices, VMS license, an IT team, real estate space, air conditioning. It's a big project to bring this in, but we just give this on a subscription basis and the entire thing is managed by us. The second most interesting problem it solves is that of real-time intervention. Today, CCTV is typically used as a post-mortem tool. It's a phenomenal tool. Most of the crimes or pilferages today are solved only through footage by reviewing what has happened. But what we are doing here is we're just stepping a little behind the event and looking at the whole scenario and saying whether can we prevent this? Can the system tell us when the event is happening? Can the system talk to us before the matter escalates? And can we prevent it rather than doing a damage control? And that's where the real-time analytics makes a lot of difference. I'll just talk about that. Third is it provides advanced investigation and forensic ability. Today, if you want to look for a person of interest or you want to reconstruct an event across locations, across cameras, and if you're looking at a person of interest, it becomes cumbersome to look at thousands of feeds across, hours of feeds, and then to solve the whole jigsaw puzzle, put it together. AI can do that in a few seconds. And the last interesting part is our solution has been developed in such a way that clients don't need to replace anything. We use the existing infrastructure, be it the cameras, cabling, DVR, NVR, and our solution can sit on top of your existing infrastructure and give you real-time alerts and powerful investigation capabilities. This is how it happens. This is your campus. You can have multiple campuses, and you have multiple cameras in each of your campus. They all go to a DVR or NVR. And from there, we tap the secondary feed using a small device called Bridge, which encrypts the data, compresses it, and sends it to a central point, to a server. It can be client's server as well, but we highly recommend our cloud for price performance, for better cost performance. So it comes to the server where we bring the analytics to the server. The generation behind, which existed before this technology is a edge technology where if somebody wanted real-time analytics, you needed AI edge cameras and you code the cameras to capture deviations and tell us real-time. But the problem with that is in a country like India where there are millions of cameras already installed, what do you do with them? Number two, it's an expensive affair to have AI cameras, edge cameras. Number three, the software and the features are developing so fast that matter of 12 to 18 months, you have more features, but your cameras become invalid, and again, you need to replace them. So our concept here is to move the analytics from camera to a central point and map each feed to a set of analytics. So if camera number 17 of this hotel, you want to activate an intrusion alert, a fire alert, a mob alert, only those 3 alerts work. Camera number 20 in Mumbai, in Bandra of the same hotel, if you want 7 more alerts to be activated, you can. So user can activate any number of alerts he or she wants and will be able to get those alerts real time. So this is how it works. All the feeds centralize. and then they get consolidated. You have a central view at the stakeholder's place. It can be a regional command center, a central command center, or whatever you want in terms of your configuration. And the analytics also goes, the alerts also go real time to the command center. And when I say command center, it need not necessarily be a room. It can come as an email alert. It can come as a WhatsApp alert. You can create multiple authorities. A critical alerts goes to a certain person. Non-critical alerts can go to somebody. Or an alert which does not respond within 5 minutes can get bounced to the next level. So all this can be customized. So there are over 50 use cases that we've developed and implemented very successfully. But these are few of the real-time alerts which have been game changers. Very quickly, as you can see, intrusion alert, traffic congestion alert, animal intrusion, parking violation, blacklist alert. If you blacklisted somebody, if the person is anywhere in your ecosystem, you get a blacklist alert. You can do a whitelist alert, fire alert. You don't know when your sensor is working. You know, you don't physically test these sensors. And a lot of accidents happen when the sensors pick up the smoke or fire late. But when the video grab of a fire is picked up or smoke, you get immediate alert, ANPR alert, crowd alert, camera tampering alert, speed detection. Person in danger, dock analysis, guard sleeping, eating, grazing in a dark store alert, flood and water logging. And interestingly, we also believe that we can optimize the guarding force, that there are a lot of posts which are very static in a premise. If you have 100 guards, at least 20% of the guards are in static posts just doing watch and ward jobs, which can be replaced by smart analytics. And that can bring a huge ROI in the very first month. So in the interest of time, yes, why Stalwart? Summing up, relentless focus on quality, our absolutely solutioning approach, robust process-driven solutions, integrating technology in every element of service, and socially accountable. And we are there in every nook and corner of the country, and bringing all business support services and technology under one roof. On that note, I'd like to thank each of you for your patience and for this opportunity. All the men in black here with the Stalwart logo, the part of our team will be ready for any discussion offline and of course post this event as well. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
And thank you very much. May I request Mr. Prem Prakash to please join us in presenting the memento. May I request Dr. Christopher to be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session we have, it's going to be a very interesting fireside chat, the logistic unicorn playbook from idea to IPO. This is a session which is being sponsored by Sampark India Logistics Limited. I invite the two gentlemen in conversation, Mr. B.L. Bajaj, the Managing Director of Dynamic Orbits, and Mr. Sanjay Rathi, the Managing Director of Sampark India Logistics. This is a session which is going to exploring how innovative supply chain startups scale from concept to market leaders, leveraging technology, asset-light models and network optimization, and highlighting the complete journey of building investor confidence, achieving operational excellence, and navigating the path to valuation milestones and public listing. So Mr. B.L. Bajaj, the Managing Director, Dynamic Orbits, and Mr. Sanjay Rathi, MD, Sampark India Logistics, in conversation.
Good afternoon, good evening. So we heard about technology, we heard about people, we heard about operations. But at the end of the day, as a businessman, I would like to say, please show me the money. Ultimately, we all are in business of logistics. And the aim of business is to create value for all the stakeholders. Now, in last 10 years or 15 years, we have seen this valuation game undergoing a sea change. And we have seen in logistics industry included emerging unicorns, the organizations which have come up suddenly and have become unicorns. And they have become kind of role model for the entire industry. So the dream of every entrepreneur today is to become a unicorn, create value, go for IPO, show the people that yes, how valuable we are. The aim is clear, but what about the journey? Is it so simple? Is it so straightforward? Generally, in every conversation like this, I use a dialogue कि भाई दिल्ली से बॉम्बे एक्टिंग करने के लिए बहुत सारे लाखों लोग जाते हैं. उसमें से कई लोग मैकडोनाल्ड में बर्गर भी बेचते हैं और कई लोग अक्षय कुमार और शाहरुख खान भी बन जाते हैं. Now what makes the difference? Who will become Akshay Kumar and Shahrukh Khan and how? How do we prepare for that? What is the right time for that? Are we really prepared? Is that the best strategy? And what is IPO? Is it the end of my journey? It is beginning of my journey, or it is just a milestone? And then most importantly, if my aim is to create value, and if my aim is to show my valuation, then what is the right valuation which I should expect? Is it realistic? Is it too high? Is it too low? So these are the questions which is probably in the mind of everyone, and the journey probably is not fairly straightforward, and there are a lot of learnings involved, and if we make sure that we capture the learning beforehand, then there is good chance we avoid mistakes. So today we have Mr. Sanjay Rathi with us. He is a veteran logistics industry partner for more than last 25 years. He has been preparing for this journey and he is almost there. His IPO papers are already approved and probably you will see them hitting the market in next, if I'm right, that is in maybe 2, 3, 4 weeks. So let's understand from him and allow him to share his first-hand experience, how the journey has been and what learnings he got through during this journey before hitting the IPO button, and let's learn from him. So Rathi ji, I think you have been working on this IPO story for at least a couple of years now. So what was the key learning? आपने basically कहाँ से शुरू किया जब आपने जर्नी शुरू की? आपने क्या सोचा और किस टाइम फ्रेम का सोचा? वो जर्नी कैसी रही? जैसे आपने सोचा सब कुछ वैसा ही रहा? और आप क्या लर्निंग है जो सब लोगों से शेयर करना चाहेंगे इस प्रिपरेशन की जर्नी में? Then we come to the other topics.
थैंक यू बजाज साहब. आपने ठीक बोला कि हम लोग जो है अभी मई में लिस्टेड होने जा रहे हैं एंड ये बेसिकली एज ए संपर्क इंडिया लॉजिस्टिक्स ये सप्लाई चेन मैनेजमेंट कंपनी है और ये आईपीओ जो है वो ओवरनाइट गेम नहीं है, वन डे गेम नहीं है. आईपीओ कोई इवेंट भी नहीं है. आईपीओ इज ए प्रोसेस. सबसे पहले हम लोगों ने जब आईपीओ के बारे में सोचा तो ये डिसाइड किया हम आईपीओ लेके क्यों आ रहे हैं, व्हाट इज़ द रीज़न बिहाइंड दिस. ग्रोथ कैपिटल के लिए लेके आ रहे हैं, ब्रांडिंग के लिए लेके आ रहे हैं या क्रेडिबिलिटी के लिए लेके आ रहे हैं. 2-3 साल की फिर हमने अपनी जर्नी स्टार्ट की, मेहनत स्टार्ट की आईपीओ के ऊपर. तो 2-3 साल की मेहनत के बाद में जो है सबसे पहले हम लोगों ने अपने जो फाइनेंशियल डिसिप्लिन है उसको काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग किया. उसके बाद में जो सिस्टम और रिपोर्टिंग स्ट्रक्चर है हम लोगों का, हम लोगों ने उसके ऊपर काम किया, उसको काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग किया. उसके बाद में जो बिजनेस का स्ट्रक्चर्ड है हमारा, उसको हमने ठीक किया, उसको स्केलेबल किया। फिर हमने जो सही एडवाइज़र इसके लिए आईपीओ के लिए मतलब बहुत एसेंशियल है, उसको राइट जो हमारे एडवाइज़र उनको ऑनबोर्ड किए, जिसमें सबसे पहले एलएम जो मर्चेंट बैंकर है उसको हमने चूज़ किया। उसके बाद में इसके जो लीगल एडवाइज़र है उनको चूज़ किया, रजिस्ट्रार है या ऑडिटर्स है उनको हमने सेलेक्ट किया सही को। जब हमारे नंबर स्ट्रॉन्ग हो गए और हमें लगा कि गवर्नेंस जो है हमारा बहुत राइट है, तो उसके बाद में इस मार्केट में हमने अपने आप को स्टेब्लिश किया या इसके लिए लॉन्च के लिए तैयार किया। बेसिकली मैं ये कहूँगा कि आईपीओ आपको जब नहीं लाना चाहिए जब आपको पैसे की नीड है। आईपीओ आपको जब लाना चाहिए जब आप अपने आप आईपीओ लाने के लिए तैयार है या आपकी कंपनी जो है आईपीओ लाने के लिए तैयार है।
बहुत बढ़िया, थैंक यू वेरी मच राठी जी, बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग और आई थिंक एकदम प्रैक्टिकल ऑब्जर्वेशन शेयर किया आपने। दिस इज व्हाट इट शुड बी। और एक आपने बड़ा इम्पोर्टेंट वर्ड यूज किया, और ये बीइंग ए कंसल्टेंट वी फेस दिस चैलेंज एवरी डे, वी फेस दिस क्वेश्चन एवरी डे कि भाई आपने फाइनेंशियल डिसिप्लिन लाया। नाउ आई एम नॉट श्योर वेदर दिस इज बीइंग रिकॉर्डेड, बट प्रॉब्लम क्या होती है, हमारे पास लोग बैलेंस शीट लेके आते हैं, रोज़ ये कन्वर्सेशन होता है कि जी बुक्स में तो मेरा इतना प्रॉफिट है, एक्चुअल मेरे को इतना प्रॉफिट है और मेरे को तो वैल्यूएशन उसके हिसाब से मिलना चाहिए। I say, we as anybody as an investor, I am participating in what is appearing in your books. So this financial discipline is absolutely important, and historically this has been a very, very big challenge in India, particularly in SME sector. So you see today with the new generation coming in, with compliances becoming stronger and also mindset getting changed, this problem is getting addressed. But I think the financial discipline, the corporate governance part, accounting part is absolutely important. Now taking a clue from this, then we come to the question that how the valuation is decided. Is the financial numbers are the only metric? आज अगर हम देखें मनी कंट्रोल खोल करके सेम इंडस्ट्री सेम डे one company will be trading at a PE multiple of 10 and another company in the same industry on the same day would be trading at a PE multiple of 30. What makes the difference? Is the financial numbers are the only metric or what drives the valuation? Let's understand from Rati ji, what is your view कि valuation किस चीज़ का function है? Is it only the PE multiple कि मेरा 10 करोड़ का profit है तो 200 करोड़ का valuation होना चाहिए, or there are other factors which determine the valuation?
बजाज साहब बहुत रियलिस्टिक क्वेश्चन पूछा आपने। दिस इज़ द मतलब जो एक्सपेक्टेशन रहती है फाउंडर या प्रमोटर की और जो रियलिटी रहती है उसमें काफ़ी डिफरेंस रहता है। दिस इज ह्यूज डिफरेंस एक्चुअली। और जो वैल्यूएशन है वो कभी भी फाउंडर तय नहीं करता, वो मार्केट तय करता है। काफ़ी फैक्टर्स है जिन पे डिपेंड करता है आपका वैल्यूएशन। सबसे पहले जो आपका टॉप लाइन है या बॉटम लाइन है उस पे डिपेंड करता है वैल्यूएशन। उसके बाद में इंडस्ट्रीज़ का जो पोटेंशियल है, आप किस टाइप का बिजनेस करते हैं, किस इंडस्ट्रीज से हैं, ठीक है, उसका पोटेंशियल क्या है उस पर डिपेंड करता है वैल्यूएशन। प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी और मार्जिन पे जो है वो डिपेंड करता है इसका वैल्यूएशन। एंड जो कंपनी लिस्टेड है बेसिकली ऑलरेडी मार्केट में, उनका क्या कंपैरिजन है, क्या पी है, उस पर डिपेंड करता है वैल्यूएशन। अगर हम लोग बहुत बार गलती कर देते हैं, हर एक आदमी वैल्यूएशन जो है वो ज़्यादा चाहता है, बहुत बार गलती कर देते हैं कि हाँ भी मेरे को हाई वैल्यूएशन चाहिए। तो कभी भी मेरा ये पर्सनल अनुभव है और हम लोग इसको कर भी रहे हैं। अभी जब कंपनी लिस्ट होने को आएगी मई में तो देखिएगा, हम लोगों ने अपने आप का वैल्यूएशन बहुत नीचे लगाया है जिससे इन्वेस्टर को फ़ायदा हो। कई बार जो इन्वेस्टर जो वैल्यूएशन जो हाई रहता है बेसिकली वो लॉन्ग टर्म के अंदर जाके नुकसान करता है, और लॉन्ग टर्म के अंदर जो वैल्यूएशन आप लोग लेके आओगे, रियलिस्टिक लेके आओगे, वो लॉन्ग टर्म में आपको फ़ायदा करता है।
Very good, fantastic observation. that if you give reward to your investor, then you practically create a perpetual funding line. Starting with Reliance, who has shown the way that if you reward the investor, then it is not one-time exercise. Whenever you need money, you can hit the market. But for the first time, if you become greedy and keep your valuation so high that post-IPO investor lose money, then the next time nobody is going to entertain you. So this is absolutely important, and right valuation, right expectation is very, very important. Sometimes we benchmark very wrongly. कि भाई DHL का इतना वैल्यू इतना मल्टीपल चल रहा है, मेरा इतना चलना चाहिए. अरे भाई वो DHL है. You have to become DHL before you expect that multiple. So now, and also you don't want to undervalue also. That is also equally important, because if you undervalue, then probably you are not raising the funds which probably will help you in growing your business. So the judicious decision that what should be the right value in case of IPO is absolutely important, and you need right advice for that. Now, another thing which is important is, I think, the corporate governance. You see, suddenly you see that 2 साल पहले तो इस कंपनी का 1 करोड़ था, अभी इस बार IPO करना है तो 10 करोड़ हो गया. How come? Investors are intelligent, and not only that, from corporate governance, accounting discipline is of course one part. Then who are the people on the board of directors? Is there a strong management? All those things are also compliances, past litigations. So Ratiji, when you were going through the process of due diligence, did you face any challenge from compliance point of view or management quality point of view? Because these are, I think, the governance issues are equally important apart from numbers.
बेसिकली जो IPO के अंदर नो डाउट कॉरपोरेट जो गवर्नेंस रहता है वो काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट होता है बेसिकली, लेकिन ये सिर्फ कंप्लायंस नहीं है. बेसिकली ये जो है आपका वैल्यूएशन बढ़ाने वाला फैक्टर है. इससे जो इन्वेस्टर के लिए आपकी अकाउंटेंसी या जो कंपनी के जो रिजल्ट है वो बहुत ट्रांसपेरेंट हो जाते हैं. हम जो है एक मैंडेटरी है इंडिपेंडेंट बोर्ड लेके आते हैं जहाँ पे बायस माइंड नहीं होता किसी प्रमोटर का, और कोई भी डिसीजन जो है वो क्यूमुलेटिव लिया जाता है. उसके बाद में जो रिलेटेड पार्टी ट्रांजैक्शन होते हैं जो ज़्यादातर बेसिकली इस चीज़ को इफ़ेक्ट करते हैं, कॉन्फिडेंस को लूज़ करते हैं, उस पर ये कंट्रोल करता है. तो इससे इन्वेस्टर का जो है वो भरोसा बढ़ता है और वैल्यूएशन जो है वो बहुत ही बढ़िया मिलता है. जब आपका गवर्नेंस जो है वो मजबूत होता है तो इन्वेस्टर जो है उसको बहुत स्ट्रांगली लेता है और उस पर डिस्काउंट नहीं करता. तो दिस इज द इम्पोर्टेंस एक्चुअली.
I think all these observations are real life, very practical, and I think anybody who is aspiring to go for IPO or planning to go for IPO can definitely take clue from what Mr. Ratti is saying. These are real life practical observations, and I really admire the way with the simplicity he has presented. It's absolutely interesting and definitely a very good learning for all of us. Now, another point which probably is very, very important for anybody who is aspiring to go for IPO is the cost and timeline. Sometimes we make mistake in underestimating both cost as well as timeline. IPO is an expensive exercise. When you go for funding through bank or private equity or something like that, your cost is very low, but IPO itself is a project and it is expensive, it takes time. So whenever you are planning, please take right advice, make right budget, and budget for sufficient timeline before you intend to hit the market. So let's learn again from Ratiji about the cost and timelines in a typical IPO, whether it is SME or main board. Obviously, there will be a difference between SME IPO and main board IPO, but still, let's understand what Ratiji has been like, what has been his experience regarding the cost and timeline to IPO.
बजाज साहब, कोस्ट और जो टाइमलाइन है बेसिकली वो वेरी करती है. दिस डिपेंड एक्चुअली कि आप मेन बोर्ड में जा रहे हैं, ठीक है, या आप जो है एसएमई में जा रहे हैं, और साइज ऑफ आईपीओ क्या है. तो इसलिए हम लोग जो है कोस्ट और को कोई फिक्स नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन हाँ अगर टेंटेटिव मानना है कि हाँ भी हमें किसी आईपीओ की तैयारी करनी है तो कम से कम 1 करोड़ रुपए आपके पास में स्पेंड करने के लिए होने चाहिए। और फिर साइज़ पे डिपेंड करता है। अगर एसएमई आईपीओ की बात करूं तो करीब करीब ऑलमोस्ट जो है ये बढ़ के करीब करीब साइज ऑफ आईपीओ के हिसाब से 2 से 3 करोड़ के आसपास हो सकता है। जहाँ तक बात है कॉस्ट की तो ये है। और जहाँ टाइमलाइन की बात करेंगे तो जैसे हमने बताया कि हाँ भी करीब करीब ऑलमोस्ट इसको तैयार करने में हमें 2 से 3 साल लगे, लेकिन अगर सेबी की बात करूँ अप्रूवल की तो करीब करीब ऑलमोस्ट 6 से 8 महीने में आपके पास में, अगर आपके रिपोर्ट वगैरह स्ट्रॉन्ग है, आपकी सब चीज़ें इन सिस्टमेटिक है, तो करीब 6 से 8 महीने में आप आईपीओ ला सकते हैं।
Very good. I think again a very practical experience. So basically the timeline is clearly a function of how good preparation we do. So that is absolutely important. Sometimes we say कि इतने सारे कागज क्यों चाहिए, इतना सारा काम क्यों करना है. You see, if you do a good preparation, compile all your documents properly, then you save time later. Otherwise, you file half-hearted paper with SEBI and every third day you get query from SEBI. It takes indefinite time and it might lead to rejection also. So the better preparation is key to save time. And also time again, the cost again, I think as Ratiji said, it's a function of how much funds you want to raise. And but obviously, please keep in mind that IPO is always more expensive.
IPO भी रेज कर सकते हैं। जो प्रोसेस है उसके बारे में हमें जानकारी देने का धन्यवाद। Next, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the partner presentation. Would like to invite the presenter, Mr. Pranav Kumar, the Managing Director of Pranik Logistics.
Can I have the presentation, please? Good evening, everyone. So, thank you, Team Logistics Shakti, and I will just briefly take you through a logistics company that was founded by a school student vision, came into incorporation by a college student, and today it's finally listed on the market. Growing at an average 50% CAGR for past couple of years. So I'll just give a brief that, and I'll start with the presence that our company has. So we are present pan-India, headquartered in Calcutta. Our services are there across the country, east, west, north, south. East being the strongest location for us, second being west, third being north, and then comes south. The company is aggressively expanding its operations, and south is the key focus area as of now. So why one should choose Pranik and why we are there? We are currently managing more than 17 lakh square feet space and 100 plus clients with us onboarded with a team size of 2,500 plus people across skilled, semi-skilled, and highly skilled people over there. Roughly 1,000 plus fleet with us that has a combination of owned as well as market hired fleet. Over a decade of experience we hold, and 6,000 plus pin codes served across the country. As of our verticals of operations, we are doing all kinds of logistics as of now in terms of land transportation, warehousing, end-to-end supply chains, CFA services, manpower services, etc., throughout the clients that we cater to. These are a few of the clients that we are working with as of now. And as we could see, all are who's and who of the country, and none of the logos that probably we won't be able to recognize. Now, this is, I think, the most important question that we all have in our mind: what next? Logistics, everything has happened. Generally, things are running, but what next? So definitely the industry, as a lot of people have spoken on stage over here, we are also in alignment, trying multiple things. The company is working extensively. We are getting innovations in place. We are somehow working with drone deliveries with as much as possible that we can get in. So probably we can help a lot of places. We were the first to get the EV in our region. Even we were awarded by Tata for that being into place. There's a lot we are doing. The entire warehousing management system we have is SAP based. The TMS platform is there with us, wherein a lot of tracking and a ship-sea system that actually optimizes route and everything that is being done. So yes, lot being there, multimodal logistics where we are again trying to come in, that is including waterways as well as airways. We are also planning global footprints. That is after we are, the current focus is regional on the south. So once we come in over there strongly, it's overseas what we are planning. So yes, that's it, a brief introduction. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. It was a very concise and precise presentation. Would like to invite Shri Ramesh Krishnanji to please join us in presenting the memento. We request Mr. Krishnan. Thank you. So the next session, ladies and gentlemen, looking into the future-ready logistics sector, looking into the digital Shakti in logistics. This is a session which is sponsored by Stalwart, and we are going to be exploring how the new technologies, AI, automation, and especially the startups who are leveraging on these are transforming logistics into more smarter, faster, more efficient systems. As we set the stage, I'll take this time to be introducing our moderator and the panelists. We have Mr. C.V. Kumar, who's going to be moderating the session, co-founder of ParisQ, a venture which is focused on building digital solutions and platforms that enable business efficiency, innovation, and scalable growth. The panelists joining us, Mr. Devesh Tyagi, the CEO of Nixi, coming from the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. He's been a key figure in India's internet infrastructure ecosystem, leading various initiatives to strengthen the digital connectivity and domain services nationwide. Mr. Satyabrata Satapathy, the co-founder and the CEO of Bonvi Arrow, an entrepreneur at the forefront of drone technology. They're going to be making a presentation later also, enabling next-generation logistics and aerial mobility solutions. Mr. Ankit Tomar, the co-founder and the former CTO of Bizongo, who's a tech innovator. He has built scalable digital platform, transforming procurements and supply chain ecosystems. We also have Mr. Satish Yadav, the COO of Verso Altima. He himself stands as a logistic professional driving operational excellence and integrated supply chain solutions in the fast evolving ecosystem. We have Mr. Alok Bansal, the founder of 13squarefeet.com, a startup founder enabling smart space efficient solutions contributing to innovation in urban infrastructure and logistics. And Mr. Rajiv Bhattacharya, the CBO of Sugam Group. So it's a big panel here, taking these discussions into, looking into these future technologies. Now, no more future, because AI is the buzzword, of course. Automation, we've already moved up, and startups making inroads into it. So we have 6 panelists and 7th as the moderator. So with that, I request and hand over to our moderator, Mr. C.V. Kumar.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure being here. And thank you, panelists, for being very patient the whole day, I should say, and being here for a very interesting session on AI, automation, and the digitalization that is happening in the industry. So how we would like to operate is basically, after the opening remarks, I have one specific question for each of you, which actually talks about your specialization, area of specialization. And once the comments is over, then I would like to have two questions which is open for everybody to answer. And then we have the audience coming back and speaking to us about this. So the last few decades, or rather I should say more importantly last one decade, there's been a lot of effort in putting up the new platforms as well as ONDC and other rails which Government of India has put in. And this has kind of changed the way we do and way we see business, and many private enterprises have taken advantage of those rails which is happening. So another thing is that there's been a lot of adoption of robotics, AI for the last 1 year or so, or rather as we speak in the last 3 months or so, there's been much more effect of AI into this thing. We have a wonderful panel, experts by themselves in these fields, and I have one question to each one of you to start with. And if somebody wants to add any points or anything, we would like to have this thing. So we will start with you, Mr. Tyagi. Nixie is in the forefront of creating a ICANN for India, right? Something similar to an ICANN for India. So data obviously is the fuel for AI, and data is the fuel for all platforms to come out of that particular thing. So how do you think this movement towards more digitalization affecting the small players in the ecosystem? The bigger players, which we can see is already adopted the latest platforms and technologies which they can. But the smaller players, the tier 3, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 players have been left behind. So how is that, we can do something to, or rather what is being planned for getting these people, these operators into the digital ecosystem?
Thank you for your question. First of all, I would like to thank organizers for inviting me here and to be amongst with you and to share my views. You see, Government of India implemented, or they started, or they launched the Digital India program in 2015. It was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister of India. And since then, we had progressed on a lot on the digital transformation of our country. Ministry of Electronics IT, under which we works, has the prime responsibility for implementing digital program of Government of India. Nixie, we call it as National Internet Exchange of India, is playing its role in assisting government implementation of digital program. We are primarily established, as your question goes, that we are primarily concerned in tier 2, tier 3 cities and reducing cost for them. We are precisely working into that arena only. You see, there is one stakeholder which gives the platform for us, wherein the digital program of India is established. We call them internet service providers. Nixie has established, I would say, that 79 exchange points across the country, which has helped reducing the cost for ISP which are operating in our country. Just to brief you that we primarily operate in 3 domains. All the .in domain which you see, gov.in, rashtrapatibhavan.in, pmo.in, are being allocated by us. Another thing which forms the basis of internet is IP addresses. we allocate IPv4 addresses as well as IPv6 addresses in the country. And we are now seeing the digital transfer of the country. First of all, thing which we had done is that we are now giving IPv6 addresses free of the cost with all the IPv4 addresses. Because you see, for all the logistics company, the IoT is very important. IoT is the emerging technology for us. And to support all the IoT device across the country, even including in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, IPv6 address is the only answer. The scalability comes with the IPv6 adoption. And you will be happy to note that our country is at least in the 3rd place globally. And in Asia, we are the front runners. We are, through this particular scheme wherein we are giving IPv6 preference over IPv4, 78% of all the allocations, IPv6 adoption is 78%. And we are 3rd in the globally, and we are 1st or in Asia country. So I was just willing to answer each question. Like, we had established exchange point wherein the data which has to be kept in the country is kept locally available. This has reduced the latency for all of us. Previously, you were seeing that whenever we were going to internet, it was just rolling and rolling, nothing were coming. By keeping data local, we are able to give this access to the internet in the way even the smaller cities are desiring. So we had established 79 exchange pointed, and primarily most of them are in smaller cities. Say you are operating a warehouse and you are having robotics. The small delay of 100 milliseconds will also be affecting your operations. So that delay has to be reduced by using internet exchange points, and that we are able to achieve. All the internet access across the country is less than 20 milliseconds presently. So all, even metro cities and or in the Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, owing to the establishment of national exchange points across the country, we are able to serve the government motive of internet for all. Internet for all means that whatever services we are giving in the metro cities, we are able to give it to the distant cities in the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. So this is the primary objective which we are fulfilling through our implementation of exchange points.
Thank you. Let me come to the most important or the new technology, I should say. I should come and speak to Satyavrata. Satyavrata, what is the kind of impact your drone kind of technology which is making? What are the critical commercial uses which it has? Can you please enlighten this audience about what you guys are doing and what you think drones can do today and in the future?
No, thank you so much, and thank you so much to the organizing committee for inviting me here. See, all of us know today drone is not a new thing for us, right? We have been seeing so much the utility of drones now that it is like a common word. Anytime we hear about any news about wars, then drone comes the first, right? So, the technology, I would tell you, like 15 years back when I just started, we were in an era where drones are just like RC controlled, remote control like planes, right? People were using it for the hobby and so on. Today, we see drones are used, primarily like drones are used in the wars, right? And it's the ultra low cost alternatives to aircrafts, to missiles, to many other tactical platforms. But let us look at what are the civil use of drones. Drones have got a lot of like civil use, though we have been deeply working in the defense space for last 5 years, where we have scaled our platform up to 50 kgs in the high altitude high altitude aaj hai aaj, like, Umlingla 19,000 feet, where our electric drone made a world record in 2024, where it lifted around 30 kg at 19,000 feet. And that was the first time that any electric load with a rarefied atmosphere like doing this. This is equivalent to a Chetak helicopter lifting, this much of, like, carrying this much of load apart from the pilot and the co-pilot. That's there was a comparison drawn, and we made it happen. This is the first time this happened. Now from there, you see that when defense has adapted drone technology very deeply to every at a unit level, at every of their utility, we see civil has got a lot of commercial use of drones. I see the industries are the first adapter of like drones, where I was talking to someone today here of doing like silver and zinc extractions, and they say they are using almost 50 drones in their mining operations, in their blast furnace inspections, and in many utility in their office. I was really surprised. I did not know that the industries have like adapted. I know that security surveillance is one area where drones are already doing the industry surveillances. But when you come to specifically on heavy lift, I see the drones that we are building has got a lot of uniqueness, and this can be adapted across logistics sectors very well, primarily for medical, organ transports. Today that takes about, between cities, takes around 8 to 10 hours, can really be cut down to 2 to 3 hours, right? It's just the time that it takes in the, the regional connectivity like flights. Other than that, the drones can really be alternative. We know that Gurgaon has already started drone delivery, right? Certain parcels are getting like delivered. So definitely I see that this is adoption of, like in the medical emergency uses, and a lot of remote areas where medical facilities are not there very well right now, on the hilly areas. I see also a lot of utility around warehouse to fulfillment centers in the last mile, like logistics. And we really have a cutting edge technology and the right kind of platforms where we can scale like this operation. We are open to partner with like companies where we can now we are looking at commercial space other than like defense. And I see kind of e-commerce and quick commerce are going to be, once the regulations are in place, which is what is happening in the industry right now. The civil aviation is really working deeply on having the draft regulations. We have seen in the last 7-8 years that the regulations is slowly, has come. By the way, today, by the rule of the civil aviation, we can fly a drone that is all of weight up to like 500 kilos in air. And which was what earlier up to like 100 kilos, now 500 kilos. That gives a lot of possibility of having really like heavy lift cargo transports. And e-commerce and quick commerce are going to dramatically like change the way transportations happen. This is a very new technology. Drone as such is not new right now. It is you're seeing this, but the drone logistics in the e-commerce and quick commerce are going to be a revolutionary change, I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Satyabrata. Now let me come to Alok Bansalji. You've been in forefront of changing the way warehouses are being built. And the last 1.5 decades, we've seen from godowns to grade A warehouses being built across the country. The warehousing capacity has consistently and considerably improved and increased. how do you see the use of AI automation coming into the warehousing space, number one, and number two is that how is it helping you also in building faster the warehousing infrastructure?
So I would like to say that in last 15 years, things are changing at a rapid scale. I worked with delivery and I worked with DTDC, and both are different formats. When we work with DTDC, it comes with the low speed but greater credibility, more quality, and people have a trust. Okay, shipment will be delivered for sure. When we started working with delivery, we were only banking about the speed because delivery was new. They built e-commerce fulfillment centers. They were the pioneer in fulfillment centers. So delivery taught other people that it is not only commitment and quality and the delivery, it's about speed. So as I was also talking to one of the industry veteran, I was telling that things are now getting changed in terms of psychology and mind manners, because till yesterday we were talking about revenue per square feet and cost per square feet. Today we talk about speed per square feet. And we are seeing a lot of changes in those lines. Traditional godams to traditional warehouses, then fulfillment centers, then hyper-local dark stores. And today we all are using and experiencing 10 minutes delivery. So from 5 to 7 days delivery to 10 minutes delivery is a really transformative steps what we are seeing. And luckily and fortunately, we are working in all the domains. Today we are helping logistic park companies to set up the complete logistic parks. We are building warehouses, we are doing dark stores, we are doing hyperlocals. We are working today with all e-commerce companies, logistic park companies. So we have to adapt the changes and we have to talk in sense of speed, the customer satisfaction, the urgency level, and so many factors which are popping up on each and every day. And to cater this, we also started a marketplace, which is India's first marketplace, which can answer to any setup. If any client is looking for any setup, his problem starts with finding the right facility, to find the right material, contractor, technology, which technology to opt. Like, let's say, we were also catering to one client regarding drones. And we showed them various options from Idea Forge to Drone Acharya, drones, and many other companies. So technology is giving us the relaxation in terms of you have more options. Technology is doing your work. It is giving you more CapEx-oriented data so that you can take a right decision. It is giving you OpEx-oriented data so that you can estimate the time it requires to set up any facility. And I think this is probably a blessing for India that it is the right time when we are adopting AI. And very soon we would be seeing that all warehousing visits are happening digitally, procurement is happening digitally, all the designing is happening automatically via AI. We only have to take right decisions and then execution.
Thank you for your insight on what's happening in this thing. It's exciting to see warehouse visits becoming digital because normally it takes a lot of time and effort to get the warehouse visits up and running. Let me ask Mr. Satish Yadav now, in which areas, considering your expertise, in which area do you think automation is going to deliver the fastest ROI? Everybody here is into the business of ROI. So which is that area which will give the best ROI or the fastest ROI?
Hello, good evening everyone. It's an interesting question because this is exactly the question which every CFO asked today. Where we recover the fastest ROI by using the automation. So in logistics, automation delivering the fastest ROI by especially removing the inefficiency, especially in area like demand planning, smart routing, warehouse operation, and back office operation. These are functions where accuracy and speed that impact directly cost and speed. So in my recently, just for example, we are technology partner. We have implemented S/4HANA application in one of the European customer, where we enabled from visibility from end to end, from order booking to last mile delivery. That significant reduce the error, improve the operation efficiency, and reduce the revenue gap. That recover the ROI faster. Yeah.
Interesting. So you mean to say that demand planning and feeding the demand on time would reduce the cost and cost structure faster?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's wonderful. And let me come to Ankit. Ankit, being one of those visionary young technocrats in the country who single-handedly almost build a platform by himself. Ankit, how do you see these new AI technologies impacting platform development, and how these platforms are going to literally change the way we run operations in various organizations?
Thank you so much for having me first. I'll probably answer this question by talking a little bit about different phases of the logistics industry, right? So 10, 15 years back, if we go, the first set of efficiency did come by government introducing GST, just making sure that a lot of taxation becomes one and vehicles are able to move faster in lesser time. Then we saw an evolution of digitization coming in, people actually making sure that you can track everything in warehouses as well as on the roads. Now we see a lot of infrastructure being done by the government on national highways and everything, which impacts that as well. The next phase of this efficiency in the industry, both in warehouses and logistics, I do see in AI. And when I say AI, I don't mean that we've not been using AI. A lot of platforms have been using AI in one way or the other. Warehouses have been using IoT, automation devices, robotics, all of that to make sure that you get a lot of advantages. But the next phase of this is going to be intelligent platforms. Now AI has moved to a stage where you see a lot of LLMs, reasoning. AI is able to reason a lot more, and that's what you will start seeing in most of the platforms that come into the ecosystem, where they'll be able to drive intelligence and efficiency through predicting things, but at the same time predicting disruption, figuring out inefficiencies real time. Today, having run businesses, and I've also seen in our operations, you do a post-mortem, right? You figure out that a problem happened, you do a post-mortem, then you create a plan and you implement it next month, and then you see if things are improving. I feel like now all of that will become real time. While you're doing it, you will see some of those things coming up to you because AI can reason, can tell you, okay, you can shift this a little bit. So real-time operations, improvements, real-time operation, feedback, real-time value that doesn't need a quarter to see the impact. That's what at least I call intelligent platforms or intelligence. AI coming into all of the platforms that we use today, in visibility, digitization, as well as in robotics. Like, yes, we do have robotics in warehouses today, but as they become more and more intelligent, you'll start seeing them make decisions which, as humans, we did not think that they would automatically make, or platforms making decisions a little bit more autonomously with humans in loop, which we didn't think of. So that's where I feel like the next generation of platforms are going to come in the industry.
Interesting thought that platforms making decisions independently, autonomously. Sometimes I think it's scary too. The future with AI looks interesting, exciting, and sometimes extremely scary. Rajiv, coming back to you, you are a veteran in the road industry. How do you think AI and digitization impacting the efficiency of road transport operations in the country?
I think one of the point, of course, one of the panelists mentioned that the back office is something which is getting a lot of automations. Now, these AI tools are actually helping the back-end work. Now, as Ankit said rightly, earlier we were doing post-mortem. And by the time you do the post-mortem, you do different algorithm, 1 month is gone, 2 months gone. By the time you find the results and start acting upon it. But today I think we are able to do on the live, we are able to see those different exceptions which are happening in the overall operations, whether it's cost, whether it's margins, whether it's the TAT breach, and in terms of the overall control tower management is something which the AI is of immense help. Now, we always talk about whether it's going to take away human jobs. I don't think so. I think the skilling is going to be different. Our people are getting more expert in putting the right kind of commands, the right kind of the information in the system so that they are able to get the right answer from the AI tools. So the Power BIs and the analytics, what we have been using, are getting more intelligent, and we are using those tools to predict also in terms of what is going to happen. Apart from that, there's a lot of help we are getting even in the customs documentation part, and also in terms of predicting the fund flows, because the moment I upload the entire customs, the system is able to predict what kind of custom duty is going to come. So we are able to do the fund planning in advance. And then that helps us to overall manage the cash flow of the organization also, because we do huge amount of land port clearance, which are always uncertainty in these land ports, which are not still that digitized compared to the air and the ports. So land ports are still pretty manual system, but these tools are helping us to really automate. Apart from that, also the documentation part, what we are doing is we are using AI tools to basically analyze whether the documents are right. Is there any fudging of the document? So that is also helping us in terms of reducing the man hours which were required to check those documents physically, is not taken over by these AI tools. So overall, a very exciting phase actually we are going through, and people like you and me, we have seen the other side of the logistics when we used to do the manifesto with the pen and pencil. So now we are seeing how things are changing, how we are using these tools in the latest eras now.
That is very true, and the changes, the pace of change is also so much. The velocity of change is so much that we can't even fathom. I think many youngsters here cannot even imagine how we used to work 30 years back when we started our career. Okay, so now that we have done one round of questionnaire, I have a couple of questions for this entire panel, because you are all experts in your own this thing. So I'll give both questions together, and each of you can come with your comments on that, and then we will have a Q&A session with the audience, right? So first question, of course, is what is the most important intervention we need to do in the logistics digitalization space? Very critical question that's first this thing. And what is that which will fundamentally change the logistics landscape in the Indian context? These two questions I give it to the panelists to answer.
Because you see, we are talking of adopting emerging technologies in logistics, like AI. My only suggestion would be because you see every technology has its advantages, but it comes with certain challenges as well. When we adopt AI, we have to be very much careful that it is not biased, first thing. Second thing is safe and secure to be adopted. I would just like to quote certain things which has come to our knowledge in last 2 to 3 years. You see, there is an agency called Certain, which gives the detail of the whatever frauds are happening through digital platforms. And according to Certain, there was 67% of the total frauds were happening through banks or through bank-related or financial institute-related links. So to change that, we had bring a zone, we called that bank.in zone, and we had advised RBI to monitor that zone. The adoption of bank.in zone is regulated by RBI. So we are now bringing to have trust in the digital domain. So we are now saying that whatever links which you will get in future from, if it is from the bank.in, then only you go click and use that link. Otherwise you discard all those links. So in last 1 year, almost all the banks has adopted .bank.in on the RBI mandate. So this way we are bringing that digital space safe and secure. Same things we can adopt in the logistics sector as well. We can have a domain, or we can have our digital identity, which is being regulated by a trusted provider. And in case we are able to do that, we will be able to attract more citizens on the logistics sector, and they will be safe and secure. This is what my suggestion is.
Yeah. Yeah. Just in 2 lines, I would say that technology like drones have immense potential, and the first thing that is required to for adoption is safety first approach. And then instead of trying all this, of course it's aerial technology, we are in roads now, we are moving to aerial medium, so it has to be safety first. And then instead of trying it in the urban area, the first implementation all happen in corridor designs and in rural areas first, particularly where accessibility is a big challenge. And we solve that and then come to urban areas, clustered cities. Thank you.
So in the 2 lines, I can only say that it is not a question of using the AI or not, because it is out of the question. Now, it is not a choice. It is a demand. Now we have to do everything with AI. And now, after all, it is we should be thankful to the God that now we have somebody who can answer us, who can listen us, who can argue with us. And, we can yell, we can shout, we can, we can have different opinion, but it can give us all the answers. So thing is, we have to make a judicious call. Before AI also, as a business owner, we have to take care of our decisions, whether we are taking right decision, wrong decision. In the same way, while using the technology, we have to be very judicious in taking a right call. But the thing is, we have to have speed, and so AI is there. It is not a choice, it is a companion for us.
Yeah, as per me, AI is the transformation which is improve the productivity and help to take the right decision. So I will go with the AI, and infrastructure, transportation, and technology and data work together seamlessly to make it success.
Yeah, I think AI is going to come in, everybody is going to use it, but the importance for the industry would be to basically skill people to understand how to drive ROI out of it. That's what I would say the focus needs to be, because AI for the sake of using it is not going to drive business at the end of it. So people understanding how to use it best to drive that value is what we should all focus
on. I think AI is a necessity now. We can't say we can't look at it. I think it's a necessity. But only thing, word of caution that we cannot be completely dependent on that. We have to use our own judgment. We have to use our own experience to how to make it as a right companion, as you rightly said. So I think we are already into that era. So how best we use that, how best we use for our businesses is something which depends upon us.
Thank you, panelists, for your valuable insights, your experience, and your expertise shown through this particular discussion. It was a wonderful discussion moderating this. Thank you so very much. And with the permission of the organizers, if there is any questions, we can take 1 or 2 more questions. I do not know whether we do have the time for that, but if we do have the time for that, the panelists are open for taking any questions, if there are any questions.
Yeah, hi sir. First of all, thank you so much from the audience. Okay, so my name is Amita Agrawal. I am heading the Jam Pandit Fortuna Retail Private Limited. See, the thing is that what I have seen, how we can use AI, like this can, for all of you, how we can use AI in terms of increasing the productivity of, staff without creating the surveillance culture. Because see, right now I am using V360, which is also AI-based tools. But again, it reflects to employee that we are creating the culture of surveillance or monitoring. We just
Whom do you
won't
want
take
this
this.
question to be answered? Is there
Anyone, anyone.
Any particular panelist who would like, whom would you like?
Anyone, I just need the answer only.
Can I?
Rajesh.
I'll give an example like in our CRM. When we talk about the CRM, this is where actually we are using some of these tools. And it really helps us in terms of increasing the productivity because the system starts predicting the churn customers, it starts predicting the behavior of the customers, and it does prompt the agent or the customer service agent to actually pick up those particular customers and what kind of discussion they should have with that customer. It does classify and put cohorts of those different customers. So this is one area which it helps enable. So you are not doing a vigilance, but actually it is helping the agent to actually prioritize that how they should handle those customers and also guiding them at a cohort level that how they have to be handled.
So as per my understanding, you are saying that it is giving us the feedback to the employee.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Feedback and also helping the customers, the CRM person to have a particular level of dialogue with that level of customer, that set of customers. So suppose someone is having set of customers having issues in terms of service, the service levels are down. So their pitch will be very different than where there's a pricing issue. So you see there's a pricing issues because of that they are trying to drop out. So based on that, the conversation will be different.
Rajiv,
Sure,
can I
sir.
request you to take this conversation post this time because
Yeah, thank you so much.
The clock
Yeah.
is ticking and it's ticking pretty
Yeah,
fast.
I got my answer. Thank you.
Yeah. Is there anybody else who has got a question or do I call the organizers to close this session? Okay. So on behalf of the panelists, and thank you very much for the very patient listening. Thank you Logistics Shakti for giving us an opportunity to present our views. And thank you ma'am for giving us the extra time. Thank you.
Very much to all our panelists, and to express our thanks, may I request Mr. Dr. Rajesh Mundliar and Shri Satpal Bediji to be joining us in presenting the mementos. From our organizing committee, may I request our members, Dr. Rajesh Mundliar and Shri Satpal Bediji. So thanking Shri Satyavrata Satapati ji. Our expression of thanks to Shri Divesh Tyagi. Thanking our esteemed speaker, Shri Rajiv Bhattacharya. Thanking our next panelist, Shri Satish Yadav. Thanking Shri Alok Bansal. Thanking Shri Ankit Tomar. And thanking our moderator, Shri C.V. Kumar. And may I request the gentleman to kindly step forward? We'll close with a group photograph. Thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we actually come to the end of the discussions and deliberations through various panel discussions and fireside chat, which we've been having since morning. So, a lot of learning and knowledge sharing. But we would like to now express our heartfelt thanks and gratitude to the organizing committee members, for they have been behind the scenes running the show. And as we express our thanks, I would like to invite Major General Retired Inder Mohan Lambaji, the Chief Nodal Officer, UP Defence Industrial Corridor, to kindly do the honors of recognizing and appreciating our organizing committee members. I request, So thank you to our organizing committee members, ladies and gentlemen. As we recognize them, we have 23 of them. Shri Ramesh Krishnan. So you can see the names on the screen, all our organizing committee members. May I request him to kindly come on the stage a little faster. Shri Ramesh Krishnan, Dr. Paniraj Murthy, so behind the Shakti of Logistics Shakti are these people. Shri Ramesh Krishnan, Dr. Paniraj Murthy, Shri Dharmendra Kumar Singh, Shri Dharmendra Kumar Singh, Shri Vikas Shekhar, Shri Vikas Shekhar, Shri Vikas Chawla, Shri Vikas Chawla, Dr. Rajesh M. Mudliar. Dr. Rajesh Mudliar. Thank you to our organizing committee member, Shri Saurabh Snehi. Shri Saurabh Snehi, Shri Varshal Sudera. Shri Narendra Bedi. Thanking and appreciating Shri Harvinder Singh. Narendra Bedi and then Shri Harvinder Singh. Shri Saurabh Snehi has just now joined us. Shri Harvinder Singh. Shri Harvinder Singh. Shri Satpal Bedi. Shri Devidas Patil. May I request Shri Devidas Patil to please join us. These are a special token of our gratitude in regards to our organizing committee members. Shri V. Yukta Murthy. Shri Suman Jha. Thanking Shri Suman Jha. Our next esteemed organizing committee member, Shri Inderjeet Shehrawat. Shri Inderjeet Shehrawat. Shri Chidambaram Venkatakrishnan Kumar. Shri V.D. Murthy. Shri V.D. Murthy. Shri Mandeep Singh. Shri Mandeep Singh. Shri Gulshan Kaushik. Shri Nitin Agarwal. Shri Gulshan Kaushik. Mohammad Tanveer Alam. Mohammad Tanveer Alam. हाँ जी. Shri Vidhant Munga. Shri Vidhant Munga. Shri Inderjeet Sherawat. And we would also like to extend a special recognition to Dr. Karam Raj Hans, the chairman of Ayurved Shri Herbal Limited. Dr. Karam Raj Hans, chairman Ayurved Shri Herbal Limited. ये विशेष recognition Dr. Karam Raj Hans. So thank you to Major General Namba for doing the honors. And ladies and gentlemen, from this platform, now we are going to be launching a new logistic company, which is part of the Logistics Shakti enterprise, Picopic. I would like to first invite all our co-founders to be joining us here on the stage. May I request Mr. Amit, Mr. Kamal Narayan, may I request Mr. Prem Prakash to please join us. because this is an important ceremony which is going to be taking place here, the cake cutting ceremony, as we launch from the platform of Logistics Shakti, launching a new company here. May I request our co-founders to be please joining us here on the stage. May I request Amit ji also to be joining, and then I invite the MD of Picopic, which is going to be launched here with the cake cutting, and we have Mr. Karthik Velem. My apologies, Shri Karthik Velu, the MD and founder of Picopic. May I request Mr. Karthik Velu to say a few words before we get the cake here in the center stage about your company, and then we do the ceremony.
Hi, good evening to all. This is the 3.0. I'm joining. I started with 1.0, 2.0, now 3.0, which is getting bigger and bigger. So very, very happy to see this. And I'm proudly launching my company as a Picopic Private Limited, which is the buy and ship company. And it has to be a, I'll just put first Indian buy and ship company. That scenarios the people who are lives in abroad. So I lives in abroad for 15 years, which we face it lot of difficulties for the buy and ship in the product. Which if we want someone is living in USA, they want a saree to buy in Chennai or Kanchipuram, we will go and shop for them, and we'll do the proper consultation, and we'll do the friction of the customs, and we'll give the door-to-door delivery worldwide, which we are giving into that. And we have the shopping assistants also who are lives in abroad. They want buy anything in anywhere in India, we can do it. And the Picopic is enabled into the small e-commerce seller in the country, which is taking into the worldwide seller. So in our platform, the small scale people who are doing the e-commerce domestically, we are taking into the international level, and in our page the traffic is there, which is we are giving the multiple option to the customers, which they can do a temporary Indian address. So who lives in abroad, they can use our temporary Indian address to order the online shopping, which will come to our warehouse. Then we will do the consultation, and we will do the door-to-door delivery services. That's the one which we are giving. And many people having a difficulties to use the international cards and the payment gateway, which we are giving the open payment gateway. They can use in multi-currency in our page. We can do it. And what are the wish list or the bucket list they have in abroad people, they want from their hometown, they want to buy it and they want to ship it. How to do for globally? Then Picopic is there to go and buy behalf of them, and we can ship it there, which we can give. And we can give the end-to-end fulfillment, and we'll give the full consolidation of the entire shipment, then we're shipping into the worldwide, which we are giving. See, we are giving the end-to-end solutions for the online shopping or the buy and ship completely. And even their special request, which lives in other countries, they want to shopping for a marriage, the big event, birthdays, we can go for an entire shopping for them. Then we will do the consultation, then we will send to them in globally. And what we are giving into that authentic Indian buying products, which is the so many sellers in the domestically only they're selling, they are not able to sell in international buyers, which the Picopic gateway will give the options to sell internationally, which in my page the traffic will come into that page. They having a aggregator models of domestic e-commerce sellers. They can sell the product through our gateway. That doesn't need any payment gateway for them. So we will be the aggregator model for the domestic e-commerce seller into the international sellers, which we are doing in that. And the major one which we discovered and we done for the last few days, the prasadam, which is the people are lives in abroad, they want the Tirupati prasadam or wherever the temple, which we are giving to them in the worldwide delivery, which we can do that. We can take that one not only the courier, which we created the connectivity and trust, and we are culture we are creating for them to give a door into that divine also, the prasadam kind. And our mission and vision to be a #1 smart shopping and shipping company in India, which we want to do it. So we are doing in that. So wherever in the world they want anything they want buy from India, so Picopic is there to fulfill their dream and the wish list and you call the bucket list, whatever it is, we can do it in digitally and globally. Thank you. We are here, so you can scan, you can get it everything wherever in that. Thank you.
So we'll do Mr. Karthik, this cake delivery is also by you people only? Yes. So it's been on time. तो केक का जो प्रसादम है वो भी इन्हीं की तरफ से होगा. So a new company being born today, and with that we are celebrating the birth of Picopic, delivering worldwide. Once again, congratulations. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be recognizing, before we move to the presentation of the awards, we have the recognition of our jury, the esteemed jury, who have, in fact, it's been a humongous task for them going through the nominations and then finally judging the winners who are going to be recognized shortly at the hands of the Honorable Minister who's going to be joining us. We'll just set the stage towards further recognitions. So today, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be presenting shortly the Logistics Shakti Awards. They are going to be presented across categories. But before that, we recognize and thank our jury members. And you can see their names and you can see them here on the stage. But as we thank them, first expression of thanks to Mr. Deepak Goyal. Our esteemed jury member, Mr. Deepak Goyal. Our next esteemed jury member, Mr. Suryakant Dash. Mr. Suryakant Dash. जूरी मेंबर्स के लिए तो विशेष तालियां होनी चाहिए क्योंकि नेक्स्ट टाइम भी जब ये अवार्ड्स देंगे आप नॉमिनेशंस में आएंगे यही आपको जज करेंगे श्री सम्राट सहगल श्री सम्राट सहगल श्री अनीश गोयल Shri Pankaj Miglani, Shri Anirban Sanyal, Shri Navdeep Lamba, Shri Navdeep Lamba, Shri Ramesh Mamidala, Shri Sukanta Pandit, Shri Deepak Mishra, Dr. Girish Kumar Tuteja, Shri Mani Bhushan, Shri Mani Bhushan, Shri Saurabh Singla, Colonel Tarun Vohra, Shri Praveen Kumar Verma, Shri Praveen Kumar Verma, Shri Venkat Ramanan, Shri Venkat Ramanan, Shri Prahlad Singh Chaudhary, Shri Prahlad Singh Chaudhary, Shri Rajiv Bhardwaj, Shri Rajiv Bhardwaj, Shri Rajiv Mittal, Shri Rajiv Mittal, Shri Mukesh Kumar Saha, Shri Rajiv Sharma, Ruchi Avasthi, Rishu Garg, Sheikh Asad Parvez, Divyansh Rathore, Shri Divyansh Rathore, Shri Anand Mimani, Shri Sanjeev Edward, Shri Praveen Tandon, so all the jury members who could make it here and who've been just recognized, may I request you all to please join us. We'll have a group photograph of all the jury members. जो यहाँ पर उपस्थित थे और जिन्हें सम्मानित किया गया, उनसे निवेदन है प्लीज़ मंच पर आएं and we'll have a group photograph of all of you. So thank you once again to our jury members. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just awaiting the arrival of the Honorable Minister, Shri Ramdas Athavale ji. भारत सरकार में सामाजिक न्याय एवं अधिकारिता मंत्री हमारे साथ अब से कुछ पल में हमारे साथ होंगे. And also joining will be His Excellency Bu Abdullah, who is the chairman of the Bu Abdullah Group of Companies. And at the hands of both of them, we are going to be presenting the awards. We are also going to be extending our recognition to some of our international guests who join us shortly. And alongside, we are also going to be witnessing at the hands of the Honorable Minister the launch of a new drone prototype which is going to be launched here. So request for your patience and be requesting you to remain at your respective seats. Meanwhile, we bring to you once again the vision and the mission of Logistics Shakti through a short video. If we can have the video, please.
India is moving. Not just people, not just goods, but a nation. 1 billion aspirations. This movement is powered by Logistics 3.0, a new state-of-the-art logistics ecosystem emerging as a powerful engine of Viksit Bharat. And at the center of this transformation stands a national platform, the Logistics Shakti Enterprises. Logistics today is no longer a support function. It has become national infrastructure. It powers manufacturing, connects farmers to markets, delivers medicines when they matter most, and strengthens India's position in global supply chains. Today, logistics stands as the backbone of growth, resilience, and opportunity. India's logistics story has evolved through powerful phases. Logistics 1.0 was manual and fragmented, with paper trails, disconnected networks, and high costs slowing movement. Then came Logistics 2.0, an era of infrastructure and integration, with GST unifying markets, the National Logistics Policy setting direction, and PM Gati Shakti mapping connectivity across the nation. India's logistics networks began moving faster, smarter, and more efficiently. Today, that evolution has entered its most transformative phase. Logistics 3.0, a new ecosystem powered by technology, innovation, and global integration. Artificial intelligence optimizing routes, IoT tracking cargo across continents, warehouses becoming intelligent, startups reimagining supply chains. India's logistics systems are now being built for scale, speed, and sustainability. 4.6+ billion tons of freight every year. 13 to 14% contribution to India's GDP. Logistics costs reduced to 7.97% of GDP. 22 million jobs. 700 to 800 billion dollar market by 2030. Across the country, a powerful logistics backbone is taking shape. Multimodal logistics parks, dedicated freight corridors, access-controlled expressways, and expanding port connectivity. Infrastructure designed to support a developed India. 15+ multimodal logistics parks, 6,000+ kilometer access-controlled expressways, 12 major ports, 200+ non-major ports, Sagarmala connectivity projects. Logistics enables manufacturing at scale. It strengthens exports. It connects farmers and MSMEs to national and global markets. It delivers essentials when they matter most. And it creates millions of jobs across the country. Most importantly, it positions India as a trusted global supply chain partner. As India moves toward Viksit Bharat 2047, Logistics 3.0 will power the next chapter of growth, resilience, and global leadership. And to shape this decisive phase of India's logistics transformation, the Logistics Shakti Enterprises brings together industry leaders, policymakers, innovators, and nation builders to drive the future of India's supply chains. The Logistics Shakti Enterprises, driving Logistics 3.0, powering Viksit Bharat.
है भारत हम चल पड़े किस जुनू किस शान से है भारत हम चल पड़े किस जुनू किस शान से जन्नत नुमा कश्मीर से आसाम के बागान से दिल्ली का लहड़पन लिए यूपी के खलिहान से महाराष्ट्र से गुजरात से कर्नाटक से राजस्थान से तब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से जय हो राह हो प्रवाह हो नव हो नवीन हो देश हो विदेश हो जेके हो जब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से जय हो जब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से
जेके टायर, देश का टायर।
nice. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the morning we had recognized our frontline ambassadors, our frontline workers. और जैसे आपने इस फिल्म में भी सुना और देखा कि हिंदुस्तान को हिंदुस्तान से मिलाने में हमारे फ्रंटलाइन वर्कर्स का एक विशेष योगदान रहा है और उनकी तरफ हम उन्हें रिकग्निशन एक्सटेंड करते आए हैं। उनमें से एक अभी हमारे साथ हैं श्री सुभाष गुज्जर, ये फ्लीट ड्राइवर हैं और इन्हें सम्मानित करने के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ श्री अमित शंकदार जी को, हमारे को फाउंडर। श्री सुभाष गुज्जर। Recognizing the real heroes, I would now like to request Mr. Amit to say a few words, in fact introduce Logistics Shakti. There are a number of guests who've joined us just now, so for our guests who've joined just now, the new guests, may I request you to kindly share the vision and mission of Logistics Shakti.
Good evening. अभी अवार्ड और कॉकटेल और डिनर के बीच में मैं खड़ा हुआ शायद उतना अच्छा नहीं लग रहा हूँगा, लेकिन मॉर्निंग में मैंने बात की थी लॉजिस्टिक शक्ति और हमारे आज के इवेंट के बारे में। तो हमारा इवेंट का साइज इतना बड़ा है, आप लोग की इतनी ब्लेसिंग है कि बहुत सारे नए गेस्ट अभी ज्वाइन किए हैं, तो अगले 1.5 से 2 मिनट में मैं अपनी बात को दोबारा से रखता हूँ। Once again, thank you very much. It is honored and privilege to welcome you on behalf of Logistics Shakti team. As I told in the morning, I am just repeating again, as logistics is not limited to a supply chain and the delivery of the goods. So same as Logistics Shakti is not limited to just an event. We have our sincere efforts as logistics connect people, logistics connect countries, logistics connect economies, logistics connect marketplaces, and logistics empower the businesses. So same as Logistics Shakti connect people, Logistics Shakti is nothing but a community of logisticians coming together and bringing policymakers, innovators, technology support service providers, and more important, service seekers. आपने हमारी जूरी के फॉर्म में देखा 25 से 30 लोग, जो वो लोग थे हमारे कस्टमर हैं, हमारे और आपके कस्टमर हैं, उनको क्या चाहिए उनको हम कनेक्ट कर रहे हैं। और बियॉन्ड दैट जो सर्विस देने वाले हमारे आप जैसे लीडर्स हैं उनको एक छत के नीचे लेके आना लॉजिस्टिक्स शक्ति का काम है। तो इसको मैं जो बार बार बोलता हूँ, लॉजिस्टिक्स जैसे लॉजिस्टिक्स देश की जान है और लॉजिस्टिक्स शक्ति लॉजिस्टिक्स की जान है। थैंक यू वेरी मच। ऐसा हमारा जो आपको कमिटमेंट है कि वी आर कमिटेड टू ग्रो योर बिजनेस एंड यू हैव योर एक्सपेक्टेशन टू फ्रॉम अस टू ग्रो योर बिजनेस। सो वी विल कंटिन्यू दिस जर्नी टुगेदर। हमने बहुत सारी कमियां होंगी, मिस्टेक्स होंगी। हम आपसे सिर्फ एप्रिसिएशन नहीं, हम आपसे क्रिटिक्स भी चाहिए। आई विल लव टू हैव ये 1 लाइन 2 लाइन 3 लाइन 5 लाइन मेल कि हमें लॉजिस्टिक्स शक्ति में इस इवेंट को इम्प्रूवमेंट करने के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से क्या आपका फीडबैक है, इसके बियॉन्ड इस रिलेशनशिप को कैसे आगे कंसिस्टेंटली और हम डीपन कर सकते हैं, बेहतर कर सकते हैं, उसके लिए आपका क्या फीडबैक है। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
So thank you, Mr. Amit, for sharing the vision and mission of Logistics Shakti. This is the second edition which we are having, and as mentioned in the morning also, Logistics Shakti in fact stands as a movement. It is an initiative, it is an endeavor of 3 like-minded people who stand united in their vision and their collective future, who have brought in this platform towards strengthening the logistics sector and further strengthening the infrastructure, and aligning our work with the national vision as we are aiming to become a Viksit Bharat by 2047. And in this Viksit Bharat vision, the role which logistics sector is going to be playing, and as Honorable Prime Minister has mentioned, logistics sector is going to be that catalyst, that engine that is going to be driving that growth. And the growth which we are talking about, it is about clean green growth, and towards that also working with all the stakeholders of the sector towards the greening of the logistics sector, towards making it more clean, green, smarter, more seamless, more connected, globally competitive, technology and digitally enabled. That's the aim and the vision of Logistics Shakti. Ladies and gentlemen, among this August gathering, we also have some of our diplomatic guests whom we would like to recognize and appreciate. Once again, may I request Mr. Amit to please join us, along with Dr. Gaurav Gupta, the founder president of GTTCI, in extending our honor to our diplomatic guests who are present with us in this August gathering. Our recognition, appreciation to His Excellency, Mr. K.L. Ganju, the Honorary Consul General, Union of Comoros. May I request you, sir, really honored to have your presence here. And ladies and gentlemen, if you can all put your hands together as we extend this special recognition to our diplomatic guest, His Excellency, Mr. K.L. Ganju. on Blue Energy Motors Limited. Blue Energy Motors Limited, the very first award, the Automobile Supply Chain Shakti Award. These awards recognize the visionaries, the innovators, the change makers who are redefining logistics with resilience and excellence. भारत के लॉजिस्टिक्स और सप्लाई चेन क्षेत्र में उत्कृष्टता, नवाचार और नेतृत्व को सम्मानित करने का ये प्रतिष्ठित मंच है, लॉजिस्टिक्स शक्ति अवार्ड्स। और ये पुरस्कार उद्योग के उन अग्रणी संगठनों और प्रोफेशनल्स को, इंडिविजुअल्स को पहचान देता है जो दक्षता, टेक्नोलॉजी अपनाने और मजबूत इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के माध्यम से देश की आर्थिक प्रगति को गति दे रही हैं। And now we have the individual awards being presented. The Logistic Digitalization Shakti Leadership Award being presented to Shweta Arora. Shweta Arora of Daikin Air Conditioning, India. These are, we now move to the individual award. Shweta Arora, she's here. In fact, I see many women women leaders being recognized in the individual awards category. Shweta Arora from Daikin Air Conditioning, India. The Logistic Digitalization Shakti Leadership Award being presented to her. Next, we have the Logistic Women Leadership Shakti Award being conferred on Nirupama Radhakrishnan from ITC. The Logistic Women Leadership Shakti Award, standing as a Shakti. In fact, women have been a symbol of Shakti power. And here we have the Logistic Women Leadership Shakti Award being conferred on Ms. Nirupama Radhakrishnan from ITC. The next Logistic Women Leadership Shakti Award conferred on Ms. Amita Agarwal. Ms. Amita Agarwal from Gem Pandit. So from the Logistics Shakti platform, we're recognizing the Shaktis, the women power here. Amita Agarwal being adjudged by our jury members whom we just recognized and appreciated and thanked as a Logistic Women Leadership leader. And the next Women Leadership Award being presented to Ms. Shikha Sharma of Delivery Private Limited. The next Logistic Women Leadership Award being presented to Hina Kauser of Maruti Suzuki, India. May I request all our women leaders who have been just now recognized and appreciated with the Women Shakti Award, may I request them to please join us once again here on the stage so that we can have a group photograph of the women power here. May I request once again Shweta Arora, Nirupama Radhakrishnan, Amita Agarwal, Shikha Sharma and Hina Kauser to be joining us. And we can have a huge round of applause to the Women Shakti here on the stage. the next Logistic Women Leadership Shakti Award to Infinity Air and Sea Logistics Private Limited. Excellency also to recognize two diplomatic guests who are just now joined, Mr. Songbo and Mrs. Shi Ting, the Economic Counselor from the Embassy of the People's Republic of China in India. May I request you to please join us as we extend our recognition. Mrs. Ting and Mr. Songbo. Appreciation to Mr. Zhang He and Ms. Piu, the Second Secretary, the Embassy of the People's Republic of China in India. So we move back to the Logistics Shakti Award, the Emerging Talent Shakti Award, ladies and gentlemen, being presented to Mr. Kunal Bhavdankar from Globus Warehousing, a unit of Sapphire Warehousing. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are going to be presenting almost 60 awards. We are just, I think, 5 or 6. आप सभी की तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. I don't have a baritone like अमिताभ बच्चन जो कहते हैं कि तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. The next award, the Internet Infrastructure Shakti Leadership Award, being presented to Nixie. Exchange of India. They were one of our eminent speakers, especially as we had a session on digital Shakti in the logistics sector. And now we have the Emerging Warehousing Company of the Year, CCI. CCI, ladies and gentlemen, being adjudged as the Emerging Warehousing Company of the Year. We have the representative, any representative from CCI may join us in accepting the award. Thank you, Mr. Nanda, for doing the honors. And may I now request Mr. S.K. Das, SCM Head of Reliance, to be joining us in extending the next honors as we now recognize and present the 3PL Shakti Award being presented to DHL. DHL, any representative from DHL? The next award, Gender Inclusive Manpower Shakti Award. The winner, ladies and gentlemen, L'Oreal. L'Oreal being now appreciated, recognized. If you have any representative. सतत विकास की ओर अग्रसर और अपना योगदान देते हुए we have the Sustainable and Green Logistics Shakti Award being presented to Hindustan Zinc Limited. The Integrated Rail Logistics Shakti Award being presented to Adani. The Adani Group Integrated Rail Logistics Shakti Award. So we have the entire team here. If you can have a round of applause for the entire team as they accept the award. The Integrated Rail Logistics Shakti Award. And now the Tire Technology Shakti Award, ladies and gentlemen, undoubtedly being presented to JK Tires. Adding wheel speed safety to the logistics sector, that's JK Tires. FMCG Supply Chain Shakti Award being presented to Carry Fast Logistics Private Limited. Carry Fast Logistics Private Limited, the FMCG Shakti Award. The Cold Chain Shakti Award presented to Cold Was. Cold Was the winner of the Cold Chain Shakti Award. From cold chains to pharmaceutical, we have the Pharmaceutical Supply Chain Shakti Award, the winner, Continental Carriers Private Limited. Continental Carriers Private Limited, the Pharmaceutical Supply Chain Shakti Award, and we had them speaking also in the inaugural session, the important role which they had actually played also during the COVID times in the delivery of medicines, especially during the COVID times, and they being recognized and being presented. The Pharmaceutical Supply Chain Shakti Award, Continental Carriers Private Limited. White Goods Supply Chain Shakti Award, the winners is Varuna Integrated Logistics Private Limited. Varuna Integrated Logistics White Goods Supply Chain Shakti Award being presented to them. Next we have the Green Logistics Shakti Award. The winner is SG Green Logistics Private Limited. SG Green Logistics Private Limited, the Green Logistics Shakti Award being presented to them. हमारे अगले पुरस्कार विजेता इको पैकेजिंग के धुरंधर हैं and we present them the Eco Packaging Shakti Award, DCG Pack. DCG Pack, Eco Packaging Award, DCG Pack. The Logistic Manpower Provider Shakti Award being presented to Stalwart People Services India Limited. The entire team is there with us, and Dr. Christopher is here. So Dr. Christopher joins us along with his team. The Logistic Manpower Provider Shakti Award being presented to Stalwart. इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में उत्कृष्टता को सम्मानित करते हुए एक्सीलेंस इन लॉजिस्टिक्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, द विनर्स वैल्यू स्पेस being energized as the winners for excellence in logistic infrastructure. The next award, ladies and gentlemen, Rising 3PL Shakti Award. The winners, Pranik Logistics Limited. Pranik Logistics Limited. Rising 3PL Shakti Award being conferred on Pranik Logistics. The next we have Express and Cargo Shakti Award being presented to Blue Dart. Blue Dart being adjudged as the winners. In the Express and Cargo. Express and Cargo sector, we have the Express and Cargo Shakti Award being conferred on Blue Dart. The Global Express Logistic Leader Award being presented to Skynet. Skynet, ladies and gentlemen, the winners for the Global Express Logistic Leader Award. Thank you, Mr. Das, for doing the honors. Thank you very much. And may I request now Mr. Rajiv Bhardwaj, the member personnel Prasar Bharati, to please join us here on the stage in extending appreciation to our awardees. May I request Mr. Rajiv Bhardwaj? May I request in that case Mr. Praveen Verma of JSL, if he's there with us. The next award, ladies and gentlemen, Tech Integrated Logistics Shakti Award. And the winners, Ducket Technologies Private Limited. In the morning when Shri Nitin Gadkari ji had addressed us, he did mention about that we need to leverage technology, we need to leverage digital, integrate it into our systems, and that is where we recognize the next awardee, Digital Integration Shakti Award being conferred on Trucks Up. Trucks Up, Digital Integration Shakti Award being presented to them. The Supply Chain Technology Shakti Award being presented to Traco Technologies India Private Limited. Winners of the Supply Chain Technology Shakti Award, Traco Technologies India Private Limited. Next award is the Workforce Technology Shakti Award being presented to Easy Bill and Pay Techno Services Private Limited. Easy Bill and Pay Techno Services Private Limited being recognized now, and they being conferred the Workforce Technology Shakti Award. हमारा अगला शक्ति पुरस्कार, the TMS Technology Shakti Award being conferred on Sagar Informatics Private Limited. Sagar Informatics Private Limited. Sagar Informatics Private Limited being conferred the TMS Technology Shakti Award. We now have the Logistic Automation Shakti Award. The winners, BNG Infotech Private Limited. BNG Infotech Private Limited, the winners of the Logistic Automation Shakti Puraskar. Like to recognize our diplomatic guest, Dr. Gaurav Gupta, who was present with us, who in fact also conferred extended confirmation. Dr. Gaurav Gupta, the founder, president of GTTCI. और देवी सज्जनों, आप सभी की विशेष और सम्मान भरी तालियों के बीच स्वागत करते हैं माननीय अतिथि हमारे श्री रामदास अठावले जी का, भारत सरकार में सामाजिक न्याय एवं अधिकारिता राज्य मंत्री, जो सामाजिक समावेशन, वंचित वर्गों के सशक्तिकरण और समान अवसर सुनिश्चित करने की दिशा में निरंतर प्रयत्नशील रहे हैं। मैं आदरणीय मंत्री जी को मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ इन पुरस्कारों को प्रदान करने के लिए। May request the Honorable Minister, sir, to be please joining us here on the stage in recognitions, sending recognitions to our awardees. एक बार दिव्य सज्जनों, श्री रामदास अठावले जी के लिए विशेष तालियों के साथ हम उनका स्वागत करते हैं। और इसके साथ साथ मैं श्री कमल नारायण जी से, श्री अमित जी से निवेदन करती हूँ कि ये फूल भेंट कर आप माननीय मंत्री जी का स्वागत करें। According a floral welcome to the Honorable Minister as he joins us, our guest of honor for the award ceremony. We would also like to recognize Excellency Jason, the Ambassador USA, along with his spouse. May I request, ma'am, you also to be joining us. May also invite Mr. Grivia from the Russian Embassy, the Trade Deputy Head. Also from the Russian Embassy, the Trade Deputy Head, Mr. Grivia is here with us. May I request the Honorable Minister, sir, along with Mr. Abdullah to be. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on the stage, we have the drone prototype which is going to be now launched. May I request the team from Bonvi to be please joining us here on the stage. From the first mile to the last mile, logistics in fact has evolved with time, and today we're taking another giant leap forward as innovation quite literally rises from the ground. The future of logistics, ladies and gentlemen, just doesn't move, it flies. So please join us as we unveil the next frontier in delivery innovation by Bonvi at the hands of the Honorable Minister, Sir, Shri Ramdas Athavale ji. मैं माननीय मंत्री जी से निवेदन करती हूँ कि आप बॉन्वी द्वारा ये ड्रोन प्रोटोटाइप का अनावरण करें। So from the platform of Logistics Shakti, ladies and gentlemen, we have the drone prototype being launched by Bonvi, taking the delivery to the next level. As we mentioned, the future of logistics is further evolving, not just moving, but flying with the drones. Many congratulations to the team Bonvi here. दिव्यसिद्धों, आज हम एक विशेष MOU भी साइन करने जा रहे हैं बॉन्वी के साथ। लॉजिस्टिक्स शक्ति बॉन्वी के साथ एक विशेष MOU का। प्रेम प्रकाश जी को भी मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ। This is an MOU which is being signed between Bonvi and Logistics Shakti in the august presence of the Honorable Minister, sir. माननीय मंत्री जी की गरिमामय उपस्थिति में एक विशेष समझौता का MOU का यहाँ पर हस्ताक्षर किए जा रहे हैं, आदान प्रदान किया जा रहा है लॉजिस्टिक्स शक्ति और बॉन्वी के बीच। So Logistics Shakti is a platform which also encourages the startups. देखिए सज्जनों, अब मैं माननीय मंत्री जी से विशेष निवेदन करती हूँ कि इस सभा को आप संबोधित करें और अपने मार्गदर्शन से हमें प्रेरित करें।
My dear friends and sisters, all of you are here to develop our country, India. Economy is also going fast because the logistic Shakti, logistic power is also with us. And Mr. Kamal Narayan, who organized this very important function. Every year he is also going to organize this function. And logistics is also very important for develop our country. Shipping, transportation, and another development process, we are also going ahead. Logistics Shakti Enterprises is also very important for us now. Now I have seen Mr. Satya. Satya, he is from Rajasthan, and I have seen the drone. I have inaugurated that drone, and that drone is going near about 1900, 1500 square feet. And this is also very nice development in India. Our Narendra Modi ji wanted made in India. If we will develop our business, develop our industry, and made in India is also very important to develop our country. Now you know that our economy is number 4 now. Last time Japan was number 4, and India was number 5. But now our economy is number 4 in all over the world. And after 1 year or something, we will go number 3. Germany is number 3 now. And US is number 1. China is number 2. And number 3, Germany, but we will take the number of Germany and we will go number 3. Then only 2 countries will be there, US and China. Then after 4 years, we will go number 2. And China will come down number 3. Then after some time, but we will think about number 1, because number 1 is America, US. If we will go number 1, then Donald Trump will be very angry. And Donald Trump, his party is Republican Party, my party is Republican Party. But all right, that economy, we are also developing our country. And many drivers are with you now. In the logistic industry, many drivers are there. Many Mathadi workers are there. And the many people are also working in this industry, logistic industry. ये लॉजिस्टिक शक्ति, अगर हमारे साथ रहेगी लॉजिस्टिक शक्ति, अगर अपने साथ रहेगी लॉजिस्टिक शक्ति, तो क्यों नहीं मिलेगी अपने देश को मुक्ति? तो देश के मुक्ति के लिए हमें आगे बढ़ना है. Our government is with you. Why our government is with you? Because all you are with us, with Narendra Modi ji. You are supporting Narendra Modi ji. The leadership of Narendra Modi is very strong leadership. He is also very strong man. He is very popular man in the world. And he wants to develop the country. On 15th August 1947, English peoples were controlled India. English people came here for they came here for business. But they like spices here. Indian spices are very strong. If anybody will come here, he don't go again to the country. Therefore, English people stay here near about 150 years here. They like India. But we don't like the rule of English people. But now English people are our good friends. In England, many people, near about 30-40 lakh people are staying in England now, United Kingdom now. And that government is also supporting Indian people because Indian peoples are very strong people there in business also. Last time one Mittal is originally from Punjab, from India, and he was very powerful, rich man in England, United Kingdom, #1. And therefore now India is also going ahead. और आज यहाँ मुझे खुशी है कि Abu Abdullah is my good friend. Where is Abu Abdullah? He's gone. Now Abu Abdullah is from Dubai. And many peoples in Dubai, near about 60% people are staying there in Dubai, Indian people. And they are also very strong people in Dubai. Dubai was very quiet country, very shant country, but now I don't know what will happen in the future. Because when Iran will attack, we don't know. But we don't want any attack from America, US or from Iran. India wanted the world peace. We don't want युद्ध, we want बुद्ध. हमें शांति चाहिए, वर्ल्ड शांति चाहिए, और इसलिए हम सब लोगों को आगे बढ़ना है. और यहाँ हमारे अमित शंकर जी हैं, प्रेम प्रकाश जी हैं, हमारे तौसी पाशा जी बेंगलोर से आए हैं, डॉक्टर तौसी पाशा जी हैं, और भी कई मान्यवर पूरे देश भर से यहाँ आए हैं जो लॉजिस्टिक इंडस्ट्री में काम करते हैं. और देश को बड़ा बनाने के लिए आपका बहुत बड़ा रोल है. तो लॉजिस्टिक नहीं रहेगा तो मतलब कोई माल उधर नहीं जाएगा, उधर से माल इधर नहीं आएगा. यहाँ से माल भेजना है तो लॉजिस्टिक इंडस्ट्री की आवश्यकता है, वहाँ से माल लेना है तो लॉजिस्टिक इंडस्ट्री की आवश्यकता है. एयरक्राफ्ट से अगर अपने को कुछ जल्दी भेजना है तो भी मतलब लॉजिस्टिक की आवश्यकता है. और इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि आज आप सब लोग यहाँ लॉजिस्टिक इंडस्ट्री के बारे में, लॉजिस्टिक शक्ति के बारे में, इसमें क्या प्रगति हो और यहाँ काम करने वाले सभी लोगों को कैसा न्याय मिले, उसके लिए ज़रूर हमारी सरकार आपके साथ है. ये नहीं अंदर की, ये तो है अंदर की बात, क्योंकि हमारी सरकार है आपके साथ. तो मतलब ये हमारी सरकार आपके साथ है. और मतलब आज मेरा बहुत ही खुश है मन, आज मेरा बहुत ही खुश है मन, क्योंकि मुझे इनवाइट करने वाले हैं कमल नारायण. मुझे नहीं चाहिए तुम्हारा धन, मुझे नहीं चाहिए आपका धन, लेकिन मेरे लिए आज का बहुत अच्छा है क्षण. आपके बीच में आने का मौका मुझे मिला. और हर साल हर वक्त हमें कमल नारायण जी बुलाते हैं और इनका नाम ही है कमल, इसीलिए वेस्ट बंगाल में कमल को बहुत वोट मिला है. मतलब देश को आज़ादी मिलने के बाद पहला इलेक्शन हुआ था अपना 26 जनवरी 1950 को. बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर जी ने ड्राफ्टिंग कमेटी के चेयरमैन के नाते जो संविधान दिया था वो लागू हुआ था 26 जनवरी 1950 को. और पहला इलेक्शन हुआ था 1952 में. तो तब से आज तक जो वेस्ट बंगाल में जो वोटिंग हुआ है 91.34% वोटिंग हुआ है. तो मैंने पार्लियामेंट में ये मैंने भूमिका रखी थी कि 100% वोटिंग होना चाहिए. 5 साल में एक बार वोटिंग होता है, हर आदमी ने वोटिंग कंपलसरी वोटिंग होना चाहिए. मतलब कंपलसरी एक लोकतंत्र में हर एक आदमी को वोट देने का अधिकार है. किसको सत्ता में लाना है वो पूरा अधिकार उनको लोगों को है. और लोग जिनके साथ होते हैं उनको सत्ता मिलती है. कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ लोग 50-60 साल तक रहेंगे और कांग्रेस पार्टी सत्ता में रही. अभी 2014 से नरेंद्र मोदी जी सत्ता पर आए हैं. 50-60 साल हम रहेंगे, बाद में देखते हैं. वो 50-60 साल रहे तो हम भी उतना रहेंगे, बाद में तुम रहो 50-60 साल के बाद. अब तो ठीक है, नहीं 50-60 हम बोलते हैं, लेकिन आप जब तक हमारे साथ है तब तक हम रहेंगे, आप नहीं रहेंगे तो हम नहीं रहेंगे। तो इसलिए ठीक बात है, इसलिए आज यहाँ अब पूरे ऑल इंडिया के लोग इधर आए हैं, इस इंडस्ट्री में काम करने वाले अनेक मान्यवर इधर आए हैं, और आप सब लोग मतलब या इंडस्ट्री में काम करने वाले जो ओनर्स हैं, ये लेबर है, ड्राइवर्स है, सबके डेवलपमेंट के लिए आप विचार कर रहे हैं। ज़रूर हमारे सरकार के तरफ से जो भी आपको मदद चाहिए, ज़रूर हम आपको मदद करने के लिए तैयार है। मेरा मंत्रालय सोशल जस्टिस है, इकोनॉमिकल जस्टिस है, और हम सबको मदद करते रहते हैं। और आपको सोशल जस्टिस चाहिए तो मेरे पास आइए, नहीं चाहिए तो मत आइए। तो ठीक है, तो अभी ज़्यादा भाषण देने की ज़रूरी नहीं है, लेकिन आप सब लोग यहाँ आए हैं, ये बहुत अच्छी बात है। और यहाँ हमारे अनेक मान्यवर यहाँ मौजूद हैं। तो यहाँ यूएस के भी हमारे मित्र अभी आए थे, रशिया के भी मित्र आए थे, और इंडिया के तो अपन इंडिया भारत के आप हम सब लोग इधर ही है। तो अनेक लोग यहाँ मौजूद है। तो लॉजिस्टिक शक्ति इंटरप्राइज इसके सभी मान्यवर यहाँ मौजूद है, और इसीलिए ज़्यादा वक्त ना लेते हुए आपकी जो भी समस्या होगी, ज़रूर नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ मेरे बहुत अच्छे संबंध है, और आज तक नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने पार्लियामेंट को किसने हंसाया नहीं, लेकिन मैंने हंसाया है, मतलब नरेंद्र मोदी जी को। और नरेंद्र मोदी जी को हंसाते हंसाते राहुल गांधी को फंसाया है मैंने। हाँ तो ठीक है, नहीं राहुल गांधी जी भी हमारे अच्छे मित्र है। अभी थोड़े राहुल गांधी एक्टिव बन गए हैं, 99 MP उनके कांग्रेस की चुनकर आए, एक्टिव बन गए हैं। इसीलिए महिलाओं को रिजर्वेशन देने का बिल उन्होंने नापास किया। मतलब इतने एक्टिव बन गए हैं कि महिलाओं को मिलने वाला रिजर्वेशन ही मतलब गायब हो गया, गायब नहीं हुआ है। लेकिन हम महिलाओं को अभी बोलेगी, जो हमारी इस इंडस्ट्री में काम करने वाली महिलाओं को मेरा निवेदन है कि आपको अगर रिजर्वेशन चाहिए तो हमको 2/3 मेजॉरिटी 29 में दीजिए, हम जरूर आपके लिए मतलब इस बिल पास करेंगे। और महिलाओं को न्याय देने की हमारी भूमिका है। महिला हमारी माता होती है, बहन होती है, हमारी पत्नी होती है, और महिलाएं बहुत बड़ी स्ट्रांग होती है, महिला बहुत बड़ी स्ट्रांग होती है। लेकिन पार्लियामेंट में बिल नापास करने वाले लोग रॉन्ग होते हैं। तो ठीक बात है। तो फिर एक बार आपका सभी जो ऑल इंडिया से आप आए हैं, जिनको अवार्ड मिल रहा है, मैं सबका धन्यवाद करता हूँ। और आप आगे बढ़ो, मैं तुम्हारे साथ हूँ, हमारी सरकार आपके साथ है। नमस्कार, प्रणाम, जय भीम, जय भारत, जय लॉजिस्टिक इंडस्ट्री।
माननीय मंत्री जी हमेशा अपने विट और ह्यूमर के लिए जाने जाते हैं, और अपने विट और ह्यूमर के साथ उन्होंने बहुत यहाँ पर लोगों को प्रोत्साहित किया और अपने मन की बात कही, और वातावरण को बहुत खुशनुमा भी कर दिया। उसके लिए भी विशेष आभार, धन्यवाद। और ये विशेष स्मृति चिन्ह हम माननीय मंत्री जी को भेंट करना चाहेंगे। मैं मंच पर पुनः आमंत्रित करती हूँ हमारे सभी को फाउंडर्स को, श्री कमल नारायण जी को, श्री प्रेम प्रकाश जी को, श्री अमित शंकर जी को, requesting all the co-founders to be please joining us as we express our gratitude, appreciation to the Honorable Minister. इन क्षणों में हंसी और एक उल्लास इस वातावरण में भरने के लिए, हमें प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए, विशेष रूप से महिला शक्ति को यहाँ पर प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए and requesting the Honorable Minister sir, to kindly do the honors of presenting the awards. I would also like to invite Dr. Tausif Pasha, an entrepreneur, a social activist, and the chairman, Business Infinite Ventures. May I request him to please join us in extending the honor to our awardees. Ladies and gentlemen, the FTL Logistics Shakti Award being presented to Express Roadways. Express Roadways, the FTL Logistics Shakti Award. The team Express Roadways joining us in accepting the award. The FTL Champion Shakti Award being conferred on Globe. The winners of the FTL Champion Shakti Award, Globe, if we can have representatives of the team from Globe joining us, the winners. दिव्य सज्जनों, यदि आप चाहते हैं कि सभी पुरस्कार माननीय मंत्री जी के कर कमलों द्वारा दिए जाएं, so you will have to come a little faster as we announce the winners. The Rising FTL Shakti Award, the winners AFN. AFN, the winners of the next award. The Rising FTL Shakti Award. May request the team representatives from the winning team. The Freight Services Shakti Award, Road RKV Cargo Movers Private Limited. RKV Cargo Movers. The Freight Services Shakti Award, Air, being presented to Index Logistics Private Limited. Index Logistics Private Limited. This is the Freight Services Shakti Award Air being presented to Index Logistics Private Limited, and the Freight Services Shakti Award Rail. The winners, Pristine Value Logistics Private Limited. Pristine Value Logistics Private Limited. Pristine Value Logistics Limited, the winners of the Freight Services Shakti Award Rail. The next award, ladies and gentlemen, the winners, Om Logistics. Om Logistics being presented the award for excellence in multimodal logistics services. Om Logistics. May request the winning team to be kindly coming a little faster here on the stage. The Honourable Minister is going to be with us for a few more minutes. Let's have all the awards being presented at his hands. The Warehouse Infrastructure Development Shakti Award, the winners APL Apollo Innovation. They also stand as our title partners for the second edition. APL Apollo Innovation. APL Innovation, I think the team is outside. If they can just move to the next. We recognize our special guest, Excellency Mr. Jason. Once again request him to please join us. Apologies. Honorable Ambassador of US.